be going to Camp David. We have a lot of meetings scheduled. I think they'll be very successful meetings. We're getting a lot of gear out. We're getting a lot of gowns out, protective equipment, and the governors have all been very thankful. We received a lot of calls today from governors. They're very thankful for the job we're doing, and that's good. Do you have any questions, please? Go ahead.
What's the topic of the discussion at Camp David this weekend?
So we have a lot of discussions going on at Camp David, some military and some other than military. We'll probably report back on it on Monday.
Why are you not wanting to talk to President Xi right now?
Just don't want to talk to him right now. We'll see what happens over the next little while. They're buying a lot of our material. They're spending a lot on the trade deal, but the trade deal, I don't know, somehow I lost a little flavor for it. You can understand. Go ahead. We're sending a lot of ventilators to India. I spoke to Prime Minister Modi, and we're sending quite a few to India. We have a tremendous supply of ventilators. So. Go ahead, go ahead. Say it.
What do you make of the images of people with weapons showing up in the Michigan Capitol protest? You don't give that.
I haven't seen it. You'll have to tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
Should a vaccine be free?
We're looking at that actually, but we're making progress on vaccines. But we'll be speaking to you very soon, and I think we're going to have a very good couple of meetings at Camp David. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, please. Those are friendly truckers. They're on our side. It's almost a celebration in a way. Please sit down, please. The First Lady and I are thrilled to welcome you this afternoon for our second event, recognizing extraordinary Americans who have responded to the invisible enemy. We know what the invisible enemy is. We've learned a lot. With exceptional bravery and commitment and love, and we appreciate it very much. Great job, fantastic job. In the midst of this pandemic, our nation has been united in grief and in prayer for the precious lives that have been lost. We've also come together in awe and admiration for the heroism and patriotism that we're witnessing all across our country. Here with us today is Amy Ford, a nurse of 17 years from Williamson, West Virginia, great state. Where is Amy? Hi, Amy. Weeks ago, after telling her children she loved them, Amy got on a plane for the first time in her life and traveled to New York to help. For the past 42 days, she's been working 12-hour shifts in the intensive care units of Kings County Hospital Center in Brooklyn. I know it well. I know that building well. I passed it many, many times. And Amy has been serving the coronavirus patients around the clock. She once held the hand of an elderly patient all night long, just so the woman would not feel alone. Boy, that's something. Thank you, Amy. That's incredible. I want to thank you for what you've done. What a great story. I've heard about this story. Please come up and say a few words, please, Amy. That's great.
I want to thank you for having me here today. Being able to serve our country as a frontline worker during this pandemic has truly been an honor. Like you said, I've been an RN for 17 years. Under normal circumstances as a nurse, I would have an idea of a treatment plan, and unfortunately, I was not afforded that comfort in the beginning of this pandemic. These were not normal circumstances. There were times of trial and error and a whole lot of prayer. I had to adapt to a new way of nursing. One where treatment was still unknown. One where families had to trust my word and I had to prove that my word was trustworthy. One where I could only provide comfort by holding my patient's hand, because I could no longer give comfort with numbers and statistics of success rates. Those were unavailable in the beginning. I provided families comfort through FaceTime calls, holding my phone up to a patient's ear, hoping that by hearing their loved one's voice, it would in turn give them comfort as well. This experience has been one of the most emotionally challenging things that I've ever been through, but it has made me a better person in the end. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. We are beginning to see progress, and we are starting to see stories of success. This virus may have initially caught our great nation off guard, but we will overcome this and we will prevail. Thank you.
Amy, did you ever catch the virus? Did you ever?
No.
You never got it. So with all of that long hours and with very, very sick people, you never caught the virus.
No, sir.
What do you attribute that to?
PPE.
Oh, really good. Good protection.
We have had protection.
So you've had great protection.
I have.
So you feel that if you have the protection, you won't catch it. You feel that?
I feel that's what's protected me.
That is fantastic. Good.
Yes.
Wow.
And I have not had any me personally, I have not had any shortage of PPE.
And your coworkers, do they?
Not at the hospital that I'm at, no.
That's incredible. So you all have very good equipment, as the
Yes.
expression goes, right? The gowns and the masks, everything. Thank you very much, Amy.
you.
That's great. Amazing. It's a great story. Also with us is Ben Ross, the co-founder of a small custom tie business called Brackish Bow Ties in Charleston, South Carolina. Great place. Ben is also, with his team, has shifted to producing protective masks for medical workers, and he's done it completely free of charge. That's fantastic. As Ben says, we've pushed the gas pedal down, and we haven't let up. So Brackish Bow Ties has donated more than 2,000 masks to 31 medical facilities in 10 states, and Ben's also been able to keep all 48 of his employees on the payroll thanks to the Paycheck Protection Program. Great, Ben. Could you come up and say a few words? I can tell it's you by the tie. I assume that's the man I'm talking about. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank
It is
you.
truly an honor to be here.
Thank you, Ben.
It is because of Jeff Plotner's guiding hand, the passion of the entire Brackish team, and the leadership of this country that we are being recognized here today. I am humbled to be in this garden today with such an amazing group of individuals making such a difference during these unprecedented times. Congratulations to you all, and thanks so much for all y'all are doing. I have no doubt that the United States of America will soar above this and come out stronger and more grateful for family, friends, community, and this nation, because we all know we're all in this together, and only together will we be able to curb coronavirus. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. And I like that tie very much, by the way. Today we also honor Sergeant Spencer Garrett, an officer with the New York PD, that's New York's finest, that's for sure, right? Who contracted the coronavirus. After 4 weeks of fighting a painful battle against the virus, Spencer recovered and immediately returned to the front lines. Grateful for all of the support of his family, friends, colleagues, and time, all of the people and the work he's done, Sergeant Garrett wanted to provide that same kindness to others. And I know so many of the people members of New York's finest, that we love them and say hello to them, okay? With the aid of his union, Spencer's made it his mission to support these fellow New Yorkers. So if you would, I'd love to have you come on up and say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to start by thanking President Trump and the First Lady for their unwavering support of the NYPD.
Thank you.
As one of your hometown cops, I thank you for your leadership during these uncertain times. On March 29th, I tested positive for COVID-19. Breaking the news to my parents, Janet and James, my brothers, Lee and Sam, and to my 8-year-old daughter, Liana, was downright scary. I saw the fear in their eyes. I looked at my daughter, and I assured her Daddy wasn't going anywhere. After a vigorous 1-month fight, I returned to duty in late April. After the experience with the virus, I felt compelled to help the residents of the housing developments that I patrol in East Harlem, New York. We are all in this fight together. Almost 6,000 uniformed and civilian members of the NYPD contracted COVID-19. Unfortunately, some of those members didn't make it home to their loved ones. handing out N95 masks, and engaging in important dialogue by educating the residents that not only do not have support and access to PPE hit close to home for me. Excuse me. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be an NYPD sergeant, and most of all, I'm honored to be an American. God bless police officers, first responders, and all of the frontline workers around the country. Thank you.
So how was that? You went through that process, and it took quite a while? It took longer than you would have thought?
It took almost 4 weeks, sir.
And what was it, just complications? or-
Complications, I'm an asthmatic, so it was a little more difficult for
Oh,
me.
I see, I see.
And took a
Okay.
little extra care, but my daughter was there for me. She helped me out a lot, and she's my hero.
That's fantastic.
Thank
Well,
you.
You're my hero.
Thank you,
okay?
sir.
Thank you. Say hello to everybody.
I will.
Thank you. Great. We're also joined by 3 terrific Girl Scouts, Lauren, Sareva, and Layla of the Girl Scout Troop 744 from Elkridge, Maryland, along with their troop leader, Megan Langley. Thank you very much. That's great. That's really great. These amazing 10-year-olds have donated 100 boxes of Girl Scout cookies to local firefighters, doctors, and nurses, and have spent approximately 200 personalized cards to healthcare workers all over. And they're going to do a lot more. Their ambition is to do a lot more. And I think, Layla, you're going to come up and you're going to speak. Why don't you all go up and stand, and maybe, Layla, you say a few words. That'd be great. Thank you very much. Please. That's great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Layla Khan with Girl Scout Troop 744. I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to have been invited to the White House, and it has been a very exciting day. We'd like to first thank you and your staffers for ensuring our safety today. We appreciate all the safety measures that were put into place. In the middle of March, when everything began to shut down, we, like many Americans, felt compelled to support our healthcare and other essential workers and show our appreciation. We donated cases of cookies to our local firehouses and hospitals, and we made cards to mail to hospitals in our community. Our troop has a number of parents that are healthcare workers, so one of the parents helped to take our personalized cards and place them on the lockers of doctors, nurses, and other essential workers throughout Children's National Hospital. While we are honored that the troop was invited to be here today, we know we are just part of the millions of other children out there that are doing amazing things to support their community, their friends, and their family. It is a privilege to be here representing all of them. They've made cards, painted pictures, held virtual parties, and have demonstrated how we are all in this together. Our message is that everyone can do something, whether it is donating cookies, adjusting to distance learning, or just helping out our parents. We have come together to support each other during this uncertain time. Thank you for the opportunity to serve our community, our essential workers, and our country.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Layla. What a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all 3. Great job. Also with us today is Clay Young, a real estate developer and landlord from Jonesboro, Arkansas. That's a fantastic place. In March, one of Clay's small business tenants informed him that they were concerned that they would be unable to afford the rent. He immediately took the tenant's rent check, ripped it up, and then waived April's rent as well. Clay had only one condition. He said to his tenant, "Take care of your family and pay your employees. Just take care of those employees, please. We'll get through this together." And that's what's happening. Clay then told 11 more small business tenants that he'd waive their rent payments as well. With the help of PPP loans, many reopened the doors this week. They just reopened. So, Clay, I want to thank you very much on behalf of all of us in this country. And if you'd come up and say a few words, that's a great thing. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for having
Thank
my
you
wife
very
Pam and I here, and the First Lady. Thank you. It's truly an honor. And I also want to say how proud I am to be part of a community and a great nation that we've all gathered together to help one another through this trying time. You know, the work that I've done in my hometown of Jonesboro, Arkansas, the focus of that has been on making my community better. As I saw what the virus was doing, and I saw what the virus would be doing to the small business and to the employees of the small business, I realized that I needed to work with my tenants, and forgiving the rent was the only option. And I remembered thinking, you don't kick people when they're down. And over the last 20 years of being a small business myself and a developer and also a landlord, there's been tough times. And in those tough times, I remember those people that came and they helped me and my family. And so in that moment, I thought this is my chance to maybe just have some gratitude and some humility and pay that forward. And I will always remember those people. So then after that, I helped my tenants with the PPP loans, and I helped them help to participate in this amazing program that what has really served as an invaluable bridge for us all, which brings us to where we are this week. So as we work towards reopening the economy and maybe returning our lives to some sense of normalcy, I just want to say thank you so much again for having me here today.
Well, I want to say to you also, and being a landlord is a pretty good business, and I heard you've done really well, and it's nice what you've done, Clay. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Say hello to the people of your state. Your state is wonderful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I like it. You know that. Thank you, Clay. So during this difficult time, our citizens are rising to the challenge, just as generations of Americans have done before us. America has never faced a trial like this. We've never had anything like this happen. But we're going to endure, and we're going to thrive, and we're going to do better than ever before. The men and women we honor today remind us that the bonds that unite us in times of hardship can also raise us to new heights as we reopen and recover and rebuild. In the months ahead, we will harness our love and all of the things that we hold so dear to our heart for our family, for our community, and for the country, and we'll make America greater and stronger than ever before, and we're going to transition into greatness. We're going to be seeing it, and you're going to be seeing it very soon. There's a pent-up demand, and there's a pent-up love, and there's so many things happening, and you're going to see the fruits of all of the work that we've all been doing, working 24 hours a day in some cases. So I'd like to thank everybody for being here, especially our great heroes, because that's what you are, heroines and heroes. It's exactly what you are. And I'd now like to ask these wonderful and courageous Americans to come forward as I present them with a letter of recognition. And I want to thank our First Lady. This was a very important event for First Lady Melania. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Okay, please.
Amy Ford. Ben Ross. Sergeant Spencer Garrett. Lauren Matney. Shravya Anna Peretti. Layla Khan. Clay Young.
Hello, everyone. Sorry we're a little late today. As you know, the president had 2 events this morning, so we didn't want our unprecedented transparency to get in the way of lunch, so we're glad that you all had a few moments there to eat, so our delay was hopefully useful and helpful to you guys. I have an announcement on the Trump administration's unwavering support for our farmers. Today, Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue and Senior Advisor Ivanka Trump announced the launch of the Farmers to Families Food Box Program. This is a $3 billion program to support farmers and provide food to our most vulnerable communities. Senior Advisor Ivanka Trump and Secretary Perdue are doing very good work. Now I would like to focus on the Trump administration's unprecedented coronavirus response. Some have erroneously suggested that the Trump administration threw out the pandemic response playbook left by the Obama-Biden administration. What the critics fail to note, however, is that this thin packet of paper was replaced by 2 detailed, robust pandemic response reports commissioned by the Trump administration. So we exchanged this one, which I will hand over to my assistant, Lindy, for these 2 pandemic response plans. In 2018, the Trump administration issued our Pandemic Crisis Action Plan, one of the binders that I just handed to Lindy. Further, from August 13th to the 16th, the Trump administration conducted the Crimson Contagion 2019 Functional Exercise. This was a pandemic simulation to test the nation's ability to respond to a large-scale outbreak. In January of 2020, HHS issued the Crimson Contagion 2019 Functional Exercise After Action Report. That was one of the additional documents that I just handed over. This exercise exposed the shortcomings in legacy planning documents which inform President Trump's coronavirus response beginning as early as January. And those legacy planning document shortcomings were in fact the papers that I just handed over that were provided to us by the Obama-Biden administration. For example, President Trump's Crimson After Action Report highlighted that the Obama-era policy directive from November 2016, quote, and I'm quoting from the document, does not provide the requisite mechanisms or processes to effectively lead the coordination of the federal government's response. Instead, President Trump established the White House Coronavirus Task Force and put Vice President Pence in charge of the interagency response. These were effective decisions, and they undoubtedly enhanced our response to the coronavirus. Furthermore, what Crimson Contagion taught us is that President Trump was right all along about misguided economic and trade policies that left Americans vulnerable to pandemics. In June 2016, so many, many years ago, then businessman Donald Trump said this, quote, America became the world's dominant economy by becoming the world's dominant producer. I have visited cities and towns across this country where a third or even half of manufacturing jobs have been wiped out in the last 20 years. Today, we import nearly 800 billion more in goods than we export. This is not some natural disaster. It is politician-made disaster. That was then candidate Trump, who has now implemented those policies as President Trump. And this forward-thinking vision contrasted with that of President Obama, who said, quote, Trump just says, well, I'm going to negotiate a better deal. Well, how exactly are you going to negotiate that? What magic wand do you have? That magic wand was ripping up the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was ripping up NAFTA. It was replacing it with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, a great deal for our automakers and our farmers. And it was ending China's predatory trade policies and negotiating a historic Phase 1 China deal. That is what this president has done. Yesterday, President Trump went to Allentown, Pennsylvania, and visited Owens & Minor, Inc. This was a clear example of domestic manufacturing at work. You saw this administration taking action to restructure and secure our stockpile of medical supplies. President Trump released a plan to restructure the Strategic National Stockpile yesterday, and he signed an executive order providing the authority to ensure America is producing critical goods necessary to build up our strategic stockpiles. The president's trip was an example of what he's been saying all along, that America must manufacture, that America must produce here in our interior. Additionally, the president launched Project Airbridge to bring supplies from all over the world to support America's frontline healthcare workers. The administration partnered with the private sector to secure donations and production of PPE and other medical supplies, and President Trump effectively leveraged the Defense Production Act, otherwise known as the DPA, to mobilize our country to manufacture and secure massive amounts of PPE and ventilators. Through Project Airbridge to date, more than 1.4 million N95 respirators have been delivered, as well as 921 million gloves, 17.1 million surgical gowns, and more. The Trump playbook and the whole of America response to this pandemic has far exceeded what this administration inherited. And finally, President Trump took action before the pandemic to anticipate and game plan such scenarios. President Trump streamlined the National Security Council in 2018 by creating a Counter-Proliferation and Biodefense Directorate. This directorate combined NSC experts focused on biological threats under a single and more senior leader, and did away with a confusing organizational chart that required some experts to report to two bosses simultaneously. In short, the NSC retained the same number of experts focused on biological threats that the Obama administration had, but honed them in and focused them more and housed them in a more coherent structure and with a more senior leader. I'd also note that this directorate, which exists today, is the same office that critics allege to this day that President Trump eliminated. I hope in your reporting you are now able to debunk this claim. Recognizing the seriousness of biological threats, President Trump released a series of strategic documents to transform our preparedness for biological incidents, including pandemics. In September of 2018, President Trump released the National Biodefense Strategy. In May of 2019, he released the Global Health Security Strategy. And in September of 2019, he signed an EO to modernize influenza vaccines. His leadership is evident in the early days of this pandemic and in the preparation before that. And these actions I've outlined today, these plans I noted, helped us as we approached what was an unprecedented crisis. It helped us to deploy our resources and to deliver what I believe is one of the best responses we've seen in this country's history. And with that, I'll take questions. John.
You talked about Crimson Contagion back in August. Did that exercise suggest that early and extensive testing would be critical in response to any pandemic?
I'm not aware of exactly what it revealed with regard to testing. What it basically did was say to us, look, some of the previous iterations of plans have put HHS in the lead. HHS, of course, plays a critical role in our response. But one of the things that was identified is you need a whole of government response that's orchestrated from the highest levels. And for us, what that meant in real time was President Trump immediately saying, hey, we need a task force. We need the vice president leading this. We need the White House at the helm coordinating agencies. And that valuable piece of advice that we garnered from the exercise was able to be deployed in real time. So it was a valuable exercise that we did in August of 2019.
And going forward, will early and extensive testing now be among the recommendations that are put into any future plans?
So we have not outlined a future plan just yet. We're still operating off of the one that was issued fairly recently in January of 2020. I think it's safe to say that, we've learned a lot as we've moved forward and navigated this pandemic, and navigated the deploying of more than 90 million N95 respirators, 1 billion gloves, this really historic response. I think we've learned that working with the private sector has been very effective. We have an incredible, innovative private sector in this country, and to have a businessman at the helm and President Trump who was able to coordinate that was very effective, and I think will become the playbook for dealing with future pandemics. Caitlin?
I have two questions. So you replaced the Obama playbook with these two you say that you've developed. Is it in there that testing needs to be increased as soon as this is happening? And what about personal protective equipment?
Look, personal protective equipment is very important, and I'm proud of what this administration has done, and I'm very glad that you asked about that because I have some supply numbers for you today. I actually shortchanged us a little bit there. 92.7 million N95 masks, 133.7 million surgical masks, 22.4 million surgical gowns, 10.5 million face shields, and almost 1 billion gloves. And as you saw at Owens & Minor, our domestic manufacturing has been deployed in this country in a way it never has been before since at least World War II, and will become the future playbook, I believe, for future administrations in navigating a pandemic response.
But sorry, so does it say in that playbook that personal protective gear should be increased, the production of it, as soon as a pandemic is underway, as with coronavirus?
What it says is this, that, look, we need personal protective equipment, and what did this administration do? We gave it. The Obama playbook is online. One of these, I believe, is public. One is public, so you can look through that online. But what we've done is remarkable, and that is exactly what you just asked me. Does it say we need more PPE? Well, we've delivered historic numbers of PPE, 1 billion gloves. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to fill the stockpile. We're ready for the fall, and this administration has acted in a way that I don't believe, certainly based on what I read in the Obama playbook, would have able to have deployed what this administration has done.
Okay,
Jeff?
I have a follow-up question. So I was just asking that because it seemed to take so long to get more masks and swabs and whatnot, which they're still dealing with now. But my other question is on Rick Bright. The president said yesterday that he probably should not be working in federal government anymore, but he is now expected to start his new job next week. Does the president still welcome him starting that new position? And can you clarify exactly what that job is?
Well, it's interesting to ask about whether Rick Bright should start in a position, because Rick Bright hasn't showed up for a position. He was transferred to lead a bold new $1 billion testing program. He's not yet shown up for work. He takes a $285,000 salary. That's extraordinary for a federal government salary. And he is still on taxpayer-funded medical leave, so he can work with partisan attorneys to malign this president. So Mr. Bright, he should perhaps show up for the job that he currently has. Jeff?
Why does President Trump choose not to wear a face mask? Does he think it sends the wrong message?
That's his choice. You know, he's tested each and every day. Those of us around him, I'm in the Oval Office, I wear a face mask around him to protect him. He's very protected. He tests negative daily, and that's his personal choice. And I would note is consistent with the CDC guidelines, which say they recommend, but it's the personal choice of the individual.
But at the very least, to set an example for the American people, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci today, they're both tested routinely, but they both had their face mask on in the Rose Garden.
I think he did set an example. He set an example when he said to the West Wing, I want all of you wearing face masks in here. And he noted that, I believe it was 2 days ago. And that is over, above, and beyond what CDC guidelines say. But all of our staffers are wearing face masks, and that was at the direction of the president. I think that's a pretty good example. Yes.
Kaylee, thanks so much. I want to ask you about the FDA guidance on the Abbott tests. But firstly, you've talked about all of this preparation that the Trump administration did. But then how come on January 2020, the stockpile was as low as it was on supplies like face masks, like N95s?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's a really important question, and perhaps I should redirect your question to President Obama, who left the stockpile empty, and there was a USA Today fact check of that. He left the cupboards bare, as the president noted, and USA Today said there's no indication that the Obama administration took significant steps to replenish the supply of N95 masks in the strategic national stockpile after it was depleted from repeated crises. So at the H1N1, it was full. At the end of H1N1, it was empty, and President Obama left it empty and took President Trump to refill it.
Your national biodefense strategy came out in September 2018, and the president has been now in office for over three years at this point.
Yeah, well, we refilled that stockpile. We got the N95 masks out. Ventilators, another good example. Not a single American died for lack of a ventilator. 100,000 ventilators in 100 days, 3 times what is produced in the average year, 3 times the amount of N95 respirators our healthcare industry uses. We have delivered. We cleaned up the mess that was very clearly left by President Obama, and we got that out. And I would also note, in terms of fixing the stockpile, it's also fixing domestic supply chains. That was very important. And this president is the president who took on that issue, who said we need to produce here. We can't, as China hoards PPE, we need to have domestic manufacturing. So there was a systemic fix that needed to happen. And President Trump is the first president, in my knowledge, that has really, to this degree, took on that systemic fix.
And then on the Abbott tests, these are the tests that you guys take every day, that we've been given every day. But these recent studies coming out, numbers like a third of cases may be missed, up to 48% of cases may be missed. Does that give this White House any pause? Are you considering potentially other tests? Does this change the way that you guys are going to move, going forward?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. It's very important. When the FDA gets any information that calls into question a test, they put it out there. It's incumbent upon them to make sure the American people have up-to-date information. Dr. Hahn, I spoke with him this morning. I actually spoke with him several times. He said we continue to recommend the tests. Secretary Azar says we have confidence in the test, otherwise it wouldn't be out on the market. That being said, they take any indication of false negatives very seriously. Some of these studies, Secretary Azar says he believes there was user error in them, meaning that the time transporting them might have affected the accuracy of the test. But to that end, what the FDA has said is that any negative test results that are not consistent with the patient's clinical signs, so if you're coughing, you get a negative test, it's an Abbott test, you should consider getting a second test. That's the guidance as of now. Yes.
The president told Maria Bartiromo yesterday that he wasn't interested in talking to Chinese President Xi Jinping right now. Why is that? Why would he not want to talk to him?
He's very frustrated with China, and I'll leave it to the president as to when he does resume speaking with the Chinese leader. But look, China slow-walked this. I've shared with you guys before on human-to-human transmission. It was really important that the world knew of that aspect of the disease, but that information was slow-walked through the WHO. The genetic sequencing, likewise, was not given until a professor in Shanghai did so on his own. The president has repeatedly noted that, why are they letting flights out of China but not into China? These decisions put American lives at risk. Not just American lives, but lives around the globe. We know that this disease came from China, and why that information was not shared, some of the information I just suggested, is really unacceptable. So he's frustrated at this point, and I'll leave it to him.
The president has quite often talked about having a warm relationship with President Xi. Is that now over? Has a chill set in?
Well, I'll leave it to the president as to how to characterize their relationship. But, this is a president who, if anyone knows how to talk to China, it's him. He did get the Phase 1 China deal, $250 billion of purchasing of American products. It was a big deal and a big win for America, and it took President Trump to get that win. Yes.
The president earlier in the Oval Office said that the Pentagon was developing a, quote, super-duper missile. Pentagon was asked about that shortly after the president made his remarks and declined to comment, referring it back to the White House. So I'm wondering if you can say what the president was describing.
Yeah, I would just refer you back to the president remarks in the Pentagon. I don't have any new information on that at this point. Yes.
Can you clarify, Kaylee, when did the administration start replenishing the stockpile of PPE? And does that report get into that?
The president immediately, when it was necessary to get more PPE for America's healthcare workers, immediately went into action. And I've listed out for you all of the results of those actions, which have been extraordinary, greatest mobilization of the private sector since World War II. And I would also note, I do have some new information.
Taken before January 2020 regarding PPE and trying to replenish that?
I did talk to Secretary Azar a little bit about this yesterday, and one of the things Secretary Azar said to me is, when we got to the federal government, we were on the brink of, we were in very hostile confrontations with several powers because of the Obama administration's foreign policy, and there were real bioterrorism threats, and that was the immediate threat that the administration focused on in terms of the stockpile. And immediately when it became clear a pandemic was the concern over bioterrorism, we transitioned as quickly as humanly possible and filled the empty cupboards left by President Obama. And I do have, if I can find it in here, some new information on ventilators just to show how extraordinary this administration's effort was on the stockpile, that we've shipped 766 ventilators overseas to our partners because no one here has died for the lack of a ventilator. So we've done so well and overperformed so much. We can say that we've committed over 15,000 ventilators to 40 countries by the end of July because that is American ingenuity. That is the government of President Trump, and that is the unprecedented partnership of this government and the private sector. Yes.
Switching gears for just a moment, also in his interview with Maria Bartiromo the other day, the president suggested that people should be jailed for what he said earlier in the week was a very obvious crime. You're an attorney and the president's spokesperson. Perhaps you could lay out the elements of this crime. What crime was committed and in what way?
I assume you're referring to the Obama administration and the unmasking and.
The president calls Obamagate. What is it? What are the elements of that crime?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked because there hasn't been a lot of journalistic curiosity on this front, and I'm very glad that you asked this question. Look, there were a number of questions raised by the actions of the Obama administration. The Steele dossier, funded by the Democratic National Committee, the opposition political party to the president, was used to attain FISA warrants to listen in on conversations of people within the Trump campaign. There was the unmasking the identity of Michael Flynn, and we know that in a January 5th meeting in the Oval Office with President Obama, Sally Yates from the Department of Justice learned about the unmasking, not from the Department of Justice or from the FBI. She learned about it from President Obama and was stunned and could barely process what she was hearing at the time because she was stunned of his knowledge of that. We know that there was a lot of wrongdoing in the case of Michael Flynn. The FBI notes, for instance, that said, should we quote, get him to lie as they pontificated their strategy. We know that the identity of this 3-decade general was leaked to the press, a criminal leak to the press of his identity in violation of his Fourth Amendment rights. These are very serious questions. They've been ignored by the media for far too long, and I'm very glad that I think that is the second question that I have fielded on Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, because justice does matter. Those questions, they matter.
To be clear, I heard you mention one thing you said was criminal, and that was what?
The one thing that I've said that was criminal? The leaking of his name and the very real questions that have been raised. But if you want to start talking about wrongdoing in the administration, happy to go through Andy McCabe leaking to the Wall Street Journal and then lying about it. Happy to talk about James Clapper lying before Congress, saying the NSA does not monitor phone calls. That was an inaccuracy, to say the least, if not a lie. And John Brennan telling Congress that the bogus Steele dossier played no role in the Russia probe, when in fact we know it did and was the basis of attaining FISA warrants. So there's a lot of mistruths there that were said, many of them under oath. So I would point you to those and the many other real questions that I hope you all will pursue.
So the president's view that those people should be jailed, the people you just mentioned.
I never said that. Those are your words, not mine. But perhaps you should look into it and get me some answers. That is, after all, the job. That is, after all, the job of reporters, to answer the very questions that I've laid out, and I hope you guys will take the time to do it. And I also find it interesting, if we want to start talking about fabrication of crimes, we can litigate that case pretty publicly with James Clapper, who said what President Trump did with Russia pales, that Watergate paled in comparison. We can talk about Eric Swalwell lying and saying President Trump was working on behalf of the Russians. We can talk about Hakeem Jeffries lying and saying the president was a Russian asset. We can talk about Schiff saying there was ample evidence of collusion in plain sight when in fact there was not. We can talk about Mark Warner saying there's enormous amounts of evidence of collusion. We can talk about a CNN historian who said there was a smell of treason in the Trump-Russia probe when in fact for 3 years you all talked about collusion and there was none. And it was a huge injustice, not just to this administration, but to the American people who deserve truth, not the alleging of absolutely false allegations against this president. Yes.
Thank you.
Francis pushed back against the comment by the CEO of Sanofi that the United
Sorry, 1 second. I can't really. So I'll get to you next. Go ahead.
Francis pushed back by a comment by the CEO of Sanofi that the United States would be first in line for a vaccine if that firm develops because of initial funding by BARDA. Does the administration think that the United States should receive the first doses if Sanofi does discover that vaccine?
I haven't spoken to the president about that, so I don't have any announcements on that front. But yes, back there, and then I'll come up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Kayleigh. 2 brief questions. First, a follow-up to Steve's question regarding China. 48 hours ago, the Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board followed the president's suggestion and cut off any investment of federal pensions for civilian and military workers into China on their markets, therefore cutting off funds that would be invested in state-run companies. Will the president now urge private sector businesses, and I think of BlackRock, which is invested in 137 Chinese companies, to follow this example and get out of investing in China?
Well, I can't give any information about what the president will or will not do next, but it's a really important topic. And I would just say that the president's decisive move to halt plans for investing TSP funds into Chinese companies was the right call. It protects our military, federal employees from risky investments, and avoids funding Chinese defense contractors. And this action halts plans to invest military federal employees' retirement funds of $4.5 billion in Chinese equity. So it was an important move by the president, but in terms of future action on this front, I would leave that to the president. Yes.
My other question was, in Turkey recently, there's been talk that President Erdogan would like the assistance of President Trump with the currency in Turkey, which is in very bad condition. Will there be any U.S. support of the Turkish currency, or does he think Mr. Erdogan should apply for an IMF loan?
Yeah, I don't have any information on that front either as to his future actions with regard to Turkish currency. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. So the president has called for transparency in the what he calls Obamagate. Is he willing to declassify the transcript of General Flynn's call to Sergei Kislyak so everyone can see what was said on that call?
I've not asked him that. What I know that he would like to see right now is the lost 302. Apparently lost 302. We know 302 is a summary of an interview that the FBI did with Michael Flynn that has apparently gone missing. So we would really be quite curious to see what transpired in that 302 after the FBI pontificated, quote, getting Flynn to lie so that they could get him fired or prosecuted. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. When will the White House open talks with House Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader Schumer on the HEROES Act? Have there been any informal talks occurring? And does the White House support more aid to state and local governments as part of that package?
So the president has said that he would talk about state and local aid, but it cannot become a pretext for bailing out the blue states that have gotten themselves into financial trouble. So while he's open to discussing it, he has no immediate plans to move forward with the phase 4. He said something he's looking at, but he wants to take some time to consider what should be in it. The Pelosi bill has been entirely unacceptable. For instance, one of the things that I found really funny in her bill was she requires that the president appoint a medical supply response coordinator who would serve at as the point of contact for the healthcare system, supply chain officials, and states on medical supplies. I don't know if Speaker Pelosi has just not been paying attention while she's been out in California and we've been here working, but I happened to be sitting by this so-called medical supply response coordinator on Air Force One yesterday. He's been around for quite some time. His name is Admiral Polovchek. So Polovchek is who's coordinating this, and perhaps she doesn't know that because Admiral P has been doing this for quite some time, but that's just an example of how quite odd the Pelosi bill is, packed full of liberal wish lists, like ensuring that illegal immigrants, for instance, get direct payments because they're not looking at Social Security numbers to verify that taxpayer dollars are going to actual taxpayers. So elements like that are non-starters, and then there's just really curious elements that really suggest if the speaker is even paying attention. Chanel.
Thank you, Kaylee. But going back to the HEROES Act, the Speaker Pelosi presented it today for a vote, and you have members of her own party coming in and saying this is Washington politics at its worst. Does the White House get a sense that members of the Democrat Party are starting to grow less confident in Pelosi's leadership during this pandemic? Have you been communicating with anybody on the Democrat side?
So I haven't spoken to them directly, but I have seen some of the comments you're talking about, and it certainly would suggest that. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and what is Nancy Pelosi doing? She's saying she's exploiting the crisis and pushing for mass mail-in voting, even though we know it's more susceptible to voting fraud. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and this is what she's interested in pushing, instead of talking about real measures like the payroll tax, which would be a tax break for low and middle income Americans. She's interested in removing the threshold for state and local tax deductions, which would essentially be a huge win for billionaires in California and New York. So it's really interesting right now that you have the party that says they're for working Americans saying let's remove this state and local tax threshold so that millionaires and billionaires get big payouts in states like California and New York. And you have the Republican Party and the party of President Trump saying let's lower the payroll tax so that low-income Americans who pay more payroll taxes than they do income taxes get a tax break. It's really interesting, the current posture of the two parties. Yes.
Obama. Can I ask a question about Obama's stockpile? Was there at any point any knowledge that
when the transition between the Obama administration into the Trump administration, did anybody from the Obama team brief the the Trump administration about the depletion of the national stockpile? At one point, the PPE masks went down to below 2%, what the national need was. Did anybody from the Obama administration warn the Trump administration going in?
It's a really good question. Not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, the two things President Obama warned about were North Korea and Michael Flynn. But what I do know is this: the Obama administration wasn't throwing ventilators into the stockpile. They were unmasking Lieutenant General Michael Flynn in the waning days of their administration. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. The president has, on the subject of the payroll tax cut, the president has said that that should be a part of the next stimulus bill, but he's also indicated that there are discussions for more direct payments. So does he favor one or the other, or does he think you can do both?
He hasn't indicated that anything is a condition or a starter or a non-starter. He's floated some ideas that he'd like to see in a phase 4. I mean, at this point, I think he's looking closely at what we need to spend if a phase 4 does occur. These are taxpayer dollars. He wants to move forward wisely, but I haven't heard of any particular thing being a condition, a starter, or a non-starter, other than the fact that the so-called HEROES Act is certainly a non-starter. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. In a previous life as a Howard Law student, in 2015, you were vocally against the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in favor of same-sex marriage, calling arguments for it article blabber. Do you think that's consistent with the president's views?
Look, I'm not up here to give my personal views on anything. What I'd say is that I'm very proud of this administration, which has been fair and equitable and just to all Americans and open to all Americans, as he should be. I think our views are entirely consistent, and I'm not up here to give my views on a Supreme Court case from many years ago. Yes.
Consistent when the president said that he's fine with the decision and considers the matter settled.
I stand behind the president. I stand behind his views. I'm here to represent the president and not to pontificate about Supreme Court cases from long ago. Yes.
President Supreme Court case, I want to get in really quickly, just to follow up. There's any day now there's going to be another decision from the Supreme Court related to LGBTQ rights on whether federal civil rights law covers LGBTQ people. Is the administration doing any sort of contingency planning for that decision?
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of the Supreme Court or give a Supreme Court case prediction or outcome. It's not my position to do that, so I have no information for you on that at this time. Yes.
President Trump has just tweeted that U.S. is going to donate ventilators to India. Do you know how many numbers of ventilators U.S. is donating to India?
I don't know that, but the President just extolled our great relationship with India. India has been a great partner to us for quite some time, and I'm encouraged to hear about the ventilators to India. It's one of the several countries I noted that will be getting ventilators because this President has done so well on ventilators, 100,000 in 100 days, that we are able to repurpose them and send them around the world. And John.
Recently, Pew Research Center said that most of the Indian Americans tend to vote for the Democrats. Since President has made an outreach to the Indian Americans community the last 4 years.
I didn't hear the first part of your question. Can you just say that again?
Research survey has recently come out with a report which says that most of the Indian Americans mostly vote for the Democrats, not the Republicans. Do you agree with the assessment?
Look, that would be a question for the campaign, so I'd refer you to the campaign on that Pew poll. Yes.
The president has said before, Kayla, that he would like to see 100 million doses of a viable vaccine by the fall, then 300 million by January. Today, he didn't mention 100 million by the fall, but he did mention hopefully getting a vaccine by the new year. Is he tempering expectations of what might be possible? Is he still hoping for 100 million doses by the fall?
No, this president is not tempering expectations. In fact, I think we should be very encouraged about what we heard today from Dr. Salawi, that the early data from clinical trials for coronavirus vaccine data makes him confident that we will have a vaccine by the end of 2020. Operation Warp Speed is a great new innovative operation that I think will take us to getting a vaccine, as Dr. Salawi said, in short order. In consultation, he's doing this, of course, with the 4-star General Perna is his name, and it's going to be a great effort, and I think by the fall we will see one, as has been predicted. This president wants to see one processed as fast as humanly possible, and I would note that he got us into phase 1 clinical trial faster than Dr. Fauci had ever seen in the history of his career, and that's because this president has really put the fire under the private sector sector and under the FDA to get 92 emergency use authorizations for testing, get to phase 1 clinical trial faster than ever before, and we can thank President Trump for being at the helm of all of this. Thank you all. I think I got like 2 questions from each of you. So I enjoyed speaking with you all. Have a great weekend. And I like your pink blazer, Caitlin.
Thank you. Can you just tell us?
Well, thank you very much. This is a very special moment because this is the presentation of the Space Force flag. So we've worked very hard on this, and it's so important from a defensive standpoint, from an offensive standpoint, from every standpoint there is. As you know, China, Russia, perhaps others started off a lot sooner than us. We should have started this a long time ago, but we've made up for it in spades. We have developed some of the most incredible weapons anyone's ever seen, and it's moving along very rapidly, and we have tremendous people in charge. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to just start by asking some of those folks to say a few words and the importance strategically, militarily, and even from a pure civilian standpoint, and from bringing our economy back, everything. It's going to help so much, all made right here in the USA. And it's going to be very special, very important. Space Force, first time in 72 years plus that we've opened up a new branch of the United States military. And Mark, maybe I'll start with you. You'll say a few words, please.
Yes, sir. Let me just say it's a very historic moment. The United States has been a spacefaring nation for decades, but we know that our adversaries in the last several years have weaponized space. They've made it a warfighting domain. And so with the establishment of Space Force and the establishment of Space Command, the United States is now doing what it needs to do to protect our assets in space and to ensure that space remains the heavens by which we not only protect America, but we sustain our economy, we sustain our commercial capabilities, we sustain Americans' way of life. So again, another very historic moment. I'm confident that both the Space Force and the Space Command will do what is necessary to defend us in space and to keep America great.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, great job you're doing, too. General Milley, please.
Sir, thank you, Mr. President. And as Secretary said, this is a historic day. Some time ago, we made a decision to establish the Space Force. And that's because we're undergoing a changing character of war, which is of historic importance for all nations. And as part of that, the space part of our universe opened up as a domain of warfare. And it's critical that if we are going to sustain our way of life, if we're going to defend our nation, that we're going to have to defend ourselves in space, and therefore the need for Space Force. And it's a great day for the nation. It's a great day really for the world that the United States of America establishes its first Space Force.
Thank you very much. Please.
President, thank you for your leadership.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Number 1.
Yes, sir.
That's great.
I appreciate the honor.
Thank you.
There's 16,000 space professionals assigned to the Space Force. We're proud of this flag. They come to work every day focusing on providing space capabilities for our nation, for our joint coalition forces, and for the world. We're proud of this flag. We're proud to have an opportunity to present it to you here for display in the White House.
Oh, thank you
for your leadership.
Appreciate it.
Very much.
Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've really demonstrated leadership in establishing the Space Force. This is an important moment and an important month, actually. Most of the Americans, before their first cup of coffee in the morning, have used space, but very few people realize how important space is to everything that we do, and that it's vulnerable, as we need to up our game in space, and you've recognized that and built a force that will help to protect our assets in space and deter aggressive action in space, and if deterrence doesn't work, to be able to defend our assets in space and those of our allies. So we thank you very much for the leadership you've demonstrated, and we're excited for this breakthrough moment.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're building right now incredible military equipment at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We have no choice. We have to do it with the adversaries we have out there. We have, I call it the super duper missile, and I heard the other night 17 times faster than what they have right now. Then you take the fastest missile we have right now. You've heard Russia has 5 times, and China's working on 5 or 6 times. We have one 17 times, and it's just gotten the go-ahead. 17 times faster, if you can believe that, General. That's something, right? 17 times faster than what we have right now. Fastest in the world by a factor of almost 3. So I just want to congratulate everybody and thank everybody. Space is going to be, it's going to be the future, both in terms of defense and offense and so many other things. And already, from what I'm hearing and based on reports, we're now the
Hey everyone, hope everybody's doing good during this time. I know it's a very trivial time, and anxiety is high, stress level is high, all of the angst, all of that, even in California as they're trying to get back to normal, somewhat back to normal. I heard Donald Trump yesterday, I believe it was yesterday on the 29th, April 29th, he was saying, he was asked about that, you know, do you think we're ever going to get back to normal? Do you think we're always going to be walking around with masks and all that stuff? And he doesn't think that it should last long. He really, from what he was saying, you know, doesn't see that happening where we're wearing masks for a lot longer. But at a county level, at a state level, it's really up to them. So I just heard Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, is going to close the beaches and close the parks. And, you know, these are very divisive things because people have very strong views about it, regardless of where you stand on COVID-19. So that concerns me because it's the divisive things are what usually turn family against family, friends against friends, and create more problems, secondary problems during this crisis. The crisis is used, you know, never let a good crisis go to waste. So it's kind of that thing. That's what I'm more concerned about, and I'm very concerned about the reaction of the state government, of the counties, really, too. I contacted my local county sheriff's office to see how they're dealing with this. Or, you know, are you guys going to enforce this? If you're letting people out of jail because of the COVID thing, and there's people inside of jail that have it, well, first of all, why let people out? You know, and second of all, are they doing any testing, or how does all that work? It's a whole big mess. And the sheriff's department basically deferred me to the public health, you know, the county public health line and all that. And that was basically it. So I haven't followed up on it yet. There's way too much going on. And I'm sure you all kind of know that. I'm sure you all have a lot of things going on too. So, but during this time, whatever your view is, whatever the thing is, you know, remember, family is forever. Real friends, you know, don't lose real friends over a disagreement on this. And I know it's a serious thing, and I take it seriously. You know, I don't get mad when somebody says that it's a hoax, or when somebody says that, you know, we should shelter in place and crawl in a hole until this all passes. So I'm looking at it from all different sides. You know, you have people going out to protest, and it's not like they're protesting for, it's not like they're out there protesting for months on end, right? Days on end. They're out there for a couple hours on a Saturday. So, you know, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it, but it's like the mixed feelings are usually where they get us to turn on each other. And I just want to remind people, don't let them do that, because that is part of this plan. That is part of the devil's plan. Whether you think COVID is real or whether it's not, all that is all part of the devil's plan to confuse us, to trick us, to lie to us, and to make us turn on each other and to turn away from Jesus Christ. And in this time, we need Jesus Christ more than ever. And if you don't have a relationship with Jesus Christ, or if you feel that your relationship is broken with Jesus Christ, please remember that it is not broken. It is never too late. The door on Jesus Christ's side is always open. It's always open. All you have to do is be willing. Just be willing to have a relationship with him. Doesn't mean you're going to wake up in a couple hours and, oh, I'm this great Christian and life is good and wow, look at this, get carried away into the clouds by Jesus Christ. It doesn't work like that. The life of a Christian is a very tough one. And it's not easy. When you become a Christian, when you devote your life to Jesus Christ, your life gets harder. It does not get easier. And it's supposed to be that way because this is a temporary world. These are temporary things. And when we lean on Jesus Christ, we forget about all of those fears, all the worry, all the doubt, everything that is trying to tear us down every second of every day. We are spiritually under attack. Yes, physically too, all that too, but that doesn't matter. What matters is our spirit, and we are spiritually being attacked all of the time. 5G, all that stuff. Look into it. Whatever your view is on it, it is an attack. The radiation, what I'm doing right now, there's radiation involved here. It's everywhere. And, you can either crawl in a hole, you can try to fight it, whatever you can do, whatever you think that you should do, it's important to do something. And don't just be like still water, just water sitting in a pond somewhere, just sitting there, just, corroding or just whatever you want to call it, just, turning into a swamp, basically. But lean on Jesus Christ. Get to know him. Build your relationship with him. And if you believe that you have a strong relationship with Jesus Christ, remember that you are constantly under a spiritual battle and you have to constantly keep working on that. Don't let your guard down, because that's what the devil is waiting for. And it only takes one moment for that. And it's up to us to remember that it is never, ever too late. And tomorrow is always a brand new day. Today is a gift, and yesterday was a blessing. Very important things here as we go forward into what is the new world. And it's the new world that the devil is trying to make, if we let him, if we are willing. But if we are willing to follow Jesus Christ, it's going to be a tough road. But it is the road, it is the path, it is the one true path that we are always meant to be on. We were cut off from God, in some ways we still are. But we're rebuilding that relationship and we're trying to get closer to him. And it is very difficult for Christians who are used to going to church, who are used to being in a physical building, and we know that the church is just Jesus is the head of the church. We are the body of that church. But if when I go to a physical church, to a good church, I get a very positive spiritual feeling. I mean, an amazing feeling, an amazing blessing that I get that I'm not getting when I'm sitting at home watching church online. I'm just not. It is not the same. I'm ready to go back to church. That's where I want to go. I need that in my life. And maybe some of you don't. Maybe some of you don't want it. Maybe you've tried. You feel like you've tried and it didn't work, so you're giving up on it. Don't give up on it. There is a church out there for you. Where there are two or more, the power of prayer and that many people sitting in a church building, in a blessed building and praying is very powerful. You and I can pray here right now, and that is very powerful too. But when you have two or more, it's more powerful. That's the way I see it anyways. So just wanted to drop that line a little bit and remind people and to let everybody know Jesus Christ loves you. And he is always here for you and will never, ever leave you. We doubt, we doubt because we don't know. He doesn't doubt us. He already knows exactly what we're going to do. Since God doesn't dwell in time, it's already done. So I don't know what the real deal is with this COVID thing. All I know is I am taking it seriously. You know, I take the flu seriously too, and I don't get a flu shot. But I'm taking this seriously, and I'm not getting any COVID shot or anything like that. I'd rather die. Because if that's my time, if God wants me to go, a shot is not going to save me. It's not. And you can think, well, maybe God wants you to take that shot. Maybe. But if he does, it will happen. It will happen. He will do something. There will be some way that that shot gets injected into me. If it's God's will. And only he knows. I don't. But I pray about it. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to get there. I'm worried about the regulations that are continuing to come, the laws that the governor, that the states are passing, that they're just, you know, creating on their own for our good. We don't know any better. You know, we can't be trusted to handle this on our own, to make our own choices. No, we have to be forced to do that, and I don't like that. I've never liked that. You know, if it's good, if it's a good law, if it's a good whatever you want to call it, people will do it. They will do it. They will flock to it. They only flock to bad laws when they're tricked out of fear. And if I'm doing anything out of fear, then I have to really step back and think about, why am I really doing this? You know? So, God bless you all. Be back. Good afternoon, good evening, good day. Hey everybody, thank you all for joining me. Just wanted to break in here. You'll notice there are 2 live streams, I guess, going. The one that you're seeing in the background there, with all just some of the latest news, some older videos, so I'll be playing that throughout this day. But just wanted to stop in live and just kind of say hi to everybody. And you know, I used to do these, I always take notes when I'm in church, and so what I would do is then I would, while I'm driving home or something, I would just kind of give a recap of that service. And I haven't done that in a couple weeks. This is now, I think, the 3rd week that our church has been doing online services, only online services. So that's been a little challenging, I guess, and very, very different than what I'm used to. So, but today is a very special day. This is the Resurrection Day, Palm Sunday. There's a lot of different names for it, but we know what it means. We know what the meaning is. The meaning is very clear. The meaning is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Call it whatever you want. Call it Easter. It doesn't matter to me what you call it, because it is a name, and God knows what these names are. Yes, the names do have value. They have meaning. Yes, but He knows what's in your heart. So when you say, when a Christian comes up to me and says Happy Easter, I know that they really mean Happy Resurrection Day. I know what they're talking about. I don't need to correct them. I don't find the need to correct them, because if they're a Christian, if they're a follower in Jesus Christ, I know exactly what they're talking about. So that's all for that. But I was thinking about, where did this Easter come from? Like, how do we get to the name Easter? And it's kind of like the whole Christmas and Santa Claus thing, where, you know, it's all about Santa Claus and less about Jesus Christ. And Easter, you could think of it the same way. It's all about this bunny rather than Jesus Christ, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So today is April 12th. It was a really good sermon. Today is April 12th, 2020. We had a really good sermon once again. I'm always happy with these sermons here. And like I said, in the last 3 weeks, it's been very challenging because they're online sermons, and I'm not used to that. And I'm not really a big fan of the online service, period. So it was very challenging for me, but this week I decided to take some notes and I'll share a few of these. You know, the church service began with "He is risen. He is risen indeed." So somebody, you know, says "He is risen," we respond, "He is risen indeed." Pretty simple there. Today we celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. We have always been living under the sentence of death. That was a powerful statement that the pastor talked about today. And I think he used that from a quote or something he read from C.S. Lewis. And so when you think about that, we have always been living under the sentence of death. That's a powerful, powerful statement, and not one taken lightly, and probably not one that everybody wants to really hear. You know, and I understand why. You know, we don't want to hear it. We just want to hear the good news, you know. But there is a lot of bad news that comes along with it. And, you know, we begin this world already in trouble, already cursed, already, you know, with a few strikes against us, already playing catch up in some instances. In some ways, that's exactly what we are doing. So, again, I just want to thank everybody for joining me here on this very special Sunday, April 12th, 2020. We are live. Give me 1 second, and I'm just going to grab my scripture, and maybe we'll do a little reading over here too. This is the King James version that I have, but I will often. This isn't the one that I would recommend for new Christians, for people that are just learning about Jesus Christ. The New King James Version is probably the one that I would recommend, just to take a little, you know, break from that. You know, yesterday was a tough day, and I don't know, I'm sure everybody's kind of feeling it now with this whole quarantine thing, but yesterday was a really tough day. I had all these plans that I wanted to get done, and this anxiety really just overtook me to the point where, you know, I didn't want to do anything. And that's unusual for me. I don't often feel like that, but I'm still not sure why I felt like that, but for whatever reason, it was just like this, you know, like a paralyzing feeling, I guess, this helplessness. And just all these feelings about the last few weeks all flowing in at once, all flowing into the same place, and it was overwhelming. So I really needed to hear today's sermon, and I needed to make sure that I took some notes on this, because these are very powerful things. And you know, going to church for me is a big deal. I really need it. And not being able to be in a physical church is tough. It really has been a big challenge. So I look forward to getting back to it. So we have always been living under the sentence of death. That's how we start. But remember that the death is not the end. In Jesus, death ends with life. That's where it's all going. Once this life ends, once we are dead, then we are truly living. Then we find our purpose. You know, then we really get to where we are supposed to be, to who we are supposed to be. So I have a scripture written down here, 1 John 1, chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. We have eternal life, proclaim it. So I'm going to go to that. 1 John 1, 4. Actually, you know what? I'm going to read from my wife's Bible, because she has the New King James. Let's do that. First John, what did I say? 1 John 1 through 4. 1 John chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. That, let's see, where are we at here? Yes. What was heard, seen, and touched interesting, because that's the name of the sermon today. So, that which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked upon, and our hands have handled, concerning the word of life. The life was manifested, and we have seen, bear witness, and declare to you that eternal life, which was with the Father, and was manifested to us, that which we have seen and heard we declare to you, that you also may have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship is with the Father and with his Son Jesus Christ. And these things we write to you, that your joy may be full. Yeah, we need that joy. We need the full joy. We need Jesus Christ. Things like this, like what we're going through right now, should be a big reminder of how much we need God in our life, of how much we need Jesus Christ. The closer that we get to Jesus Christ, the more that we realize what our true purpose here is. That it's not about us. It's not about how this virus and everything we're going through affects us. Because we are temporary, on this world, in this earth, until Jesus comes back. It is all about him. What are we doing to build a relationship with God? What are we doing to build a relationship with Jesus Christ? And I just, I am reminded by that. And yesterday was a big lesson. It was like it felt like a spiritual test. And I did not pass it. I did not feel right until today when I woke up. Yeah, I had to spend all day yesterday watching Marvel movies, watching the Avengers and all that stuff, just to get away from it all. I am working on a book about the coronavirus, and probably only have about 40-50 pages of good notes and some useful stuff in there, but it's tiring, and I had to just stop yesterday and just not do anything. And again, that's pretty rare, for me. I usually don't feel like that. I usually have this drive and this purpose, but, getting out of my comfort zone and getting out of my routines has been a big challenge, and I'm not used to that. There are, times, there are things that I do want to be in control of. And right now, that's not happening. That's not possible. I'm not in control the way that I should be, that I feel that I should be. And maybe that's God's way of showing me that you're never in control. Don't try to be in control. Let him control the situation, and things will get better, and life will go on, and we will get through this. That's what I realize. I think had I not worked at Family Radio early on, or when before all the Harold Camping's End of the World stuff, had I not worked there, I might have taken the end of the world garbage a lot more serious than I do today. Today, it's almost to the point where I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear about the end of the world, because I worked at a place that ruined lives and took people's money and just, turned the Bible on its head, because they thought that the world was going to end, and they thought that they knew that they could understand the scripture better than what the scripture says, whether they will admit that or not. And that's why Family Radio is in the situation that it is in now. It's completely different, completely online. And after the prediction ended, after the May 21st, 2011 prediction ended, that didn't happen. October came, that didn't happen. And then Harold Camping passed away, and Tom Evans took over, and this guy named Rick came in. This money man, possibly Mormon guy, came in and just changed everything. And you could see that in some ways it was good, because I always felt, and I still do feel, that Tom Evans is a genuine human being that was misled by Harold Camping, and that did buy into some of that stuff, or felt that he was in a spot where he built up a relationship with Harold Camping to where they were more than just co-workers, that they were friends, that they were something else. But whatever the case was, the end of the world stuff was just, you have to admit that you're wrong with that. You have to learn from it. And so many people got fooled. So many people got tricked into thinking that the world was going to end. So anyways, I stay away from all of that. And when I look at the situation that we're in now, I don't even think about, oh, this is another clear sign that the world is going to end. There have always been signs that the world is going to end, and there always will be. Always. So you could use anything as a sign that the world is going to end. And then what? Then that's time that could be better spent, I think. It's time that could be spent with Jesus Christ. Let's see. Let me go back here. Just going to go back to my other notes. It is a very trying time, and it's a big test, especially when you I got into this routine around maybe 2008, up until at least 2014, 2015, where it's just like, I didn't want to have any. I didn't want to think that there would ever be times like this, but always wanted to stay ready in case something like this happened. And I'm glad that I did, but a lot of this stuff, you can prepare as much as possible and you still don't see it coming. The self-quarantine, definitely something that I did not see coming. The toilet paper pandemic, did not see that coming at all. So it was frustrating, it was very, very frustrating to realize that you can be as prepared as possible and still not be prepared. So stay spiritually prepared. Going back to this, okay, I just read 1 John 1, chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. These are the things that he talks about, the three hopes that he has seen, touched, and know with Jesus Christ. So those who walked with Jesus, his first disciples, all doubted Jesus at some point. That was a big point that the pastor made, was that even the people that walked with him, they all doubted him at some point. But when they saw him after he came back, that's when that's when their faith was, for some of them, the ones that did, that's when their faith was, it was completely unconditional, and they completely were focused on Jesus Christ at that point, because they had seen it, like Thomas, like we see. So seeing the risen Christ, they overcame their doubt. And that's another powerful statement. That's how they overcame their doubt, was to see him. So let's see, hope that was seen. 1 Corinthians 15, verses 1 through 8. First Corinthians. Oh, what I want to do, I want to go in this Bible here. First Corinthians. First Corinthians chapter 15. Verses 1 through 8. Okay. The risen Christ, faith's reality. Moreover, brethren, I declare to you the gospel which I preached to you, which also you received, in which you stand by, which are also you are saved, if you hold fast that word which I preached to you, unless you believe in vain. Let me read that over again, starting at 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 1. Moreover, brethren, I declare to you the gospel which I preached to you, which also you received, in which you stand, by which also you are saved, if you hold fast that word which I preached to you, unless you believed in vain. So you have to believe for the right reasons. For I delivered to you first of all that which I also received, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the Scriptures, and that he was seen by Cephas, then by the 12. After that, he was seen by over 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remain to the present, but some have fallen asleep. After that, he was seen by James, then by all the apostles. Then, last of all, he was seen by me also, as by one born out of due time. So that gives us an idea, even the ones who have seen him after death, still, some of them still kind of, quote unquote, fell asleep. And that is the hope that was seen. Now looking at the hope that was touched, we'll go to Luke 24:39. So let's go there. Luke, I am your father. Just kidding. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Luke 24:39. 24:39. Okay, we're going to read Luke 24:39 through 40. This is the hope that was touched. 39. 24. This is 24, yeah. 39. There we go. This is when Jesus appears to his disciples. Luke 24:39 through 40. Behold my hands and my feet, that is, I myself. Handle me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones, as you see I have. When he had said this, he showed them his hands and his feet. But while they still did not believe for joy and marveled, he said to them, have you any food here? So they gave him a piece of broiled fish and some honeycomb, and he took it and ate it in their presence. Pretty interesting. So that's the hope that was touched, and that looks like it's going back to the disciples, similar to what he said to Thomas. I think I'm going to put that, we can go to John 20:27 as well. But to put the Luke 24 into proper context, you probably do need to go Luke 24:36 all the way down to 43. That kind of puts it into a more proper context of what the situation is. But just powerful words, I think, is what we're seeing here. So we'll go to John 20:27. John 20:27. Okay, I think we'll actually start at John 20:24. Okay, we're gonna read from John 20:24 to John 29. Now Thomas, called the twin, one of the 12, was not with them when Jesus came. The other disciples therefore said to him, we have seen the Lord. So he said to them, unless I see his hands, the print of the nails, and put my finger into the print of the nails, and put my hand into his side, I will not believe. And after 8 days his disciples were again inside, and Thomas with them. Jesus came, the doors being shut, and stood in the midst, and said, peace to you. Then he said to Thomas, reach your finger here, and look at my hands, and reach your hand here, and put it into my side. Do not be unbelieving, but believing. And Thomas answered and said to him, my Lord and my God. Jesus said to him, Thomas, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed. Very powerful words there. Very powerful scripture. So, Pastor also talks about how this is a broken world that needs to be redeemed. It is a broken world. That's a very powerful statement. I really like that he said that. He also talked about this life matters because heaven is coming to earth. So heaven is coming to earth. It's not like we're going to some other place. He's saying that heaven is coming to earth. The two will meet. The resurrection is a preview of what is to come. I think that's also a very powerful statement too. The resurrection is a preview of what is to come, and we can see that clearly in these scriptures here. So think about the resurrection. When you read about the resurrection, think about what we're going to go through in our day. Okay, we should love this world like Jesus does. Jesus does love this world. You know, we are, oftentimes I'll say that we are not of this world, but in a sense we are, because we came from the dust, we came from the dirt, our bodies did, and therefore that's where we will go. But we should love this world like Jesus does. All right, and the disease beneath the disease is sin. So the real disease of this world is sin. Sin is the rebellion against God. And I thought that was a very powerful statement too, to say that sin is the rebellion against God. Wow, you know, the first to rebel against God would be the devil, right? So that is that where sin began? You know, did sin begin in the Garden of Eden? Was it before that? Sometimes I'm fascinated by that question. In the end, it doesn't really matter at this point, but it is a question, one of the many questions I'm sure that many Christians toggle with. So we have a fractured relationship with God. That's how we start out. In some ways, we are quarantined from Him. I thought that was a very powerful message that the pastor was talking about. Some ways we are quarantined from God, the way that the situation is right now. We're quarantined from each other, from our family, from our friends, from our loved ones, from our jobs. How many people are out of work right now? You know, just here in the USA, 10 million people, something like that. I mean, there is not one person on this earth that is probably not affected by this. This virus is reaching everywhere. Everywhere. And this world is damaged. This world is broken. This world needs to be redeemed. Everything that we see, everything that happens is a part of God's plan. That's hard for some people to understand, but it is true. It is all a part of His plan. All right, so we'll end with this. Let's end with John 17:3. That's the hope that we can know. Let's go to John 17:3. And then we'll go back to the quarantine zone. Okay. Jesus prays for Himself. John 17:3. And this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you have given me to do. And now, O Father, glorify me together with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. Before the world was, they were together. And it's an interesting thing when you think about the Trinity with God and Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, and how they're all one. It's all together, but it's all different at the same time. And we find that a lot in Scripture, a lot of these double-edged swords, what appear to be double-edged swords, and what the devil could use to call a contradiction. But that's because we're, simple-minded folk here, including the devil is a simple-minded folk, probably more so than any of us. In order to have that much power and to turn on God, there's got to be something wrong. So just want to say happy Resurrection Day to everybody. God bless you all. We're going to get through this. Make sure you hold fast to your Bible. Keep your Bible Read your Bible as much as you can. You know, this is all you need. This right here is going to save us. Nothing that we're going to see in this world is going to save us. Only our scripture can. Only Jesus Christ can. And that's where I hope you all go. That's where I hope you all follow. God bless you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are going to talk a little bit about death. And I think it is very appropriate. It was a very appropriate sermon today to talk about death with all of this coronavirus stuff going on and how it might get worse, could get worse, looks like it is going to get worse, at least through May. I read something this morning by the end of May, I think it is, there's going to be a coronavirus patient in every hospital. You know, people are We read in Matthew 6:19 through 21, "Do not lay up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:19 through 21. The cremation of Care receives thunderous applause as a human effigy is sacrificed before a giant owl, while men in jewelry clothing watch the body burn to ashes. Alex Jones filmed his experience in Monterey when he and Mike Hansen posed as invited guests entered the Bohemian Grove compound on July 15, 2000, and filmed the cremation of Care ritual. We now have the video evidence to suggest that what is happening at the Bohemian Grove is at least partially satanic. To worship an idol and to sacrifice something before that idol is a satanic act. Still, there are some who disagree with the satanic angle. Others might say, who cares about a bunch of drunken men dressing up as druids, burning a wooden person before a 40-foot owl? What's important to me is who these men are, and what they are doing at the Bohemian Grove, and why. In Mike Hansen's book, The Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, he writes, "Would you let your neighbor even walk your dog or babysit your children if they were sacrificing humans in effigy to some 45-foot stone owl god and chanting, 'O great owl of Bohemia'?" It's a very good question. The Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California, and the Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey. If the Bohemian Club is their office, then the Bohemian Grove is their golf course. The history of the 2700 redwood forest encampment known as the Bohemian Grove dates back further than the creation of the Bohemian Club. The Bohemian Club has been through a few transformations and relocations over the years. The club and the Grove are separated by a mere 100 miles. The history of the Bohemian Club dates back to 1872, but the 2-week encampment of the Bohemian Grove probably began in 1878, right before one of the founding members was going to relocate to New York. A big party was thrown for Henry Edwards, a founding member of the Bohemian Club. The party took place in the redwood forest of Martin County, where the Samuel P. Taylor State Park is today. An actor and head entomologist at the California Academy of Sciences, Henry Edwards, moved to New York City after his send-off party on June 29, 1878. The next year, 1879, the party continued, this time without Mr. Edwards. A night of liquor, socializing, sleeping in the redwoods of Marin and Sonoma County became the yearly tradition of the Bohemian Club members, guests, and entertainers. Part of the current Bohemian Grove location was rented out from 1893 until 1899, the year when it was purchased from Melvin Meeker, who ran a booming logging business in the Monterey area. The Bohemian Grove property expanded over time until it became the 2,700-acre encampment it is today. It is generally believed the Bohemian Club began as a fraternity among male journalists, artists, musicians, and others who enjoyed the entertainment arts of the late 1800s. Soon journalists and art lovers were joined by industrialists, banking elitists, and government officials. Also included as members or guests are corporate CEOs, Federal Reserve Board members, military contractors, oil companies, members of big media, and high-ranking foreign officials. Membership dues pay for the expenses and maintenance of both the club and the Grove. Despite a long waiting list to become a member of the Bohemian Grove, some people are given honorary membership titles. Others are invited guests, but mostly all are male unless they're employees. And even then, women are restricted to certain areas and curfews within the Bohemian Grove complex. There are over 100 camps inside the 160-acre main encampment. Some of the names of the camps are a bit creepy, like the Lost Angels or the Semper Virens. Other camp names like the Caveman Camp or the Silverado Squatter sound a bit more simplistic. It's believed that the Hillbilly Camp is where people like George Bush Sr. and Sons can be found. The Stowaway Camp is allegedly where the Rockefellers nest, but the Owl's Nest Camp is where the previous United States presidents throw away their cares for 2 weeks. Mike Hansen is the other guy that infiltrated the Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones in 2000. In his book, Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, he recounts his personal experience inside the Bohemian Grove and examines the history and inner workings of this annual gathering. Personally, I don't care who was the first to infiltrate the Grove or the first to film the cremation of Care. I just care what's going on inside the compound, which includes sacrificing dull care before a giant owl-like figure. If the people who are part of this mock sacrifice are people within our government, the American people do have the right to know. More so, we have to prove that they are discussing policy up there, which I believe we have done. In his book 9/11 Descent into Tyranny, Alex Jones described the owl-like figure. Quote, "As we were walking into the grove, we came within about 10 yards of the 40-foot stone owl that sits on the north side of the small lake. We were only about 7 yards away from the black altar that sits at the base of the owl." End quote. Page 196 of 9/11, Descent into Tyranny. Great book, out of print, but you can still get it online. Become a Prison Planet TV member. Now, there's no denying the ritual of sacrifice. Some say the cremation of care ceremony is harmless. Others believe it's satanic, like me. Either way, there should be no doubt that this ritual is in fact taking place once a year behind the property line of the Bohemian Grove. Mike Hansen writes in his book Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy that the year 2000 was a very interesting year because, quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate from the Bohemian Grove." Quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate." End quote. This was the same year Hansen and Alex Jones infiltrated the Grove's summer camp. The date was July 15, 2000. The hidden video footage of the cremation of care will forever mark a turning point in my life and my spiritual journey. Here was the physical evidence of what I already knew in my heart. The devil is not an allegorical figure. It is the temporary ruler of this world, of this physical presence every human is a part of. The Bible clearly states that the devil is the ruler of this world for a short time when Christ says, "My kingdom is not of this world," in John 18:36. Now thousands would flock to Christ for they knew he would heal them. Their belief that Jesus Christ was the one they had been waiting for was what truly healed them of their sicknesses. In the Christ home of Nazareth, as we read in Mark 6:5-6, he could do no mighty work there except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and healed them, and he marveled because of their unbelief. Mark chapter 6, verse 5-6. Because there were multitudes who knew who Jesus was. The scripture speaks of thousands of people at a time being fed by Jesus. The Christ laid his hands on the blind and made them see. Jesus looked into the souls of the crippled who believed in him and made them walk. He even brought a little girl back to life. And as the end of the Gospel of John, we read, "And there are also many things that Jesus did, which if they were written one by one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written." Amen. That's from John chapter 21, verse 25. So just examining the things we do know about Jesus Christ, I have felt his love jump off the pages of the living word and into my own heart. The darkness that clouded my mind faded as I read more about Christ. Imagine thousands of people seeing Jesus from afar, get on a boat, and head into the sea with his apostles. Scripture tells us many knew him and ran there on foot from all the cities. They came to him. Our hearts today, we're so self-centered, so self-focused. He knocks at our door now. I think he always did. Jesus and his disciples were on their way to a deserted place to rest after hearing of the beheading of John the Baptist by King Herod. When they arrived to the deserted place, thousands were waiting for them, hoping to greet Christ and hear his teachings. And then we read in Mark 6:34, "And Jesus, when he came out, saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion for them, because they were like sheep not having a shepherd. So he began to teach them many things." And he's still teaching us today. But just imagine what he would teach us if he was in front of us. Things that we probably would have a hard time comprehending. So he would speak in parables to the people, but I don't believe that he only spoke in parables. Just my view on that. I often feel like one of those sheep who ran across the cities, around the sea, just to be near our Lord. What God chose me, I must observe, and what I observe, I must put into action. God did not desire for people to sacrifice their children to Moloch, or to sacrifice a wooden body to anything, to any idol. To sit before any idol, praising it and clapping for it as something burns. If powerful people who run this world are participating in or are orchestrating the cremation of care ritual at the Bohemian Grove, then the public has the right to know who they are and why they would attend something like this, especially if we're voting for them. We will continue to expose the horrors surrounding sacrificial death and the child rape that John DeCamp speaks about in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 33 to 35. "And they have turned to me the back, and not the face, though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them. Yet they have not listened to receive instruction, but they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire of Moloch, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin." People pass their sons and daughters through the fire of Moloch, all because they were deceived by the evil one. If we don't read the scriptures, we may miss the warning of what we should do, but more importantly, we will miss what God wants us to do while we are here on earth, which is to spread the word, spread the truth, spread the way. What is the way? Christ is the way. I was looking for information about September 11th, 2001, when I came across Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, a documentary video exposing a bunch of men in druid costumes burning a human effigy in front of a giant 40-foot owl before a crowd of happy Grove members and selected guests. In my opinion, Moloch is just another name for the devil. I believe all evil relates back to the devil. That doesn't excuse the evil each human chooses to do. False idols like Moloch serve to promote evil and spread the word of the devil, which can be viewed as belief that the God in the scriptures is not real, or that there are multiple gods. In the foreword to Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, Tex Mars writes, quote, "It appears that the ancient Canaanite and Hebrew deity Moloch is represented in the Bohemian ritual by a 42-foot owl. Shrouded in flames, this owl deity is surrounded by druidic priests and other characters. During the ceremony, these victims are sacrificed. Their screams and shrieks pierce and shatter the still night air. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed for a reason, so if the actions of the Bohemian Grove are similar to those of the two fallen cities, then the Grove may suffer the same fate. If Senator John DeCamp's book about claims of child abuse on Bohemian Grove property is true, the truth should come out. Those who testify to such claims should not be ridiculed, harassed, or punished with years of imprisonment. That will cause more victims to think twice about coming forward with their stories of similar abuse. John DeCamp was sued for the claims that are made in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, and the book, The Franklin Cover-Up, covers how he won that lawsuit. So what does that tell you? If you've never read The Franklin Cover-Up by Johnny Camp, please consider doing so. I did, and I cried. It was a very tough thing to read. But if the allegations are true, and if this is happening at the Bohemian Grove and places like it, why would you not want to expose that? Why would you not want to let the people know this? The Franklin Cover-Up is a lot deeper than just what happens at the Bohemian Grove, but it deals with a child sex ring where high-profile people within government parties and within our governmental system are having sex with children. That's what we're talking about here. At the very least, that is satanic. Mike Hansen wrote, quote, "The Bohemian Club's historical annals even admitted their obsession with the occult and what they call Druid rituals. Amongst the great redwood trees, they revived ancient ceremonies that in truth had their roots not in the Druids, but in Babylon itself." End quote. These next verses from Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20 are something that are just as relevant right now as they ever were. "Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them." Again, that's Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20. Matthew is one of my favorite books, and I would recommend the book of Matthew for anyone who is trying to study the Word of God to learn more about Jesus Christ. Start with Matthew. So who are the people that attend the Bohemian Grove's annual gathering? More so, who attends the cremation of care ritual and why? Because not every person that goes to the Bohemian Grove gathering necessarily attends the cremation of care. The Cremation of Care is a play that is put on as a main event for that evening, but there's nothing that says that everyone has to attend the Cremation of Care. So that's something the insiders would know about, not me. Bill Clinton was asked about the Bohemian Club, and he said, "The Bohemian Club? Did you say the Bohemian Club?" "Yeah," responded the man who dared to ask the former president such a question. As Clinton answered, the man was escorted out of the building for speaking out of turn. "But it's a valid question." Clinton continued, "That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right?" The crowd responded with laughter, and Clinton kept on. "I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air." Whatever that means. I don't believe the Bohemian Club is limited to Republicans dancing naked in the woods, but it's important to note that former presidents Calvin Coolidge, William Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr. and Jr. have all been known to attend the Bohemian Grove festivities. Henry Kissinger has admitted to attending the Bohemian Grove Summit. James Baker and Dick Cheney have also attended the Grove. They're all Republicans. Alex Jones stated, quote, "There are about 95 different clubs within the Bohemian Club. All the different clubhouses and log cabin style mansions that are built into the cliffs have different names and different memberships. The most elite club, according to press reports, is Mandalay, with Henry Kissinger and Paul Volcker, former Federal Reserve Chairman, and other New World Order bosses." End quote. Mike Hansen wrote that, quote, "About 1/5 of the membership are either directors of one or more of the Fortune 1000 companies, corporate CEOs, top government officials, current and former, and members of important policy councils or major foundations. The remaining members are mostly regional business/legal elites, with a small mix of academics, military officers, artists, and medical doctors. Most of them are Californians. 70% or more are political conservatives, and 99% of them are white, and all of them are very, very rich." End quote. That's from Mike Hansen's book, page 35, Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy. Anyone can do a little search and see that some of the known members of the Bohemian Club include writers Mark Twain and Jack London. Some of the attendees, not necessarily members of the club, included Nelson Rockefeller, Charlie Chaplin, Barry Goldwater, Bing Crosby, and former German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt. In the foreword to Mike Hanson's book, Tex Mars also wrote that Nixon also admitted that it was the warm and enthusiastic reception he received after one of his talks at the Bohemian Grove encampment that proved to be the catalyst for his subsequent successful political campaign for the presidency of the United States. Mars added that Ronald Reagan's talk to the assembled movers and shakers translated later into media support and millions of dollars in the Reagan campaign coffers. End quote. During their infiltration, Alex and Mike saw only one African American, and they suspected he was a simple worker at the Grove, not a member. Of course, later on, Alex Jones would say that he saw Danny Glover at the Bohemian Grove. That was a trip. Alex also mentioned that some of the elderly white people were not very happy that Danny Glover was there. Star of Predator 2, of course. Now, while they were getting to their place to film the cremation of care, they had just received a pamphlet or a full-color program about the 121st annual cremation of care. Hanson purposely wanted to sit behind the other members because he didn't want anyone sitting behind him because they might see the camera that they had in a bag somewhere. So, of course, in Hanson's book, he mentions that someone could have noticed that he forgot to cover the little red light on the camera. And then he makes it very clear that God was with him. So Alex Jones and Mike Hanson both believe that God was with them. Alex Jones and Mike Hanson were able to witness the cremation of care firsthand and film it in its entirety. They almost got themselves caught several times while inside the encampment. When questioned, Jones just said he was with the Hillbillies. Alex Jones made it clear that the Hillbilly Camp is the camp that the Bushes are members of. And before the cremation of care began, Mike Hanson was handed a printed program of the 121st annual cremation of care, which would imply that the first such ritual took place in 1879, as Hanson pointed out. Hanson is certain that at least by 1913, the cremation of care was taking place inside the Bohemian Grove. 13 years after Alex Jones and Mike Hanson infiltrated the Bohemian Grove, interest in the activities of the Grove continues to grow. This year, like last year, many members from We Are Change San Francisco and East Bay will join in the protests against the Bohemian Grove 2-week summit. The fight against evil is the choice between temptation from Satan and following God. It's all about sacrifice. What they do is sacrifice. They want to sacrifice us to save them. But what Christ did is he sacrificed himself to save us. It's a big difference. And you find that in a lot of these satanic ventures, they do things backwards. They'll put the cross upside down. Instead of Jesus, they'll say Jeebus. Or you have somebody like Kanye West who, tries to make himself God or whatever. It's still wrong. So it's good to point those things out. And we need to point these things out. We don't need to make laws about it and need to bash it over people's heads or anything or burn them at the stake. You should call out evil where you see it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if someone thinks that it's wrong for you to call out evil, don't be around that person. There's no point. So let's go back to Bohemian Grove 2012, Once Upon a Lie.
Your helicopter makes me feel more secure, big brother. Thank you.
That was Manny Trev. So 2012, yeah, there were helicopters, lots of helicopters. I don't know what they were doing. Mark Dice was on the guest list, according to Mark Dice. And no one else, but Dice was great, and he was on fire. Really on fire. Doug Millar was there. Deborah Tavares, she was there. She was great. Here's Cindy Sheehan. Yeah, we were there. I don't know. It did seem like there were a few people there that were there just to start trouble, start smack. Yeah, I don't know. I think when you go to a protest like this, yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone's free to do whatever they want, like my friend Sean says. It's like, you can do whatever you want, you know, if you want to do this or that, but you don't represent us. We're going to do our own thing. We do want a peaceful protest. And I did feel like there were a couple people there that were there just to purposely start smack and didn't really care about the truth or anything like that. They just wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. So we kept our cameras rolling. Whenever you're at these things, keep your cameras rolling. I think overall it was a very, very peaceful day. I don't know. Some of the people were like blocking the traffic, and I'm not cool with that. I don't believe we should block any of the traffic or anything like that. So I do want to keep it peaceful, and they say, oh, you're supporting bad laws or whatever, but you know, you make your own choices towards what you want to do. Fight your battles the way you want to fight them. I'm gonna fight my battles the way I want to fight them. Yeah, I think for about 30 seconds there was a lot of riot police out there for 30 seconds maybe. Then they realized that we weren't really going to do anything. We're just there to make our voices heard. And we did. In 2012, they did. They made their voices heard. Cindy Sheehan, she was on fire. It was yeah, it was awesome. They had a marching band, a parade, kind of. You know, it was great. If you cut to about the 4:35, 36 mark, there's a guy who screams at the cops, and there's just no reason for that. There's no point for that. I see nothing. Nothing is gonna come out of that. Nothing productive will come out of that. I didn't get that. I didn't understand why they were just standing there yelling at some of the cops. But that's just me, you know. I don't like to yell. It's just so there's time for action, it's time for action. But if you're gonna sit there and talk and yap and run your mouth, that's not the time for action. That's just stirring up trouble, I think. Mark Dice was one of the first people that I found on YouTube that I actually took seriously, because the issues that he was talking about, the things that he was talking about, I took them personally. And so I know a lot of people say everything has to be personal, you got to make it personal. Well, it doesn't need to be made personal. You don't have to make someone think that it's personal. If it's personal, they'll know it's personal, and they'll do something because it's personal. So it just all depends on how personal we take things, I guess. But Mark Dice was really on fire. Doug Miller.
Broken or shoulder dislocated from the police for daring to just step over the police line. What a dangerous senior citizen he was, daring to step over the police line as a senior citizen. That you should have slammed him down to the concrete, broken his teeth out. Doug Miller, senior citizen, abused by the police for daring to step over the line. What an evil terrorist that senior citizen Doug Miller was. He was passing out flyers. Proud of these people back there that you're charging are responsible for murder. They murdered my own son. You guys stand up for Cindy's son, you scumbags. Are you proud of roughing up an old man? Does that make you happy? Do you sleep well at night? I hope you all have nightmares. I hope you all have nightmares. Why did Senator John DeCamp say that in the 1980s that boys were sexually abused and shot child porn in the Bohemian Grove? That's not an internet rumor. That's a former Senator John DeCamp said that Paul Bonacci and other children were taken into the Grove in the 1980s and sexually abused and shot child porn by one of the groups in here.
It's very true, and that is one of the allegations from John DeCamp's book. That it didn't make it to the final version for some reason, but
It's definitely there. All of what Paul Benaki says, time to investigate it, right? So the 2013 Grove was a little more spiritual. It felt very spiritual. I titled this one Lie Another Day because I just felt like this is just another day in the lies of what happens at the Bohemian Grove and all of the things that they're doing there and everything that we know about and don't know about. Just the little that we do know is bad enough. I mean, when you think about how much we don't know about the Bohemian Grove, just the little bit of information that researchers and journalists like Alex Jones have been able to uncover has really helped us make the Bohemian Grove not only a hot topic, but a truthful topic, and has really shown that, look, at the very least, we need to look into this more. We need to really see what these people are doing here, who these people are. We always talk about the rich, the 1%, blah, blah, blah. This is where they are. This is where a lot of them go. So this is our day in history. They lied for one more day. We got to expose their lies just one more day. And that's what I loved about this video. I love this video. This is probably one of my favorite videos. Lie Another Day, Bohemian Grove 2013. Yeah, the video starts out, you'll see some of the memorabilia or some of the things you could buy from the Bohemian Grove gift shop. And one of the activists who showed up brought a bunch of things for us to film. A little mug. He even had maps. He had a couple maps of the Bohemian Grove outline and showing the 2,700 acres and Bohemian Club Halcyon. So Halcyon must be one of their clubs, and a church about Halcyon. Sean.
Bohemian Grove is about control.
He's right.
Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property. Okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private grove here. It's not just their own personal security. And they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, So, it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
Feels so wrong, I don't belong in a government camp with fake rap and fake actors who still can't act. I see lies, I see truth, not the color of you. I want proof, I want clues, not emotional fools. I might snap looking back at the way that I was, still reacting to my past of a wannabe thug. Didn't care about the facts, didn't love all people. It's hard to love yourself when you know that you're evil. Then I got saved, but I still wouldn't change. I played games with no shame, still remember the rage. Flip the page to today, now I see all my faults. See the damage that was done, and see what I lost. And it depresses me daily, stressing me crazy. So embarrassed I didn't care if my actions shamed me. Why did they divide racial stereotypes to get us all to kill each other tonight?
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Life's a trip when you're begging to live. You wanna give 110, they want you to give in. I hate sin, don't pretend that I'm better than men. Done a lot of bad things that I'll never forget. Every day I wear scars, didn't learn from the burns. Didn't think of giving up when it wasn't my turn. Every time I fall down, face first in the ground, I see another false flag and a king uncrowned who got played by the bosses. Stabbed with a lie, left Laredo in the cold so the president dies. Wanna play these spy games, but you won't sell your soul. You're compartmentalized, only so far you go. But if you won't serve the eye, then they might suicide you. Take away your rights, but they don't have the right to. Kill a bunch of people, then they tell us a lie with two sides, only left and right.
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you. It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
For you people out there that do not know Spanish, Monte
For those
Rio.
for those of you who don't hablo español.
Hablo Espanol. It's
Español.
Monte Rio. Yes, that's right. It's gonna be up in Sonoma County. Greg, I'm gonna go ahead and let you take the rest of the segment here.
Take the whole thing?
And go ahead and explain what we have in store and what we're gonna be doing out there at Monte Rio, which is basically about a mile away from Bohemian Grove. How long was the march last year? The march.
It didn't feel like a mile though.
Yeah.
It felt like maybe a half a mile.
Yeah,
maybe,
the march last year, I mean, maybe it's because we were so excited and so happy to be there.
Maybe it was that far, but yeah, I don't know.
It seemed like a pretty far walk. But yeah, so make sure, let me just say this real quick. Bring your walking shoes, bring a backpack with water in it, bring some food, bring a lunch.
There is a park
you know what I'm
with
saying?
a restaurant that's very close by.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees that you could probably go pee on.
It's a long drive too, so don't feel like maybe we miss it. No, you won't miss it.
No, it's yeah.
You won't miss it.
No, you won't miss it. It is a long drive. Last year it took us because we drove from the East Bay 510. It took us about 2.5 hours just to get there.
Yeah, it's a long drive.
just to even get to Bohemian Highway took at least like an hour and a half.
And then we kept driving, and I kept thinking, did we go too far? Did we go too far? But no, because you will come to where it says Bohemian Ave, right?
Yeah.
You will come right there, and then you will know. And you will see a giant river, or a giant dam, an empty river right in front of you. You will come to the end of a street, okay?
Yeah, so it's quite a journey.
It
and
is.
don't think you're lost. Don't make sure you take your GPS out there, get your phone.
Yeah.
Cell phone service isn't the best, but it is existent.
I'm sure
work.
hoping that we can, because I would like to maybe get a Skype going.
Yes, and that I do encourage. I encourage any person going out there with a electronic leash, with a video camera for the NSA to spy on you and listen to you. Bring it. Bring it. We work in the light. We already know they're spying on every single one of us. I mean, every single person in this country is a freaking animal. Because animals don't have privacy. You're an animal. Face it.
I'm not an animal.
Well, they treat you like animals.
They can treat me like whatever.
Right, no, I'm not an animal either. I have my dignity. But that's what they look at us as. Useless eaters. We're cattle. We're just cattle to them. Are you a cow? Are you cattle? You just have a number? But again, like I said, I'm going to let you finish up this segment, Rick.
They live in
No.
a dream world.
Yeah, let me
somewhere.
let you finish up the segment and
come back to
yeah. Let me let you finish this because I will go off into my rant mode and you've seen it in previous episodes, I'm sure. So great. Protests at Bohemian Grove.
Well, this is going to be a 3-week thing. So not only are we doing it this weekend, they're going to be doing it for the following 2 weekends after that. So there'll be different groups doing different types of protests and marches and stuff, but we are going to kick it off on the 13th. On the 13th, Saturday, we're gonna be there, and we will have some bullhorns. We will have some signs.
2 bullhorns that I do know about. Two of which are mine.
We will have flyers. Believe it or not. We will also have cameras, and
Yes.
we will be filming this whole thing.
The camera that you are watching us on will
Probably
be there.
Hopefully, it's
As
one
well
of the
as
last
several
ones.
others.
Yeah.
There's also going to be several other cameras there, myself
yeah.
included.
I remember last year we had Cindy Sheehan and Mark Dice came, so let's see if they come this year. It looks like Cindy Sheehan will be coming. She might not come to the one that
I mean,
we're
what
doing.
more could you ask for? I mean, you got Mark Dice, who's hardcore on the right, and you got Cindy Sheehan, who's hardcore on the left.
No, they're not left or right.
I mean, I don't know. Some people would say that Mark Dice is a conservative,
he's
but
just-
others would say he's a
just
liberal. But
he's-
then others would say that Cindy Sheehan is a liberal.
I would say
and
that
others would
they
say
are-
she's a commie.
I would say that they are none of that. They are what they say they are, pretty much. So
The false left-right paradigm.
We can call them whatever we want to call them, but they can say that about us, and it would only be based on the
Well,
little.
remember, I'm just
little bit that they
I'm just a religious fundamentalist according to the mainstream populist's view because I believe in Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't know about
And that's
that.
dangerous. Oh my God. All right. Well, anyways, enough of my ranting and having fun.
So
8 o'clock in the morning, Saturday, and also Friday night. So what's planned for Friday night? I'm not gonna be able to make it out there Friday night. I'm not sure if you will. A few of the friends will be able to make it out there Friday night. What is it that they'll be doing?
Well, hopefully they will be catching a few of the Bohemian Grovers flying into a small little airport known as the Santa Rosa Airport. And hopefully they will be able to catch some of the guests and possible members of the Bohemian Grove coming in for this 2-week gala.
So basically, I like how you use the word gala. Well, anyway, because that just sounds funny. So anyways, they're basically going to be trying to do some Jim Tucker, rest in peace, type of investigative journalism.
No, you can't even
photo
do that.
shots from a distance.
You can't even do that. I mean, Tucker's on a whole nother
No,
level.
inspired by Tucker. I'm not saying these people are Jim Tucker, rest in peace. All that I'm saying is that these patriots and American, patriots of the modern second revolution or whatever you want to call it, 76 part 2, they're going to be out there attempting to photograph some of these powerful people.
And there's only one way in to the Grove. It's just one street. So that's why there's one spot where we stand at, and that will be the big spot to just make our voices heard. While also there will be cars going in to the Grove and possibly coming out, so you never know who you're going to see coming in or coming out. Now, after the lights go out, nobody knows what happens in that small little town or other towns. If you happen to stay at one of the hotels there and you fancy one of their bars or some of their restaurants, you never know who you might accidentally end up talking to or buying a beer for. But I would always love to see Alex Jones there. I would love to see him show up and help us with the protest. But we have to remember that Alex Jones showing up is no different than Manny Trev showing up, or Sean showing up, or Greg showing up. There's no difference really. We need as many people as
Don't
we
lie,
can.
dude. You're just Alex Jones' best fan.
Well, I do have a book
I'm just
here
messing with
signed
you.
by Alex Jones. It's not even his book, so I don't
Wait,
know
he
how
signed
I got
that shit?
Yeah, he signed it. Signed it.
Oh, yeah, just-
29 of 50, so I was the 29th person to buy this.
I got you.
So,
Looks
this
like
is a
Alex
great
was
book.
getting tired at 29 signatures. It's like,
This is, yeah, he's like 29 of 50. But that's really, really cool because, hey, you know, there's only 50.
you know, and I give a lot of shit to Alex Jones. You know,
You give him? You do give him.
I mean,
You do give him.
and I'm not gonna come out here as an Alex Jones hater, all right?
No,
because
because
I'm
you-
not.
you
I'm
have
not an
backed-
Alex Jones
backed
hater.
me up. You backed
I'm
me
not
up
an
to
Alex
do
Jones hater, and I'm not a Jones bot. I just want to make that clear. I mean, there is a lot of good
Is there
stuff.
anybody that's a Jones bot?
There is a lot of
Nobody's
not
a
you,
Jones
but
bot. Seriously,
there's a handful of
I
people.
mean, really, we
Are they really even Jones
they
bots,
really
or is that
Jones
just
bots?
some
That's
liberal
just a
jackass
label.
or some conservative idiot just trying to justify
It's just
hating on
it's
you?
just to like silence us. Well, don't
Right.
like Alex Jones
Right.
too much. You know, you can like him within this lukewarm range, but don't be really, you know, or be very cold, but don't
Or
be
you'll
very
be-
passionate, because if you're passionate, then that means you're a follower.
You're labeled
That means
as
you're
a
this,
Jones
and
bot.
it's like, no, dude, everything that you believe in, everything that you do, you should have passion for. If somebody were to sit here and talk smack about this guy here, I would have the same passion towards him as I would towards Alex Jones. They're just people. They're just regular people like us who are trying to make a difference.
Wait,
in
but
this
Alex
world.
Jones is a Stratford agent, CIA operative, Jesuit,
Okay, right,
Vatican
yeah,
assassin from Planet Pop
You
Tart.
know what? I would say whoever smelt it dealt it. So maybe you are too. And how does that feel? Because I mean, how does it really feel to sit there and accuse everybody
Well,
else?
let me
of
just
being
end this
maybe
now.
you are.
Let me just end this now. For us to sit here and then fight over stupid ass shit like that, you're taking your eyes off of. You're taking your eyes off of that. So you want to come and argue with me about, you know, it's a effigy. It's not an actual human. And, you know, Snowden's an agent while completely ignoring the whistleblowing aspect. And, you know, Mark Dice is COINTELPRO while completely ignoring what he's trying to expose. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't understand what's wrong with the so-called truther movement. It's like, a lot of you out there are, and I understand the whole controlled opposition shit. I understand COINTELPRO.
But don't you think
No, check it out. Let me just finish. Check it out. No, it is. But it's just this, what's the word I'm looking for? Anathema or something. It's like this, you just can't get rid of it. You can't, it's just, they're there. It's gonna be there. That's what COINTELPRO's objective is. Is
The
to
evil's
create
there. The evil
infighting.
is always there.
Is to create you arguing over, oh, Alex Jones, he would have never gotten into Bohemian Grove unless he was an FBI agent or
I
with
heard
them,
that
or he's with them. There's no way he could do that.
Yeah, that was
You know,
that was a good.
and it's funny because there's a lot of people out there that give the Illuminati this description of being
They give them a
omnipotent,
power.
omnipotent and powerful.
That gives them more
You know what
power
I'm saying?
than
That makes
anybody
that's like
from
making
this.
that's making the paper tiger an actual tiger.
Right, but right.
You know what I mean? It's the allegory of the cave. You know, the Illuminati ain't shit. They're a bunch of fucking bitches, and I'll flip off the camera because I hate the Illuminati.
But that's why.
Because I hate evil.
We don't give
Anyone that's trying to commit evil against me, my family, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just there's no holds barred there. So I'm gonna get out and expose and talk about it and do what I gotta do. But I'm not gonna go out there and criticize Mike Rivero because all he ever talks about is the freaking Zionists. I'm not gonna go out there and criticize.
okay, now
I'm
are
not
there-
gonna go out there and just sit there talking crap about Alex Jones 24/7 because, you know, oh, he might be a Jesuit. Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Or I could go out there and just sit here talking shit about Jack Blood all day, or the Corbett Report. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck does that get you? Pardon my French. I'm getting passionate here. But
busted something. Busted the. So bad the tree was there.
Railroad, Tahiti, and outside. You said it was here. You had to replace it. Oh, no. I don't know them.
The other side.
That was like 2 years. Yeah.
Bradley. Here I am in the Bohemian Grove watching the helicopters monitor through the area. As we already have them monitored and we covered them, we know what is going on in Bohemian Grove.
The whole world is watching. Assume it's on all the time.
Merely an exercise of letting them know that we are here. What are we here for? We are for freedom, the true freedom that our fathers and forefathers and others truly fought for here in the United States of America.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Seriously, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Fortunately, we have the wealthy 1%, or let's just say the 0.1%, that are taking control of governments worldwide through various means and overthrowing to establish a new world order.
Knew what the hell they were selling on spec. And I marched in the Battle of Seattle too, though not in the streets with you. I was globalizing profit, you were yelling, hey, come off it. Now I'm still splurging even more.
It's gonna be, I don't know if that's gonna stay up there.
The Bohemian Grove, they will come. They will gather from the world and begin to talk about implementation and about execution of their plans and by what means they will accomplish these things. We understand that eventually these new world orders will lose everything and will be cast out. They don't know this, they don't buy it. However, it's already been sold. But the point is, we're here to make a point. Well, they don't have much to buy anything here, though. Let me improve the economy if you just drive through. Again,
Okay, my friend. Tell us your experience in the Grove.
Well, when the Bohemians are not here in the Bohemian Grove, they rent it out to, you can rent it for a day to have a private event there. So when I was maybe like, I don't know, 13, 14 years old, I was actually attending a private event in the Bohemian Grove. I can tell you that everything you see in Alex Jones movies, his documentaries, is absolutely true.
Wow.
The statue of Moloch, there for you, right there for you to see. Where they have the fireside chats, all that, the stages, everything that's there.
Wow. So you've seen this?
Yes.
Wow.
I've written on those little tram things that you take up.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I can tell you, it's all true.
Is it pretty wild out there, you think,
Yes,
or
it
what?
has a very, very negative energy.
Really?
I would
That's
never,
what I get.
You can pay me $1 million to go back in the Bohemian.
Really?
It's,
Wow.
I won't go inside.
But you're gonna march with us.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there in March. And yeah.
So why did you come out here? Not too many people could make it out here. We almost got lost. So it's not an easy place to find.
I think it's my duty because I live here in Sonoma County. I live in Santa Rosa.
Okay.
So I need to be out here because I'm local, and this affects me like first and foremost before everybody else because I'm from this area. So it was my duty to come out here and do that.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate you taking the time.
I already got my first interview.
It's easy to say. Of course, which side are you on? Over and over again. Comes out of West Virginia, the miners movement.
You're a concerned citizen?
Yes.
And you have a nice shirt here that we see. Don't tread on me. Is there any particular reason why you wore that, knowing that we're going to the Grove? Is the snake? Is there any symbolism there, or what's the deal?
Well, I just wanted to make a statement when I'm coming out here. I know there's a lot of people with Occupy, And I think that Occupy is halfway there. They kind of have half the story, but they don't have the other half of the story. And that's what this shirt is about.
Right on.
Is getting that out to those people.
Do you have any words for the people who are going to the Grove, the people who have never heard of the Grove, and the people who are thinking about becoming members?
Well, the people that are going to the Grove, you're going down. Okay, it's just a matter of time. Sooner or later, it's going to catch up with you. The people that are thinking about going to the Grove, don't do it, because you have to sell your soul to the devil in order to do it. So if you want to be a Satanist, you want to go up there to the Grove and do your little Satanist thing, then that's your prerogative, but it's going to bring you down.
And what about the members?
The members of
the Bohemian Club, yes.
Basically, they're treasonous. You can't go up to the Bohemian Grove and talk about the things they're talking about. That's against the law. It's against the Logan Act, as it's been pointed out.
How do you feel about the cremation of care?
Oh my God, it's a satanic ritual, and it has no place in our society or in our world.
Awesome.
These people, I mean, I guess it's a freedom of speech for them to do that, but I mean, it doesn't belong in our society as far as I'm concerned, from a moral standpoint.
All right, thanks a lot, brother. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah.
While you folks are listening to this song, feel alright. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright.
Creation of care, that's cool.
Let's get together. One heart. Let's get together and we'll feel alright.
The point is, they are not in control. We are here to tell them what control is really in place and coming. And until that time comes, they will continue to do these things and try to make us supporters of their plan. But all in all, behind it all, there is a bigger plan in view, and they do not even see that, and they mock it, actually. And they don't understand that these things that are coming together now will eventually be the downfall of them all. For one of us will put 10,000 of them to flight. And this is all by the power of Yahuwah and the Lamb, Yahushua Mashiach, the power that truly rules. We know this. Satan's time and his minions are many right now, and we are few. But if we submit to truth and follow it, the truth always stands when all else falls.
All right.
I'm Walter Bradley, and this is Heart Talk at Bohemian Grove in Monterey, California. Join us later on. We'll talk more about this on Heart Talk.
Don't be shy. Occupy.
All right, well, we are here at what we call Bilderberg West, and we are standing in front of what appears to be the property line of the Bohemian Grove.
a lot of people came out here for many reasons. There's still a lot of cars leaving. There's still cars coming in. You can tell the cars that are probably members or guests of the Grove because their cars have been washed. They haven't been dried, but they've been washed. Then you have other cars that come out that haven't been washed, and those are probably people that work here. That's just my guess. But you do have a lot of workers here who are being forced to walk probably a couple miles just to get into the front gate of the Bohemian Grove. The sheriffs today have been really, really nice, or should I say the sheriff's deputies have been very, very nice to us here, and they're at least giving us the freedom to protest. So I do believe that this also shows that we do have some rights in this country. We do have some freedoms, and we're going to keep fighting for those freedoms, because the people back here are part of the problem in this country. They're part of the problem in this world. But in the spiritual battle, this is where we are going to find the satanic worshipers. This is where we are going to find the ones who want to willingly serve the devil. And I'm not saying every person that comes in here wants to willingly serve the devil, but if you do, this is definitely the place where you need to go. You need to be here. So if you want to sell your soul and you're not invited to the Bohemian Grove, well, maybe you're not on the devil's top list. And maybe there's still hope for you. Maybe there's still a chance that you might see that the cremation of care is a satanic ritual. Whether the people in here know it, whether the people that are walking by know it, we know it. And the one thing that we do know is that we are going to continue to fight for truth. And we are going to do this for our own reasons. My personal reason is in the name of Jesus Christ. Everything I do right now is for God, is for Christ. And so my goal is to shine a big spotlight that was already there 20 years, 30 years ago, maybe 100 years ago. People have known about the Grove, but we are going to continue this and keep that light shine. Keep the light shown on the Bohemian Grove because of what they're doing in the cremation of care. And because these are people, some of them claim they're Christians, some of them claim that they really care about our country. If they did, they would not be having policy discussions here. They would not be doing lakeside chats where the future of our nation is talked about. So this is Greg, and we're standing out here in front of the Bilderberg West, also known as the Bohemian Grove. We were here before, we're here today, and we're going to be here as long as it takes to get rid of the Bohemian Grove and to let people know that what they are doing here is satanic. That's my message. Thank you. The cremation of care has really touched me personally because it really brings right in front of my eyes, right in front of my face, the physical evil that we face now. And there is a very strong evil presence that would love for us to join with evil, and to become part of the New World Order, what they call the shadow government. Of course, only certain people are going to be invited, and even less people are going to be accepted into the Bohemian Grove and into the Bohemian Club, and also into various groups that have taken control over our country and have in many ways taken control over the whole world. So this is a global fight, it's a global struggle, and we are just going to let the world know that there are people who will resist this evil. We are not just going to join forces with the evil because of how powerful it is, because of how big it is. We are going to continue to fight this evil because we don't have any other choice. If you've already came to the conclusion that you are not going to join evil, then you already stand with us.
Confidence kills with common sense. Some people need to quit. The fact that I quit, strong and sickly, sick of me. Choking down the dialogue. This alcohol never burns so well. There will always be a drink to get drunk or a shoulder to cry on. Choking down the dialogue. There's not enough time to face down. I'm losing my sense of fashion, and I'm passing out. Choking down the dialogue. Waking up was the first step for me to read the words that were written on your face. Choking.
The Bohemian Grove, 2012.
Now, as a believer in the Bible, in the Word of the Almighty, I know I am to comply with the government till it crosses the line into the place of trying to be the great creator or tell me something that's contrary. The minute you do that, I don't have to listen to you anymore. I don't care who you are. You can be the president, you can be the one world ruler, you could be the devil himself. It doesn't matter. He stands and you fall before him. That's the fact. And I cannot bow before you when I'm told not to. So, problem is when you try to replace the creator with yourself, you better think about that very seriously, because you're stepping into the ground that Satan did and was cast down for. He is not the power. Yes, he has power, and he is to be feared not as the Father, but as a able creature who is intelligent and has power.
Like there's something missing, you know? I don't know. Like the whole owl, everything is about that owl. Where did the Moloch? What did the Moloch and the owl? The only thing they have in common is that, you know,
people are being burned before them, I guess. But
If you're gonna make a point, you have to have a sharp sword and know how to use it. Some people there were totally unarmed, though they had the sword in hand. A real skillful person doesn't have to say much or do much. If you look at John F. Kennedy, he knew how to word things. He came out to an angry mob and calmed them down because he knew how to talk. I didn't see much of that today. You see anybody talking like John F. Kennedy or his brother Jack? I didn't see that today. Wake up. That's not going to happen if you're acting like a fool. You're not going to get your message out. And what I saw today was our message was clouded with a bunch of screaming. Okay, now it's important to get your message out. Sometimes you have to do a little vociferous, strong talk, but not scream and insult people. I don't buy it. I won't buy it. I don't buy it, and I won't sell it. Don't try to sell it to me, and don't try to sell it to people. Try to bring them in your cause with that.
But what I found is that their lakeside chats or whatever, that's really like, and that's where they're making speeches that further their future, and yet they're saying that nothing happens there.
I wanted to say it's important to understand your issues and understand what protests are for and what we're doing. We're trying to highlight it for those who are in power so that they see the numbers. It's not what you say, it's being present. And we need more of you out there if you're really concerned. And you should be. And one of the concerns you should have in your mind is that we are heading towards a government state in which they will control your everyday life, down to the bed linens you put on, down to where your children go, where you cannot go, and why. Checkpoints and checking you out to make sure you are within.
Club, man. That's awesome.
I got ass raped.
Does that say whoop on it? The little one?
Yeah, I'll be back
that's
up here
one of the
in August,
camps.
too, so.
Okay.
That is pretty cool. Wow.
No, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna go over.
Got crazy. They're taking shots and.
How did you get this one? Maybe I shouldn't ask.
Let's get real, people. Bohemian Grove is about control. Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property, okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private grove here. It's not just their own personal security. And they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, So, it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
Today.
You got that? Okay, I'm gonna get in there, Greg, and oh, you know what? I have to check my seat. I'll hang on a second here. I'm at dusk dawn right now. Let's see. I think I could just do normal portrait right now. Okay, there we go. Ready?
Mean anything when there's
Okay, so there's my 720p.
Nah, dude, here's one of my favorites right here.
Okay, then I better get a couple of the. So, Walking Bohemia's Home.
Dude, you'll trip out.
So Lookout Mountain. Huh.
See if I can
Yeah,
Lookout Mountain.
Actually, let's get this piece down here because I can actually
Yep, there you go.
look that up for public records, right? I'm just going to kind of get on your side over there. Huh.
Do you want to do the other one too, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
He was just 24.
This is what we need the bullhorn for right here.
Hey, we got a bunch of magazines and cool information over here. Let us know if you can help.
Dude, we're the fucking world's third largest economy, dude. We were.
We got flyers that we hand out.
Third world's largest. Yeah, like China was number one in some shit.
Yeah, that's, So when it comes to the Democrats, we got a mailing list to sign up on.
Hey, all
How you
right,
doing?
how's it going?
We're with
Beautiful.
InfoWars and We Are Change if you have any information about the Grove. So.
I don't.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. He almost stopped.
Rejected at the Grove.
You probably might be an employee. He's got to park all the way down there and walk
Absolutely, man,
all
right?
the way back.
It sucks. You're gonna take care of their own employees. Oh, is that a
We
woman?
Are Change InfoWars. Let us know about Bohemian Grove.
That's a lady.
She might be in.
Yeah, but she might be parking
There's
too.
actually one. There was.
Well, think
one
about
time-
it. If you've got a husband that's a member, so you would drive him down
True,
and then leave,
and
right?
then leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
There was actually one member who was actually a female of Bohemian Grove. I think
Yeah.
in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, yeah.
One time, and that was it.
yeah, I've heard about that.
So what does it take for conservative Republicans to worship in front of an owl?
Thank you.
The global elite plan for a global takeover. Yes, this is Bilderberg West, summer camp at Bohemian Grove. Come on down, weaving spiders. Bilderberg West,
Oh, what's that?
welcome to
Hey, look.
Bilderberg West.
That looks like a big fireplace. Wonder what they're burning in there.
That must be where they're burning this. I don't know.
Billy Bob from Texas. That's it, Billy Bob from Texas. See, everybody wants to have a photo op. Billy Bob. Okay. Somebody that was inside the group. And you too, come on.
Are you coming back for tonight?
I'm gonna come back about an hour, and then they're gonna call 911. Get a picture.
You gonna be here for the cremation of care tonight?
Yeah. And
Tim, get over here and get a
I
picture,
lined
hurry
up for a job. I did have a green card. Gotta love Billy. You know, Billy, you're one of the rebels. I can tell already. Billy, nice meeting you, man. My name's Dave. You know where town is, Billy. I don't gotta tell you. That's right. Town drunks gotta know that. Yeah, all right. Whatever, Billy. Nice meeting you, Billy. Okay. You're always running from something. Billy, nice meeting you, man. My name's Dave. You know where town is, Billy. I don't gotta tell you. That's right. Town drunks gotta know that. Yeah, all right. Whatever, Billy. Nice meeting you, Billy. Okay. You're always running from something.
Tell us a story. Huh? Tell us a story.
From the inside.
Oh, from Texas? Well, we battled the Mexicans at the Alamo.
Gotta love Billy Bob.
You got the camera? You know the last thing we said? The Mexicans are coming and we don't have jobs.
What you guys doing here?
The Mexicans are coming.
And we don't have jobs. So then,
get it?
So then they came down to Houston.
No, there's no picture. I don't know.
We're roasting marshmallows, and we're playing with Ouija boards, and we're practicing hook slides. Hook slides are very important as you get older. I'm 72, and you got to learn how to hook slide, which means you go on the butt like this, lift your feet up, and you come up like this. And therefore, all your lifting's done from here. It's not done from here.
Well, Billy Bob, I'm curious. I'm Doug Millar.
Hi, Billy Burge. Nice to meet you.
And so you're from Texas?
Houston.
And so you just came in for this
Hey,
special
Billy, you got an email address? I do, but I don't know it.
Of course
I promise you don't know.
I just had to ask.
No, will it be on here? My email? Or something? No. Check, when I get messages, people email me, and it shows that they email me on that.
Okay, Billy Bob.
Yeah.
Here is I put together on Bohemian Grove.
Okay.
Okay. And I know that 95% of you have goes on just like a Mason. Are you a Mason?
No, I'm Baptist.
Okay. Well, Masons, only about 5% of the top know about the human sacrifice that the third degree Masons do.
Okay.
And here I give you a background on what the Bohemian crowd leaders, the Druids.
All right, hey, nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Do human sacrifices of children.
Who is he?
I'm going to give you a copy of a report. We have 3 written reports now from 3 guys from 3 states who've never met each other, and all 3 of them have been at human sacrifices at Bohemian Grove as children.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I've donated my body to Baylor Medical Center.
Wear glass.
But I gotta die first.
Okay.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, I know.
We had a big discussion.
My ex-wife tried to poison me. Ever came about that?
No.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, here's 2 written
Like, I'm gonna ask him and he's gonna say no.
Here's 2 written reports that were submitted in court in San Francisco, August the 1st, last year, August 2012. Okay, 2 guys, one from here in San Francisco, one from Iowa, and the other one's from San Francisco. But these guys have all been at human sacrifices. So there's more than you want to know
Put your arm
about.
around this young lady here.
Okay.
All about
1,
Bohemian Grove.
2, 3. Hey, Bill Bob, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Freemason?
Too far in the throat,
My boy.
Are you a
Here,
Freemason?
one more picture.
One more
picture.
agent, yeah.
A Freemason?
Here, one more
No,
picture.
I know what that is.
No?
One more picture.
You know?
No, what's a Freemason?
I don't know. I was just asking.
Press Democrat?
I'm Irish.
Press Democrat, yeah.
Oh, you're Irish. That's enough right there, Billy.
That means I can drink.
That's right.
Well, you guys are great. I'll come to your club in Houston. You'll have a club in Houston?
I'll come to your house.
Okay, I live with my ex-wife.
That's great.
Yeah. She puts me on the 3rd floor. See,
you have 3 floors then?
Yeah, The 3rd floor is an attic with no air conditioning.
Dave here said you're gay?
Gay? Well, I used to be.
Okay.
And I got on hormones. And after I got on hormones, then I figured out being gay was... And that didn't work?
I love it, Billy. Billy.
I love you
Hey,
too,
Dave.
Billy.
Okay, you guys...
I'll see you tonight at the cremation.
Okay, and then I'll be...
How many children do you have?
I'm 2.
Okay.
Son and a daughter and 2 granddaughters, 13 and 15.
Here's my book cover I'm releasing next week. So there you go.
Share it inside, all right?
They won't bring you out alive.
Well, I got Obamacare. Don't worry.
Okay.
Obamacare says it's cradle to grave. He takes care of me.
Right.
That's what he said. And so I
Free
signed
health
up
care.
on my job on his job fair, and I got a job.
Uh-huh.
Passing out brochures at the ballot box.
You gotta do a passing out.
Okay, gang.
See how you're jogging.
Okay, you will be. I'll go in the morning. Before it gets
Yeah, a little too warm today.
What is it? What do you think?
Here we have a FedEx
I mean, you're here with us.
car leaving.
With us. What's your name? Anna? Anna, what do you think, Anna?
I think that we can do
Wait, so you're saying that we can... You're saying that we can...
How conservative can you actually be and worship in front of an owl? That's what my question is.
My grandpa knew the guy was following
I don't care all about the other disinformation.
Hinsky.
Global elite, take notice that we will not follow your directions.
Alright, so we have here what appears to be a light. Some type of light in the grove.
How you doing?
Very well.
How you doing? I'm a little tired right now because I've been standing all day. It's about 4 o'clock. We've just been hanging out here at the Bohemian Grove, Bilderberg West, the Illuminati, as some would call them. And I'm just here to expose and bring light to this as best as I can. I'm not a hero. I know people out there are better than me and can do a way better job, but I'm just flesh and bag of bones here, you know, another body, doing my best to photograph and cover what's going on. So hopefully the fruits of our labor will actually, you know, expose what's going on. And, you know, we're not the first people to do this. They've been doing this for years. Over the past 20 years, they've been trying, or even longer than 20 years, they've been trying to expose this. But now, being at an understanding of where I'm at in life, in terms of how political decisions are made, who's in control of things, the men behind the curtain, the political elite, throughout my own personal research and reading other people's research and coming to the conclusion, I've come to the conclusion that yes, a lot of policies are being made here. This is where the atomic bomb was discussed, and they put that plan into fruition. Presidents are selected and chosen here. Major media people are basically blackballed. You know, major media outlets do not cover this place. Complete blackout in the media. I haven't seen any Fox, ABC News, CBS, CNN reporters out here. So that just shows me that, you know, tons of powerful people meeting together. Shouldn't it be a sensational news piece or a newsworthy topic? But apparently it isn't in this day and age. So it's up to us, the independent journalists and real freelance people, to come out here and document what they can and do their part in the American experiment known as the United States Republic, and utilize the First Amendment. Because the moment you stop utilizing your rights, well, you just say, hey, look, I don't want them anymore, so just take them. So we're out here doing that as well. Again, I'm Eddie from We Are Change East Bay, and those are just some of my 2 cents as to why I'm here and why I'm doing this. So hopefully within, I don't know, we just don't know. We don't know when we're going to defeat them, but I feel it coming pretty soon. It's a long time coming. These people have been doing these things for over 100 years. I believe the first meeting was in 1872, if I'm not mistaken. And ever since then, it's been going on here. We have wealthy, rich oil tycoons, business tycoons, banking elites, and the like. So you can look up the former guest lists of who was here and see where they are in terms of where their career went. You know, so it's up to you. Again, I know a lot of you out there are better than me. I know you could do a way better job than anything I can. So I encourage that. Get off your ass. Go do something. Make a better YouTube video than what I'm doing. Get your ass out here. You know? What are you doing on a Saturday? Next week. Come out here. Stop by. You know, it's all about having presence. And I don't see it this year. There's a lot of weird things going on with the websites on the net. I guess they said there was no event or whatnot, but we were here. And tonight is the cremation of care. So we'll just see how it goes. I'll see you next time.
So, so here we are in front of Bohemian Grove for yet another year. I would, you know, we're going to be up here every single year until some of this crap stops. You know, these guys call themselves conservative Republicans. I mean, they vote Republican. And the thing is that they're not. I mean, they're worshiping Canaanite idols up here, and they're doing God knows what. But the worst thing that they're doing is they're weaving little plans and everything of public policy statements outside the venue of, well, the public. And that's why we're up here. We're up here because we're trying to expose this stuff. We're trying to expose the Grove, or resist the Grove, as my Facebook page says. And Bohemian Grove is something that's going to attract a lot of people over this 2-week period. It's always like this second week to third week in July. And we're going to be up here talking about these guys who are not conservatives. They are mostly Fabians. They're mostly anything other than conservatives, quite frankly. You know, I don't know all the politics that these guys have inside, but all I know is that they're trying to control us. They are taking back their corporate directives. They're taking back their governmental directives back to all their respective little boroughs throughout the country and throughout the world, and they're making us follow those policies. There's no voting inside here. There's nobody inside here taking notes. There's no stenographers. Nobody is sitting down and saying what these guys are talking about. They're just talking about it. And then they get to go back and magically come up with all these policies back at our government houses, back at our Senate, back at our House of Representatives, back at their representatives, England, if they have people from there, or Germany, or wherever they're coming from. And then they get to say, oh yeah, well, we just came up with these ideas. Well, no, they didn't. I mean, they came up with these ideas here at the Grove. And, you know, they've been doing this forever. Nixon and, you know, nuclear policy for Manhattan Project and all the popular stuff that's already in the newspapers. So, you know, I know Sonoma County Free Press has got archives. There are archives on Bohemian Grove. So I encourage everybody to go look at those archives that are online, and then we are also going to find more archives as well and put them online. But I encourage you to do research. Do research into the owl. Do research into why they come here. I mean, why do these guys come here in the first place? I mean, it's not just to get together with a bunch of guys and pee in the forest, okay? I mean, there's other reasons why these guys are here. And it's not just a big summer camp, guys. I mean, we call it Bilderberg West. The Bilderberg West Bohemian Grove Illuminati Summer Camp. And yeah, I mean, look, if I'm going to go on a summer vacation, I'm going to go with my family, right? And these guys are here, what is it, kind of like a Boy Scout camp, except for rich, elitist guys who want to control everyone. So...
See the endless lines of Sonoma County here on both sides. Don't know why. It wasn't like that last year. Nothing sinister about it, but it does seem. Hey guys, how's it going? You don't have to leave. It's all good.
You guys must have a power trip, real power trip, protecting the elite in there, huh?
You guys don't want to talk to us now?
Real good, real big, oh, real powerful, guys. You're just another pawn.
See you later.
Huh. I like that one. Bro.
Hey guys, welcome to the Grove. Hey, have you guys ever heard of something called the cremation of care? We got 2 guards here, 2 security, Bohemian Club security guards. Young kids, don't have a zit on their face. Please do not sacrifice your care. Keep your care. Two young kid. What's up with all the young kids, man?
I know, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. There are so many. They're being brainwashed to think that this is some kind of cool thing to come support.
Yeah, just like joining the army.
Yeah, exactly.
You get to fucking live Gears of War, whatever the fuck the latest game is, right?
You guys are almost close. Why don't you just come over here on this side? Just come chill with us. You love the Grove, huh?
They're over there talking about their, how they can...
Just make sure you don't sacrifice your care, okay? Do not engage. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you guys aren't worthy enough for that. You might as well be over here with us then.
Who do you guys think you are?
They're not your friends.
The wrong side.
There is a 40-foot owl. Have you guys seen it?
You guys seen the 40-foot owl?
I'm missing a 40-foot owl. Somebody stole it. I hear it's in here. It eats children. It barbecues and roasts them.
That's what
Yeah, you guys get paid for this? That's a great job. It's awesome. We got some guards over here paying close attention to us. I don't know what they're doing over here, if they're trying to intimidate us or just walking around or what. I guess so, yeah. We're not gonna sneak in, don't worry.
If we would, we'd go on the other side.
I don't even want to sneak in. I wouldn't want, you couldn't pay me to go in there, man.
No. Who knows how long we've been there?
It's true.
I thought it was me.
We got a couple of the guards here wondering about seeing what we're up to. We're trying to see what they're up to. So, and they're just doing their job. Keep peeking around the corner, so I guess this is what they get paid to do. Why not? Hey guys! They're over here somewhere. Let's go meet them. Greetings! Alright, got one to wave. Guess they just really don't want to be bothered with us. Probably don't want to be on camera either, but that's the way it is. You guys heard about this thing they call the cremation of care? Some crazy stuff, man. Sacrificing care? It's like a little baby, and they put it on this thing, and there's this big owl, a big 40-foot owl. I'm sure you guys have seen the 40-foot owl.
It's not really a baby, but it's a mock human sacrifice. So it's a metal effigy, a metal skeleton that they wrap with paper mache.
It's pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. These guys don't care. They're zombies.
Pretty strange.
Leave them uninformed. It's alright, guys.
Come to look it up.
Look up Dark Secrets inside Bohemian Grove. You'll get everything that you guys need, man. I'm just trying to help you out. Alright, brother, take it easy. It's a job. Have you seen the big 40-foot owl? No? Never saw it? It's huge. It's big. And you know, before they had the 40-foot owl, they had a 70-foot Buddha statue. Tall. I guess they're doing some satanic stuff there or something. Some type of ritual there. So just be careful. You have to be careful here. Are you a Christian? Do you believe in God? I believe in God. What they do here really bothers me. It should bother us all, though. Big 40-foot owl. That should freak people out. That should really freak people out. That would bother me. Especially if I saw it up front, up close and personal. Well, you have a good day. We're on our way out. Just keep that in mind, what they're doing here. We all have to work. We all need a job. But they're sacrificing care.
I can, I will. Oh yeah, dude, I gotta get my flag back. I just remembered.
Just remember that God loves you, and the devil does not.
I always talk about end the Fed and the Federal Reserve, and why are we spending money, and where's our inflation going, where's our taxes going. This is all connected, guys. It's all connected. The global elite get together at East Coast for Bilderberg or Grove Motel. I'll call it the Grove Motel because it's a bunch of roaches that showed up. And they come to Bilderberg. Maybe they go to Bilderberg to run around in their little roach motel, and then they come over to the summer camp so they can pee in the forest. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just what the kind of thing that gets them off or whatever. And so we're done with it. We're really done with it. We're going to tell you, you're not going to keep on getting away with it because we're going to hold you accountable, and people are going to keep on learning about this, and there's going to be more people that will learn about it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. So you just take notice. We're going to be out here every year. We're going to be out in San Francisco. We're going to be out at the Bohemian Club protesting. We're going to be everywhere you are. And We Are Change International is going to keep on you no matter where you go. So if you're listening as an individual, I want you at the next We Are Change event. And if you're one of these globalists who think that you're going to be controlling the world with some cabal, you're on notice. Just the way it is. And there's nothing I can do to stop it because everyone's fed up with you. So
one of the workers actually didn't really appreciate the fact that I brought up that they're sacrificing care there and possibly sacrificing people. It's like, oh, I doubt they're doing that. Well, I doubt they're doing it too, but it's still possible. So I'm not just gonna discount it. It's because it sounds crazy. Of course it sounds crazy. Life is crazy.
This is not a waste of time. And for anyone to say that, more often than not, those people, the naysayers, are the people that never take action and just watching Fox and Friends all day thinking that, that's their salvation.
Or CNN.
Or CNN.
So a lot of the staff here looks actually to be new this year, because I was actually talking to some of them, and they were coming in for their first time to do wait staff and get all the tables ready and everything.
Oh, those guys have already came in.
They come in early in the morning and they leave a little bit and they come back later after lunch, right?
because everything's already set up. And
In red?
Dressed in red and white and black. It depends on what kind of service they're.
Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Hey everyone, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many, many more. I'm trying it out now and I love it so far. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Come on, download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, my focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with, and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the number one area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationship with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusions, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read, and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David, Komel, and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019. Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. We'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go up through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family, but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, "I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence."
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small, too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan, this was the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article. Did
anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I got on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So he just deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk.
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something, and it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Malays were no longer at that residence, and we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened, and he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And he said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up that they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home. They were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What did that mean? They weren't at they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too. And a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe, they stepped out for the night. And I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence.
Right.
It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up saying, oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and, get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys. So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did she use the phrase? And why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro though.
Thank you. Because he's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have like really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape. I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is. If he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
It sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have like really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have like looked at him and made eye contact and like visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back? Because it's got to go.
Right. How did he know that David saw him back? Did he wave and be like good night or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got like really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what
that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner and he saw someone standing there, that it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else though.
Well, that's so dangerous though in a case like this to assume anything.
Correct. Exactly.
Assuming is what happened. Like that's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that the police department hid this.
Yeah.
And said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart, because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on, and I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of my cousin Vinny. that part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that, and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around like serious crimes that, you know, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. You know, it doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-up to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out, like, you know, a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense because, I mean, why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David, I can tell David's walk or something like that. I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
You can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Malay's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Malay to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop.
Right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that that was David there? Let's go and find out. and she went to, you know, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, you know, it seems they've moved, you know, they're not there. Can I go do this? And the higher up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. You know, we got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case to not be digging in to anything further. And then
right.
Tara Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher up not to do it. Don't waste your time. And let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands on a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I
also,
didn't.
yeah.
That was one of that was one of the good theories, was that maybe there was some timer. Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would.
And I also have an issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, a fourth of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
that's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no like serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, and I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes, and the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned. Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to. Hickson's account really doesn't give us anything. Now the Shepard, if we can move on to the Shepard, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking a quarter of an inch, something very, very small. Shepard's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than a quarter of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open a quarter inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something, would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty...
Right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual, and she didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just a quarter of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody, even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe not closed it all the way. And wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point.
Yeah.
They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed.
So
if they can do that,
forced entry.
Right. So the door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well, David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider? I'm just not buying that either.
That's
especially
a good point
with
too.
the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd. Once she gets back, were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but then like Christmas, nobody.
That's what leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured, because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were, the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone for Christmas. What was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
from the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that could be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here. I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks, did not know the family very well, and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films, and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers, and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No. Never followed up on.
So, why are all these neighbors' accounts not matching up? Like, they say the lights were off. And the other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepherd, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw them? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepherd didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in the front are.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things. Like the blood on the wall and I don't know, who knows what all they did. Who knows what all, maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves. You know, who knows?
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with like the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and like stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw. And then, you know, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, you know, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. You know, start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. they'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupis family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all. Not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, the very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did. And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact. And had something to do with guns or gun control, also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with the contract. That's huge.
How was this like? How be telling them? Yeah, I'm working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about, why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is that he did. So that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep, he did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right.
And he didn't walk away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
And then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting, I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering if they maybe...
I don't want to babysit, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get that response?
Like leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And do we know how old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, oh, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but they don't readily just, you know, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they just give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, you know, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
they could have said, like, if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, like, you know, it was something against you, or, like, what was the situation? You know, plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
Yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hasn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't you think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, like intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's adults that babysit.
Where I live, you can actually go and take classes and get certified, like in CPR and whatnot. To be, you've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there. Yeah. I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old?
No, not even a 5-year-old. No. I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't like been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's see. Unless you have anything else on this.
I've got one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Haven't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if you were a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that
quite specific.
Once again, to plant that seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago, and a teenage, they probably they're not thinking too much. Probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically like important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence.
And
I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's like an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she
remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Nothing else was in there, so it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know. It's kind of like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's one of the days I would remember. No? I always look forward to it. It was always a Friday.
Well,
this was a Friday.
I agree she would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that, it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997.
Right.
Would you
but-
remember?
No.
Like right off the top of your... No.
No.
Nobody
But that
would.
part-
They'd have
but
to
that part
sit and
here-
think about it.
Correct.
So
but that
think
part,
about a month ago.
Right. But
A
this,
month
but
ago
this
from
date,
today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative
Like
writing.
it was put in there to
Creative
kind of
writing, yeah.
build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all saying
Well,
that.
they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants, too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is in fact just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went, door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, it probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time, we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out. And that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go to write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right. That's
Well,
all
not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too, while right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
And
is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door, so maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information? I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They're just, they want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or?
Speculation, I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that was just my question, my thought. I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. Right.
You
And
know.
that's why I stay, I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. And it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open, because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from somewhere outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this, Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase "certainly were gunshots," leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. So he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though. And it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data. If it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions. And he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off, even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any other questions to it. At least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some, suspicious activity? So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
And
but then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, there was a lot more than just 3.
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, double homicide suicide, with 3 nice
right, because who's
fired.
To say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge. If there were 2 separate shootings. Now, we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Pomel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing. But I think it's relevant because of the time.
Right.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So
And the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think between the 2nd and the 19th, and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys, so that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement. So a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value. And he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say,
sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know like what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct. Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later, for instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, no, I got it, thanks, in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie, are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S. And we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there were some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain, but there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing you did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway that you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that. If there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota, that would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
There
was 8/100 of an inch of rain and 3/100 of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100 of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was he? There's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct. The
Is he
policy-
blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone. Possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Kamel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide and that the dog ate these bodies. So...
But she's not suspicious. She's not suspicious like that.
They're good.
No, just us people are suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder-suicide if you're not you can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a specific I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
Weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start. And we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David Kamel and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty. Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? On the early morning of January 17, 2015, Paleo's barking attracted the attention of Colin Prochnow. Colin indicated that he heard and saw the dog inside of the Crowley residence, Officer Becker reported, early this morning, and thought it unusual since he had not seen anyone come and go from the Crowley residence. Mr. Prochnow returned home to discuss the situation with his wife, Judy. Judy asked her husband if there were Christmas presents still on the front door stoop of the Crowley house. The Prochnows first noticed Christmas presents on January 10, 2015. Colin then went back to the Crowley home and saw Christmas presents scattered near the front door. Colin was going to collect the gifts and bring them home, but he decided to stack them up by the front door of the Crowley residence instead. That's when the dog attacked the front window, according to Judy Prochnow. Early media reports stated Dan Crowley Jr., David's older brother, dropped off a stack of Christmas presents and several miscellaneous items on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, the police report clearly states Dan Jr. dropped off the items on December 28. Dan Jr. saw Paleo in the front window but stated he did not knock on the front door and did not look through the front window. Items Dan Crowley left in front of the Crowley home included a $50 invoice for general services rendered by the Lamin Abdel Law Firm. The invoice was dated October 31, 2014 and billed David Crowley for services related to negotiations with the Michael Entertainment Group. David Crowley and MEG were going to pitch the Gray State Project as a television series. The $50 invoice was originally mailed to Hothead Productions, LLC, to David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Another item discovered on the front stoop was a $14,000 check for David given by his father. The existence of this check was not widely known to the public at first. Early media reports led me to believe David and Kamel were struggling financially. Detective Brian Bone filled out a search warrant application in order to see if there was a financial motive for the crime. Through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Based on my training and experience, Detective Bone continued, money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of homicide. Due to the circumstances of the couple's death, I am requesting a search warrant for each of the banks and with AAA credit screening to obtain records of all known accounts, to verify the financial state of the couple, and to verify their financial state at the time of their death. In reviewing the records from Wells Fargo, Detective Brian Bone later concluded, I found that the Crowleys had money in the bank but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July 2014 and January 2015. With a $14,000 check on David's front doorstep and a working deal to make Gray State a television series, it's easy to understand why a financial motive was never found. Had it not been for the Christmas presents near the front door and the barking dog inside the Crowley residence, Colin Prochnow might not have discovered the bodies on January 17th. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin stated that he now knows that they were the bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home to explain what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017. And the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in. Without heads and things like that, you just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Kamel and Ra and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and then I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the 3 bodies were David, Kamel, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Procknell then went home and dialed 911. Police and fire dispatch received her call at 12:56 p.m. Yes, this is Judy Procknell and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Yes. Judy then told dispatch, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door. Years later, when I asked Judy why she used the words murder or suicide during that 911 call, the response was not what I expected. I'm not one of you, Judy told me. I'm not suspicious if someone dies. I don't automatically assume they were murdered. Yet Judy specifically mentioned murder or suicide to the dispatch operator. I meant murdered as in Kamel and the baby, Judy clarified. It just jumped in my head because they were all dead. That was the only way I could think of that they would be dead, is that he murdered them and then committed suicide because there was a gun next to him. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher, and one like the head is eaten off. Oh no, the dispatcher responded. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast, episode number 2, Finding the Bodies. I'm Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are joined by Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Anne. Today's topic will cover what we just read, Finding the Bodies, from my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. You can download that right now if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com. You can download it for free. Don't forget to join the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you haven't already, a group that Dan Hennon started, and we're almost at 3,000 members. That's awesome. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for everything that you do. God bless you all. Let's get to the show.
Can I ask everybody, who else goes over and rearranges their neighbors' doorsteps?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
especially with all the packages that go missing, you're likely to, somebody would think you're trying to steal the packages off your porch if they were over there messing with them.
Yeah, I live in an apartment complex, and the people right across from us were on vacation for 2 weeks during Christmas, and one of their HelloFresh boxes was out there. I didn't touch it because, I let the manager know about it for the apartment complex, but I didn't touch it because you just don't know.
You don't know what could be in it. You don't know. You don't know anything at that point.
And, I just didn't want to get blamed for anything that happened. So I think the apartment complex sent them an email, but that was about it. And it stayed there. They were very lucky that it stayed there.
Colin Procknell sees them scattered, stacks them up. Do they look like they've been there for 3 weeks?
Looks like they have been there for a few days, especially because one of them looked rather damp. The one that was wrapped, that looked pretty damp. The paper looked warped. So, to me, it looked like a few days, but 3 weeks? No.
I mean, they're not noticed until January 10th.
I don't see that paper bag not being just completely saturated if they were there for that long.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the paper bag stayed on that doorstep. If it had been windy and knocked those packages everywhere, I could see that taking it down the block if something wasn't weeded on top of it.
I was going to say that walkway wasn't plowed or shoveled. There was snow accumulated on that. So it must have taken some effort to get from the driveway, which was plowed, to the front door, and then to make the effort to rearrange all the packages. If they really thought, hey, why are these packages sitting here? I haven't seen my neighbors. Why wouldn't you just call the police and do a safety check?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Okay, so Dan Jr. dropped these gifts off on December 28th. You only have one person, really, who sees them January 10th. I don't think any of the other neighbors mentioned seeing any gifts aside from that day. And then, of course, you have the $14,000 check, too.
Which I find is odd because Dan Crowley Sr. wasn't calling to say, hey, how come you haven't cashed this? There's no mention of any emails or text messages, from Dan Sr. I think that out of everything, that would have been a major key to reach out and ask about.
I think that check being there is what really made me go, wait, what? Because, if it's just like little presents that don't really have much value, yeah, if I was going to leave presents, I probably would, but not a check that big. A check that big, I would never leave on anybody's doorstep. I don't care how rich you are, you're not going to leave that much money on a doorstep and not at least contact the person or knock on the door or something, like either when you're doing it or shortly after you've left them there, to make sure that, they got that check.
Here's what I would say about the check, because this has come up over the last 5 years. So the concept is this: the size of the check is huge, and some say it's really large, some say it's not, and we found out that it's the tax amount that's I think the maximum you can give someone on a tax year for tax reasons to consider it as a gift. And so if Dan Crowley Sr. did this for each one of his 3 children, it would make sense. Now I also think that he gave that paper bag and along with some gifts, because he's 45 minutes away, Dan Jr. probably offered to say, I'll drop the gifts off at David's house on the way through to my house, which is where he was living on the way to St. Paul at the time. And so that part makes sense, which we have to assume that if Dan Jr. dropped the gifts off, is more than likely 100% true. Dan Sr. wouldn't have known that he wouldn't have stopped over, opened the door, dropped, given a hand-to-hand to David. We hear a lot of, why would the check be left there? Number one, Dan Jr. didn't know a $14,000 check was in that bag, more than likely. And Dan, he was probably mortified when he found out later that Dan Jr. just dropped everything off on the steps and left. So I don't believe it was intended on that it was left out like that. Now, the other thing is what I brought up myself right after we found out this information. I would be cognizant of the fact if I gave someone a $14,000 check to check with that person to see, assuming they would have cashed it right away. That's the intent, that's the purpose of the whole thing. And after a week went by and it still hadn't cleared, you don't have to wait till the bank statement to come. You can certainly log on and see that it still hadn't been cashed until 3 weeks later raises my eyebrows that he didn't check. Now, what Sophia said, we don't see text evidence or phone calls that Dan Sr. was calling David to say, hey, what's that check? How come we didn't cash it? It's still, sitting out there outstanding as if it hadn't been cashed. But I don't think Dan, the dad, knew that it was sitting on the front stoop for 3 weeks. Even if it wasn't sitting on, maybe it was only sitting there for a week, I still think that he took all that stuff from Christmas when he left the residence from celebrating Christmas, and maybe he hung on to it for a couple of weeks and then dropped it off on January 10th or so. As far as that's the first evidence that we see of any of the neighbors physically seeing gifts on the step. But I do believe that Dan Jr. had all this stuff in his possession the whole time. The gifts, the honest to goodness gifts from the family, some of the gifts from himself, and a package from his father that was just in a paper bag that I believe was stapled shut. So I don't think Dan Jr. knew the content of what was in the bag. If he did, he probably would have signed over that check for himself, I guess. But I don't want to assume anything. But the last thing on that, too, is if Dan Sr. was in on this scheme, it certainly makes him look good, like a caring father, giving cash to his son. Well, we know they were on bad terms and they weren't speaking, and David wasn't telling him the truth of what was really going on in his life. If Dan Sr. was in on it, that's a great alibi here. There's a big sizable check there, knowing that the recipient would never cash it. It's only going to make him look good when the investigators get there. So that was also tossed about as an option, that he left it on purpose, that amount, that huge amount, as a gift at Christmas time as a loving dad and a doting father to his son and wife and granddaughter. That could also be the case, because that's what alerted me when I saw the amount and the size of that check. I thought that's very convenient, because who's going to blame or even want to point a finger at Dan Sr. by being such a nice, caring, doting dad? But if he did that on purpose, knowing that it would never be cashed, I'm surprised he didn't write a check for $50,000 or $100,000. But it was at $15,000, which means he probably did have some logic in there about that tax code. Maybe he had done this in the past. We know that Dan Sr. was on not good terms, and Dan Sr. was caught lying to authorities in the police report with his various phone calls and text messages that were not validated or supported by evidence. So who knows?
That's some really good insight. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else on the $14,000 check or the all those presents and all that stuff that was found on the front stoop?
I have. This is Dan. I have one more comment on the gifts. Some of the presents, if you did look at those photographs of the contents of the gifts that were Christmas gifts from the brother Dan, there were target and shooting practice and targets, not just of regular, simple bullseye targets, but they were all morbid and zombie type of images and skin falling off and skeletonized kind of images, which leads one to suspect that this was planned and arranged, and he was included in the killing. Was this some type of a message sent or a code or something else? That the images of some of those, of the hand, of the skin coming off the hand, and the skeletonized fingers of these dead zombies, on the shooting targets were very strange. And those were the gifts from Dan Crowley Jr., the brother of David, who dropped them off, and who was more likely connected with this case in some way, shape, or form, either directly or indirectly, was connected. Did he buy those on purpose in the target practice? Very, very strange. Remember, he had been not on good talking terms since August of that year with his own brother, and whatever was said by Dan Jr. resulted in David ultimately crying, and Comel had to console him after whatever happened. So we know whatever it was pretty serious, and it caused the irreparable connection there with that they stopped talking altogether. It damaged that relationship so bad. But who knows? But then to go out and get them like target shooting gifts and being nice to drop off the gifts there, who knows? It was very, very strange. And then to go back earlier to the dates, we know we got the dates wrong, but just to clarify, it wasn't Dan Jr. who got the dates wrong. He said to police that it was the December 28th that he dropped them off. The Star Tribune article that was quoted by another friend, Mason Hendricks, said that he thought that the brother Dan dropped him off either the 26th or the 27th. He couldn't remember, and so he may have gotten the dates wrong, or it may have been what Dan told him. But we don't have evidence that Dan Jr. Told Mason that it was the 26th or the 27th. So we don't know that Dan got it wrong. He certainly may have, but we know the Star Tribune just quoted what Mason said, and he said 26th or 27th, and that was coming right from Mason Hendricks' mouth.
Okay.
We really don't know. It may have been on purpose once again, all to serve as a distraction, being the first two dates were wrong, and then we finally get the 28th, and now we find out 5 years later that the 28th more likely wasn't true either. All three of those dates could have been set as a trap, as bait to get us focusing on what date they were dropped off, when in all reality, all three dates were wrong.
Yeah, because they have a habit of giving us wrong information.
Correct.
And I think it's just a game to them.
That was done on purpose. That could have been a misinformation. The difference between, for the newer listeners out there, the difference between misinformation and disinformation is really one word. It's the word intent. Misinformation is you honestly didn't know, you just got the dates wrong. It sounds like that's what Mason Hendricks happened here, was misinformation. But we know that Dan Crowley potentially lied to police when he did tell them it was the 28th. If those gifts weren't laying there that entire time, then that's a lie. And then all three dates would then potentially become disinformation, meaning it was done on purpose to sidetrack, to mislead, to deceive. And so that's more than likely, I think, what we're dealing with here. But we don't have anything to support that.
the only two questions I would have on that $14,000 check was, like you were saying, is this something that David's dad does for him every year? The other thing I would like to know is what date that check was dated. What date was that check signed on?
And the other thing with the 14,000, just to jump in here, is that's something that Dan Jr. or even Allison, the sister, could have come forward with either on our page or left a message or a note to say, look, Dad's been doing this for all three of us kids for 5 years, something to the effect. Or, heck no, we've never heard about it. Why the heck was he giving it to David, not us? We could have given something like that. We could have been, provided something like that. But then keep in mind, if they did willingly provide some kind of information like that, it would have probably been doubted or scrutinized anyway. So I think that's more of it's a horse apiece there. But the 14,000, very interested. It does seem to lend credence to the fact that the family was having trouble financially, which they also thought that David and Camille were having financial, they were fighting off some debt, they weren't able to pay bills. And here you see this big check that kind of, to young investigators, homicide detectives like this, they probably thought, wow, they were having a hard time. So maybe he did snap. Not soon enough. He didn't open that mail soon enough to get this check. It may have changed his decision from killing his whole family. So I think it also helped to cement the fact that they were having financial problems, which to me is sketchy. The whole check is sketchy because it only favors one side of the narrative. Dan Crowley looks better for sending it. David Crowley looks worse for potentially, allegedly needing it. When in fact, if it was just a gift and no one needed it, Dan Crowley Sr., the father, was known in the Owatonna area. Neighbors and family and friends did call him a millionaire. Whether that's true or not, he did have money, he did have extra cash, and he was successful. And at the end of the year, if he wanted to get rid of some of his tax debt or tax burden and give gifts to the children to help defray that, that would certainly make sense. That does not mean to say that David Crowley needed it because he was constrained financially. And that's what I think the young detectives thought. They saw the money, they said, boy, this guy must be struggling to make ends meet. And sure enough, here's a check from his loving father, trying to help do what he can to, make the family succeed. And really, that had nothing to do with anything. It may have been just an annual event that check came that time of the year. Who knows?
That's what drives me crazy about this case is that there are assumptions where people are saying, oh, they were struggling. No, they weren't. They had money. Their bills were paid. They weren't in debt. They were paying for a house and stuff like that. But they didn't have negative credit or past due bills and delinquencies on their credit report, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Sophia, I agree because even that narrative was pushed all the way up until we received the bank statements that they were in financial straits. They were struggling financially to try to make ends meet. Once those bank statements from Wells Fargo and the checking account statements and the credit card statements came through, we all got to see very clearly how frugal this family was, spending very little here and making bill payments on time, making the mortgage, setting aside a budget to get things done on time. We've seen in some of the notes to make sure things are paid. There was only one instance that I saw over the entire year that they were late on a payment and did get hit with a late charge. And that was it. So that was not a regular occurrence. They were very frugal, prudent people as far as young family, a young married couple with a child paying bills. That they were not behind, they were not ahead. They were, I think they were very good. They were very prudent. And after looking at that, really impacted me by looking at those statements. And it reminded me a lot as a young married person with children, the type of bookkeeping and the accounting that I myself did. Notes here and there and reminders to pay bills and things like that. So they were very, I think, honest to goodness, doing the right thing, having the bills come in and paying the bills, paying their bank statements in full, and living not outside their means at all. They were not living extravagant at all.
Didn't they have some real estate company in California that was running a credit check on him and Camille?
Yes. it was ran 2 times, I believe, once in October or November, one of those months, and then again in January.
You know, though, if you spread the story around that they're, you know, broke and having trouble making ends meet, and he lost his book deal, he lost his movie deal, he lost his TV deal, decided to walk from, you know, the California deal because it didn't feel right, then it kind of makes sense why he would have killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at all of the credit reports, all of the financial information, that's when that whole story falls apart, because you realize that nothing in any of their credit reports or credit history at all shows that they were struggling at all, anywhere.
Then Kamel makes 2 phone calls the very day that the payment for the house bounced. And basically that was just a automatic withdrawal from David's other account. I'm trying to remember this.
Like it was set up already.
Mm-hmm.
It was a transfer
Yeah.
into one account.
Correct. And so she just made 2 calls, and the second call was the one that transferred the money from David's account to that account, their joint, that paid for the house. So it was done very quickly and settled. And there was a rumor going around over the summer saying that their house was in foreclosure at the time of their deaths, and they were behind in their bills and struggling and everything, and that was not the case whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was in the Apple Valley Police Department report. Did they find some, like, silver bars in the basement, too? I remember seeing that.
Or gold coins?
Yes.
Yeah, something
both of
like
them,
that.
Yeah.
So
Silver.
if they were
Yeah.
struggling financially, they could have just cashed in.
Right.
That's a really good point.
They had
so much in that basement.
They had so much stuff in that basement that he could have taken to a number of places and gotten enough money to make a mortgage payment. If he was really honestly struggling for the money, that is.
I'd like to, bottom of page 5, just clarify 2, what I would call carefully crafted statements by police, whether it was intended or not. But you do see that Detective Brian Bone says that through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Key word there is may. I think a statement like that could be written about any family they find in a murder, suicide, or a murder. It's very open-ended the way he phrased that there may have been financial difficulties. That could be with anybody. And then he goes on to say, based on my training and experience, which is very interesting to say, this is it's beefing up his credibility, a statement like that. It says money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of a homicide. that statement I would agree with 100%. That's most of your motives for crimes are that money and debt. He's not saying anything about the Crowleys here. He just says history and training shows that money and debt can be a contributor to homicide. That's a fair statement.
Yeah.
He goes on to say that due to the circumstances of the couple's death, he's requesting, a warrant for the banks to verify the financial state at the time of their death. I think that's fair to say, and he did get that. He did get the information from Wells Fargo. Then he goes on to say, and this is the last thing, is I found the Crowleys had money in the bank, but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July to January, 2014 to 2015. That I feel is a very interesting word sentence by Detective Bone. It helps lend credibility to the fact that they were canceling and closing out everything on their way to being despondent and depressed and to kill the family. It helps push that narrative that they were decreasing their balances. Now, I've seen the bank balances and the credit card statements from every month that Brian Bone is talking about here. In some balances, they're higher. Some balances, the monthly balance is lower. There's no trend there whatsoever. So I find that very odd that he put that in there like that, making it sound that the trend was going down, that it was getting down to almost zero. It's kind of what he's alluding to here, is what he's trying to make the reader think by reading this. So I think he's planting, more seeds are being planted with a statement like that.
I found it very normal, I guess you could say, if they were planning on moving from Minnesota to another state. It, to me, almost seemed like they were just going through getting everything set and ready to move. Like they went to the dentist, which that's something I did before I moved to a different state. That way I had everything up to date, and I didn't, in case there was some time between losing one insurance and getting onto another one. But in looking at that kind of stuff, in my opinion, I didn't see anything that really said that they were desperate or hurting for money. It all seemed pretty natural with what they were doing. It didn't seem at all like they were planning a double murder, suicide, or anything like that. Because why would you care if you go to the dentist or not if in 2 weeks you're going to be blowing everybody's head off?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had, not only were looking, they were actually I believe they had a real estate agent in California that were already looking at homes for them. And so they were planning on moving, and they had already decided, which state. It wasn't just simply to move. And they had zeroed in on a location in California that they were looking at homes already, narrowing down the criteria search as far as what kind of home they would like to live in. So Detective Bone, I think, was wrong on that information. He could have done further drill down searches on this to conclude that they were not having financial problems. In fact, they were looking to move because of this contract deal.
And the other thing to consider, too, they had their daughter enrolled in a very expensive school.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That is
correct. That was in Minnesota here, that type of the Montessori that she was enrolled in was no cheap school. That was a higher end learning option for her at that age. And you got to go through, and they'll do a credit check and a background, and you got to qualify just to send your child to that school. So I think all this information lends with actual evidence that lends credibility to the fact that they were not in financial dire straits. Comel had even went to this at length to say that she was writing a book and let her dietitian license in the state of Minnesota lapse. She let it expire. So that also leads to the fact that she's probably looking to re-up her license in another state.
Then we go to Officer Tara Becker, and we get to what Colin actually saw. Colin looked through the front window, and he observed what he thought to be dummies. Here's the thing. He thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. I mean, it's not only weird to just think that these were dummies, But looking at how the bodies were actually laid out, what happened to those bodies and everything, that was made, it was made so that somebody would think that they were home when they weren't.
I don't see how the way the bodies were laid out, how anybody could assume that that was purposely done, because I don't know anybody in their right mind that would lay dummies out like that.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's a great way to get somebody to call the cops and say, hey, look, you better go check that out. I do think that right there, where he thought they were dummies at first, would be what someone who is not a suspicious person would automatically jump to.
Correct, I agree with that.
Because if you're a suspicious person, your automatic response is, oh, they were murdered or they killed themselves. If you're not a suspicious person, I think this is a perfect guess onto what could possibly be going on in that house if you don't have a suspicious mindset.
Yeah, I agree, Stephanie. I think this is the telltale sign, I believe, that Colin Bruckner was an unsuspecting or unwitting victim. If Judy was part of this, he was certainly not in the know. The response and the answers that he gave were, I think, would be consistent with that of a normal person stumbling upon bodies like that. Mannequins, dummies. I think that's what most people would think. Now,
right.
The part that I agree with on Greg is I don't like the fact that he used the phrase, they were set up to make it look like someone was home. And I don't know if that's just Colin not knowing what he said, or if he was in a state of shock when he made that quote. That doesn't make sense. It's not like they were sitting up in chairs fully clothed, like some kind of a prank or something, or for a movie set or a prop or something. They were lying on the ground with missing limbs. I don't get that statement as far as made to look as if someone was home. But I do agree with the mannequins and dummies. I think a normal person seeing something like that would probably think that's what it was. And so I think that's when Judy, I think at that point, had to do something to get him back over there, because I feel she was in the know, and they were intended to find the bodies. And she said, no, I think you better go back. Her response is not a typical response of someone that's consistent with being shocked at what they've seen. Her 911 call was very suspicious, and this whole thing. Colin does seem to be an unwitting person here that's not in the know, is what it seems like to me. He's not acting. He has everything that he does seems to be authentic and organic. His response, his 911 phone call, he's just shocked. Judy's is more of a script or bullet points that she's reading off and rattling off to 911 dispatchers and saying, Colin, go back over there, check it out. There's no way they're mannequins. And then the neighbor wants to come over and look inside, and she says, no, don't look, it's awful. So Judy's the one giving leading questions and planting seeds. Colin, I think, is just answering the normal way a grandfather would probably answer being shocked like that, not knowing. I think he would think they were mannequins or dummies. I just don't agree with that they were made to look like someone was living there. I don't understand that.
I also want to jump in and say, if you look in here, Judy tells the neighbor, don't look in the house, it's awful. But she was also one of the people who came to the justice page early on. And initially, people actually were very sympathetic towards her and felt bad at what she saw. And she went into graphic detail early in this case of the condition of the bodies. I mean, it's strange to me. She tells the neighbor not to look, but she's going to go on a public Facebook page and describe graphic details of what she saw that's not consistent. And I remember when she was doing it, it was really quite shocking and disturbing at the time.
And that was 5 years ago today.
Yeah.
Oh, she's still joking about it to this day. About the state of the bodies and the tragic deaths of David, Camille, and Lonnie. To this day, she is joking about it. It's incredibly sick.
That's just as sick as the friends online putting on public forums all the disgusting comments that they made. Like, if this is your friend and you believe that he committed this crime, why on earth would you be making a sick joke like that? Or it's not just one thing that they said. It's at least 10 different comments that several of these friends made. You know, everybody was sympathetic to all of these friends and Judy until the comments, because those comments are what say, oh, you don't need our sympathy.
You're talking about the dog barking at the window and Jan Jr.? Oh, I was going to say, Jan Jr. said the dog attacked the window. There was somebody on the Justice page, knickknacks and books, and none of the knickknacks are disturbed. There's still dust sitting on there. The books are straight up and down. How did the dog get to the window? If he was jumping on the shelf, shouldn't the objects on top of it be falling to the floor or something?
That's a very good point, is they should have fallen if he was viciously attacking the window like it was said.
Yeah, and those for the newer listeners, newer members of the group, it was not a sturdy bookcase there in front of that window. It was kind of a wobbly, flimsy case there that did have books on it and some knickknacks at the top. Beside those two bookcases, I think there was two. There was a very little space in the middle for a dog to get in to jump up the window, and there was no space on the left side of the window because that's where the Christmas tree was. The right side of the window had a little space from the bookshelf to the opening of the window that the dog could have jumped up on to do the barking. But we see images from the crime scene showing that curtain was closed, overhanging that section of it. But then later on the same photos that they were taking, that curtain was subsequently wide open. So the curtain was moved, but it does allow us to see where the dog could have potentially jumped up to attack the window. But that space was very small to do so. And none of the knickknacks, like the gal said earlier, were disturbed, knocked over. If a dog jumped up there and attacked, those things could have been flying all over, those little knickknacks, but they weren't. So it's very strange. And Judy said later on another comment before all the FOIA requests came out, she said the dog was up there because that's where the couch was. The sofa was in front of that big picture window. And the dog was jumped up there and attacked the window from the sofa. And she went on pretty heavy on the comment section on the people.com, the People magazine website when the article came out and when the story broke nationwide. She spent the best part of that afternoon on the comment section heavily trolling there and telling everyone that the dog jumped up because there was a sofa in front of that picture window. And so when the photos came out soon after that, that showed that no sofa was even close to that front picture window, that's when some of her story started collapsing.
She's very obsessed with this case. The amount of time she spends online looking for this case on the different forums, different articles, Reddit, YouTube, everything, and then she goes into the comment sections and stuff like that. This is unhealthy.
For just somebody who was just a neighbor, it's a very unhealthy thing. To play devil's advocate, you could say fairly that, I myself have a very unhealthy fascination with this case. However, as Ann just pointed out, Colin, as Judy told everybody, Colin was having a very serious a very troubling time trying to get over what he saw, by himself, which, that's completely understandable. But as Ann was saying, if you know that's going on with your husband, why on earth are you going to sit here 5 years later and still be the main or excuse me, one of the main people attacking people for going against the official narrative. The way that she's gone about this whole thing since day one when the bodies were found is just very, very concerning.
When she calls in, and the second thing that she says is, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door.
Mm-hmm.
She has to understand why people would start asking questions about her, jumping to conclusions so early. And it's not just that. Just like how Dan was saying, if you compare the two 911 calls, they're like night and day. Looking through the same window, the exact same window. These are two people that have lived together for a very long time. Looking through the same window, one sees dummies, the other sees a murder or a suicide, and describes dog scavenging. It's a big, big difference. It's confusing when you have two people also calling in about the same thing that, again, live in the same house and they're not even on the same page about who's going to call 911. They both end up doing it.
And that gets back into the misinformation or disinformation. Was that done on purpose to, all this chaos ahead? Was that all planted to create that, to confuse on purpose? My first request, before I requested the FOIA or the police log, was the audio transcript, the audio of Judy's 911 call. At that point, I didn't know Colin made a call. I didn't know two people made a call. I asked for the audio. I was quickly shut down by saying, we can't send the audio, but we can send you a transcript of what was said. And I said, that sounds good. So that was odd. Is that a common thing that they will not send out the actual 911 phone call in audio format? I think that would be very telling by the inflection of the voice and how it was stated by Judy. I think that would be very, very telling.
With the other case that I received from Apple Valley, we received the audio recordings for that case. I'm not sure if we received the 911 call, but we got the interviews, and that was very enlightening, wasn't it, Greg?
Yeah.
I think that in the future, if this case was to be reopened or reinvestigated, the thing we should get is the audio of that 911 call and the interview videos of the interviews police held on surveillance, and they were captured on audio and video, I think, of the interviews. And also the dash cam of Tara Becker's squad car that was positioned at the scene of the house that was aimed, the camera was aimed directly at the front door and was left on, I believe, for 4 straight hours. Dash cam video does exist. And that'd be able to pick up the movements and the actions, I guess, of the first responders. But this 911 call would be interesting, just to hear it in the voice of someone and then be able to give that to someone that does language the breakdown, if that's someone lying or being authentic or organic or reading from a script or planting seeds. I think that'd be a good one to get to a test on the actual audio of that 911 call. That may also be the reason that it's also been held back. If they don't want that to get out, because you can tell so much from a person's voice on that call, might be the first reason that they shut that first thing down right away by saying we're not going to release that.
Good point. No, there's two, so we want both of those calls, right? From Judy and Colin.
And I have requested them. I was just shut down by...
Did they give any reason or anything, or...
Mm-mm.
I mean, is it
I wasn't
worth?
ever given a reason. They just.
I don't see why they won't just give.
Redacted.
Yeah, they just hand out the same thing, almost as if, okay, well, if somebody asks for this, just send them this. But I mean, they should at least give us a reason. Maybe we should press them on that a little bit. There should be a reason for that.
Because I had made a very detailed list, and specifically requested like the dash cams and that footage from Tara Becker, from that vehicle. And everything was ignored. Every single thing that I asked for was ignored. And Dan, I'm happy to give you a copy of that for you so that you can see exactly what I had requested.
Yeah, a screenshot of that, or just a one page of that particular request would be good. You can shoot that over on an email or something. I do think that they're not going to provide that for sure. But and I had also requested on an official transcript that dash cam recording of Officer Tara Becker's car, that squad car, that they said in the police report the note was on, the video was on, and the note said it was recording. I think it was, if memory serves, I think it was 4 hours straight that thing was on. That would have been interesting just to see, not from the Judah Collins perspective, but to see the actions of and how they were going about, who was going in, who was going out. It wouldn't have captured anything in the backyard, but it would have been just the front, kind of the scene.
Yeah.
But that was rejected as well.
I don't see why it would be an issue, though. I mean, it's just playing it at the house.
Correct. There should be that should be the first thing being able to receive. And I said in my note too, if there's a cost, for making a DVD or burning a CD, and something like that, I'll gladly reimburse you the costs of what it would take to put the time and effort into transferring that to the 4-hour recording. And nope, that was still shut down. So I think by this time, when the FOIA started coming through, I think at this time, one can conclude that the higher ups in the Apple Valley Police Department already were given the order to start limiting what's coming out in this case, or one could call it the cover up on the aftermath of all this, because what we got versus what we didn't get was already censored right at the beginning, what we were getting and what we were told.
Right.
And that's it was after that point is when I went to the Apple Valley Police Department Facebook page and gave them a 1-star review saying the detectives handled this case very poorly. And it wasn't done in bad taste. I didn't use foul language or go in there yelling and screaming. I just left a note saying that 1 out of 5 stars that the investigators handled this case poorly. And it wasn't but a couple of weeks later that it was that comment was removed. And then I asked who removed the comment and why. That's the whole purpose of having ratings and comments, much like Yelp or a restaurant review. You want to see the good and the bad. And I had nothing written poorly or in distaste. It was an honest feeling that I have to this day. It's a 1 star out of 5 of how the detectives handled that case. And they never got back to me as far as why it was removed, who removed it, and for what reason would they take out a review on their Facebook page. So all these things lead back to the suppression of information started at the very beginning with these folks. And that's not to say they were involved in the murder. That just lends, I would say, it supports the evidence. It supports the fact that they were somehow covering up in the aftermath of this event.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up unless anybody else has anything else on the 911 call. I think that's a great place to kind of end it. We'll end it on page 9.
I'd like to make a quick comment about the 911 call, and that's if you are looking in your window of your neighbor's house and seeing these horrific scenes, you have no idea what happened or if there's a danger in your neighborhood. Why would you leave your spouse and make 2 separate 911 calls? If it was me, I wouldn't let go of my spouse. I'd want to keep that person in eyesight and be safe. I just thought that was bizarre. And then they didn't seem to realize the other was calling.
Around this time, Colin Prochnow called 911, but before he did, Colin went 1 house east of David's and spoke with Tuppy. Now, Officer Tara Becker reported what happened next. Tuppy stated that the Crowleys were brought to her attention today when her other neighbor, Colin Prochnow, came over and asked if she knew where the Crowleys might be. Tuppy stated she thought they had possibly gone to Texas for the holidays and just weren't back yet. So she called David's landline. Is that the landline number? The 0461? I thought it was a cell phone number.
Have a landline.
I didn't think they had a landline either.
Okay. And that's possible that she just got that wrong, or that...
I thought maybe Mr. Alam, wasn't he paying for their cell phone lines at one point, and then he stopped, so they had to get new numbers? I just kind of thought that was the reason that the call didn't go through, but I agree. It's odd that it's almost like Judy had to race Colin to the phone, and then the 911 operators, the way he spoke to Colin, I thought that was really rather odd, because wouldn't you be wanting to, right, wouldn't you be trying to get as much information as you can, you know? Like, it's almost like they were like, listen, we already talked to your wife, so why are you calling? Like, it's wrong that he was calling. Which, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only want one person to call to report a crime, and that's it. The way they don't have to track down as much. Who knows? If you looked in your neighbor's window and saw this, why are you leaving your husband at all? You don't know if there's somebody still stalking around coming to do the same thing to you next. Like in every other 911 call I've listened to, it's, okay, hold on, stay on the line with us, help is on the way, not, okay, goodbye, get off the phone.
I think the only other thing that I want to get everybody's thoughts on are this gun, because if you read the 911 transcript, it's not clear by that if Judy saw this gun. Just in this call, if we're just looking at this call here, and she's saying that Colin saw it. She never really says that she saw it. And that kind of bothered me because, I wanted some type of statement in this thing. She's so clear about all of these things, it should be clear whether she saw that gun or whether she didn't. But she's asked, and she says, yes, my husband saw it. She doesn't say, yes, I saw it.
Okay, so right before they ask him what his name is, so he says, yeah, it's 10:51. Would somebody like to come over and, what is it, do a welfare or well check or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And the dispatcher says, okay, you said 10:51 for them? And Colin, I don't think there are any bodies, but it looks like there's a gun next to one, a handgun. And then they say, okay, and what's your name again? And he spells his name, and they ask for his phone number, and they give a cell phone number, a house number, and then the dispatcher says, okay, all right, just 1 second. And then Colin starts explaining that, they were out of town and they saw presents. And after he gets done saying this, the dispatcher says, okay, did you already call? And Colin says, what? Yeah, we tried calling that cell number and nobody answered. And the dispatcher says, no, did you already call us? Your wife already called us. Judy just called us. And Judy says, the dispatcher says, okay, you saw the gun on the floor. And Judy says, yes, my husband saw it. He's not here right now. He's talking to the other neighbor. We hadn't seen any movement over there and all that. So Colin saw the gun. But didn't.
It's not clear. Right. It's not clear if she did.
Right.
Right?
Right. If she did, she does not specifically say it anywhere. She does specifically say her husband saw it, but she doesn't specifically say, yes, I saw it too. Which, if she could see in such detail the fingernails, wouldn't you think she would have noticed the gun? Because that's something more recognizable. You could recognize a gun better than you can a body that's just got like a little bit of a skull and hair stuck to it.
It's kind of how you don't call 911. They should use that.
Yeah, this is the exact way you don't call us.
Don't do this. Because it's just really bad. I mean, there's nothing here that you just go, oh my, like, what are you talking about? It's way too much guessing going on.
Okay, I want to thank you all for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast number 2. I really appreciate all of you. This will be a monthly podcast. We're going to try to put out something new every month. Our goal is to try to reach as many researchers as possible to put the information in this book in the hands of as many people as possible. That is the goal of this podcast. That is the goal of the book that I wrote. Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we podcast right from your phone or computer, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Hi everyone, thank you for joining me here. This is going to be part of a bonus show for the podcast, the Gray Stage Podcast. And we were informed that let me take a few steps back here. One of the big questions was, one of the questions that I had was, what was the last known interview that David Crowley ever did publicly? Now we know he was posting on Facebook and on social media publicly up until December. And it doesn't appear to be anything weird or anything odd from his other posts. Going back all the way to 2012 and all of that. So I don't see anything strange about what he was posting in those last couple months on social media. But trying to find the last known interview or podcast or anything that David Crowley did, I couldn't really find anything for 2014. So I don't know, that was like, well, maybe he just didn't record anything in 2014. But what you're about to hear right now is a very special interview with someone who was listening to a podcast in 2014.
And Officer Broughton has been there a while. He's since retired. So he was a senior level. He was a veteran. He knew what was going on. You can tell by his comments and his statements and his reports that things were very well detailed. I mean, he said, I opened the door and there was, he said, quote, an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Now that would make sense for bodies being there. So I got family and friends that are in law enforcement. The first few days, up to a week, is when it's going to be the most horrendous. After that, the smell is still bad, but it backs off a little bit. The most overpowering is that first week, probably the first maybe days 3 through 7. And so when he says overpowering, that leads me to believe it's in that 7 to 10 day window that the bodies were sitting there. If it was 3 weeks, it would still stink, but I don't think you see the word overpowering, because by that time the stench is for the most part gone away. So that's the only other thing I can say on that. He does say the word overpowering, and that's the same adjective I get when talking with family and friends in law enforcement when they talk about that. Yes, it's going to smell later on as well, but if it's overpowering, it's in its first round of the whole rigor mortis. And so that's where I lean into that earlier stage, and I don't buy the 3 week stage because of Broughton's comment. And that's why I wanted to interview him. I talked to him on the phone after he resigned and retired. And I said, well, if I'd like to meet and go over the case with you, and I could meet, because I'm only 30 minutes away. And he said, well, let me run it past some people, and I'll let you know, but I'm open to, have a cup of coffee. And then he called back and says, I talked to, Gummerth, and I didn't really have anything to do with the case, so I don't think we should meet.
What do we know about Community Service Officer, CSO, Brian Booth? Because he's the one who was called to help take the dog out of the house. So I guess Community Service Officer Brian Booth had some experience with dogs at this point. There was a reason why he was called to help take this dog out of this house.
I just always assumed that he was like a dog catcher or worked for the pound.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
Like, I never really thought much about it. Like, he came and got the dog, so I thought, oh, okay, so he knows about dogs. And then
But
just
the thing
further
is-
along, you just kind of forget that he was the one who came.
And he just throws Paleo in the back of the truck and leaves him there for hours.
That's a good topic, Sophia, because the phrasing here had some questions early on in the case in the Justice page, because it says that he got there, got the dog out, and put him into the bed of my truck where he stayed until roughly 1900 hours. Now, 1900 hours at 7 p.m., and that day I think it was 17 degrees outside on a January day in Minnesota in winter. So we assumed it was a pickup truck with an open bed. Later they said, no, the only squad cars that were there were SUVs and like a Ford Explorer type of a thing, and that's where the dog was. And I said, here in Minnesota, you don't call that the bed unless it's a pickup truck. So why would he explain it as the CSO officer saying I took Paleo and put him in the bed of my truck? And really he just meant essentially the back seat or the way back area of an SUV. Just had him there. So the car was on, the car was running, so the car was warm, and so I put to bed any stress there was from members of the page thinking, why was Paleo, standing outside in the shivering cold in a pickup truck? So they said they had the car running. So which prompted the next question. We said he had the car running till 7 p.m. after getting there at 1. So straight out.
Well, the great thing about this book is it's like Dan said in the foreword. That was amazingly well the way he put that. It's not to tell you who committed this crime. It's not to tell you why you should believe the way we do. It's to give you enough information for you to go and find your own decision. It's a tool. It's like a reference guidebook, if you will, of the basic facts that you need to know of what happened so that then you can go and track it down and decide what you think.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr. I'm one of many researchers looking into this case. I began looking into this case trying to prove David Crowley guilty. 5 years later, I still don't have any proof. We have a lot of speculation, but we have a lot of speculation about many different theories, including what the investigators told us. We're going to go over my book thoroughly, looking at all of the different points made in that book. And where we go from there, we'll see. This is the monthly podcast, and I want to thank everybody for joining us here. God bless you all. Let's get to it. First responders. At 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom arrived at the crime scene. There he saw Colin Prochnow standing in Lorraine Tuppy's driveway. Mr. Prochnow approached the officer stating there were bodies in the living room of the Crowley home. Sergeant Dahlstrom then approached the front window and looked inside the residence. I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window, Sergeant Dahlstrom wrote in his supplemental report. I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies. I advised dispatch of my findings, Sergeant Dahlstrom continued, and requested the channel be restricted to emergency traffic. The sergeant then informed Captain John Bermel of the situation. Officer Tara Becker was the second responder to arrive at the crime scene. Sergeant Dahlstrom advised me that there were in fact 3 deceased parties that could be seen from the large picture window at the front of the residence. Officer Becker did not report seeing the bodies in any of her supplemental reports we received. Officer John Broughton arrived third. With all 3 officers standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Officer Broughton was the first officer to check the back of the house. I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry, Broughton documented. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence and the gates were closed but not locked. Officer Broughton entered the backyard and saw fresh animal tracks in the snow. Signs of forced entry were not found on any backyard windows, but there was an open door. The rear sliding patio door was found open slightly 1/4 of an inch, wrote Broughton. I opened the door and found that it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. Paleo continued to bark as Broughton opened the rear slider. When I opened the patio door, there was an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. One light was on in the dining room, Broughton continued. The Christmas tree lights and other strings of Christmas lights were still on. After walking around the back of the house, Officer Broughton looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. They were all badly decomposed, Broughton wrote in his report. One adult body was lying on its back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. The second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. Between 2 adult bodies was the body of a small child. Officer Adam Keeler arrived fourth and helped secure the scene until Paleo was removed from the house. Once Community Service Officer Brian Booth arrived, Officer Keeler opened the rear sliding door and the officers attempted to lure Paleo outside with dog treats. Officer Keeler reported it took 5 minutes for Paleo to come outside. The dog was scared upon arrival, wrote CSO Brian Booth, but appeared to be friendly. I was able to catch the dog with a choke pull and get it into the bed of my truck where it stayed until roughly 1900 hours. CSO Booth then took Paleo to Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog but not to do anything else with it since it was part of an investigation. Next, Sergeant Dahlstrom and Keeler entered the house through the rear slider. Prior to entering the residence, wrote Sergeant Keeler, I announced officers' presence. There was no response. The 2 officers cleared the garage first, then the main level, ending with the basement. I noted the writing on the living room wall, wrote Keeler, which appeared to say Allahu Akbar. It appeared to be written in blood with fingerprints. Sergeant Dahlstrom also noticed blood writing on the living room wall. I noticed letters on the wall that appeared to be written in blood. Dahlstrom also reported seeing several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and living room. Below the wall on the living room floor lay 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. At this time, Broughton reported, the bodies are presumed to be that of the homeowners David Timothy Crowley, born 7/7/85, and Kamel Rasul Crowley, born 11/20/86, and their daughter Rania Crowley. With all 3 levels cleared, officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. The Crowley's mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time, wrote Becker, and handed me today's mail, which was placed inside the mailbox. An interesting note found in the BCA notes stated, mail in mailbox, December 29th, /front packages 11015. Alright, so that was reading from pages 13 to pages 15 of The Gray Stage by myself, Greg Fernandez, looking at the first responders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first responders is what we're looking at here. All before the detectives arrive and all before the BCA shows up. And obviously, way before the medical examiner shows up as well. What you'll see here is some of the most important information about what happened to the Crowleys. And with that, we're going to take you right into our call with Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and of course, our good friend Ann.
We'll be covering the chapter called First Responders in tonight's show. This is basically pages 13, 14, and 15 of the book, A Gray Stage.
I think what is really important here is the first responders should all have the same story. They should all look at the same bodies and report them the exact same way. So that's what I was looking for here. People can judge that for themselves, whether all of these officers who entered that house or who showed up to the scene and looked through the front window and saw these bodies, did they all see the exact same thing?
Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom was there. 1:04 p.m. he arrived, and he was the very first person. He looked in, approached the front window, and looked inside. So he was the very first responder on site. And he goes on to say that, quote, I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window. That's what he wrote in his supplemental report. And, quote, I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies.
In my opinion, I think Paleo was probably happy to see somebody alive and looking in the window. Maybe that a protective instinct also kicked up in him.
I was thinking it was more of a, like, this is my house, what are you doing looking in the window type of thing from Paleo. That's at least what the feeling I got from reading all the reports when they talk about how frantic he is. But I've kind of changed my view on that a little bit. I'm not so 100% on that because of the smudge marks on the window. The window was surprisingly clean for a frantic dog being near it.
I still don't think he attacked that window the way that certain people have said it.
Yeah, these officers don't say anything like that.
Correct.
Very different. And Paleo knew them. Paleo had at least seen Colin Prochnow and Judy Prochnow at some point, I'm guessing. So Sergeant Dahlstrom then basically lets Captain John Burmel know about the situation. And then Officer Tara Becker is the second to show up at this crime scene. And what was very curious to me is that it doesn't sound like, if you read Officer Tara Becker's documents, it doesn't sound like she sees these bodies, period. Maybe I'm reading more into it than I should, but...
Should she have looked?
She had to have looked, didn't she?
Confirm what she was told? Like, shouldn't she have had to look? And
I would think so. I don't know why she wouldn't, but if she did, shouldn't it be here? Shouldn't it be in these documents?
Yeah, in her report, I saw, like the other guys put in.
Right.
Whereas with hers, it's so-and-so advised me.
And she does see them later because she's taking photos. She's either taking photos or taking video, but she's in there later on, so you would think that at that point there should be some documentation from her.
And she is, I don't believe she's a tall woman. I think she's very short in stature, so she wouldn't have been able to see through that window anyway from the outside. Even being on her tiptoes, she wouldn't have been able to see in. So that would make sense. I agree that she wouldn't have seen by first responding, officer until she actually went around through the back and went into the residence. I agree with Stephanie. I think the dog was just frantic, running around. May have been excited to see living human beings as well, or just frantic, excited, or all of the above. I think the dog was just running around, didn't know what to think. I don't know if the first couple of squad cars came on there with their lights and sirens on and everything, and may have been very startling or maybe they just showed up with no lights, no sirens. We don't know.
The dogs above us, every time that sirens go by our apartments, they freak out. And I don't know how Paleo was, but if they came in with sirens on, it's very possible that could have set them off too. Now, I know that like ambulances or police that go by our apartments, when they turn into a residential area, they leave their lights on, but their sirens are turned off. But we're next to a really busy boulevard, so when they're on that, they leave them on. But as soon as they turn down the residential road, they turn the sirens off, but the lights are still on. So I don't know what the procedure is in Minnesota or Apple Valley.
I mean, you would think, okay, if it's just for a welfare check, maybe not, which is what Colin, tells him that's what he wants after seeing the bodies. Just, can somebody come and do a welfare check? But listening to what Judy said, you can, it's like there's a murder or a suicide and the dog is eating bodies and there's presence out there. At this point, they don't know that there isn't a killer in that house based on her call. It's a big difference than just coming over and doing a welfare check. But the officers, they don't act like there's some impending danger or anything like that. It's more about seeing those dead bodies, and obviously they're going to clear this house at some point, but they have to get that dog out first. So at this point, do we already think that they're not worried about finding anybody in the house who might have killed these people, and they're not worried that there's presence out on the front doorsteps? That could be bombs or something. They really don't know anything at this point.
Why would they think they were bombs?
Well, because
they don't know. That's the thing. They don't know what they're walking into. They have no idea if they're about to walk into a house that's going to be, blown up any second. They don't know. But given Judy's phone call, she was who they first talked to. And from her phone call, it doesn't sound like there's kind of any imminent danger. And then, you get to Colin's part, and it's more or less like, okay, well, there's dead people in there, but there's really no threat anywhere else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember reading anything outside of the gossip from the friends that there was any suspicion of bombs. And they don't mention it in the reports, do they?
No.
Okay. I think it was only Nathan Hendricks and Sean White that mentioned that.
Correct. Now, Greg, if I could just jump in here. When the first officer came, Dahlstrom, he did see the neighbor, Colin Prochnow, standing in the driveway of the other neighbor, chatting, and then he came up and told him that the bodies are in the front in the picture window. So I think the imminent danger may have been relieved at that point when they saw the two neighbors just chatting calmly in the driveway and saying, yeah, they're inside, the bodies are inside. So maybe that led them to assume that there was no imminent danger, perhaps. I don't know.
It's just weird. Like, I guess everybody reacts to things different, so it's not really my place to judge how they responded. But when Judy's telling Lorraine Tupy,
yep,
to don't go look in there, don't do it, don't look in there. That seems like she's very bothered by that, as anybody would be. But if Colin and her just kind of standing there chit-chatting when the cops get there, it kind of makes me wonder if there's not more to the neighbors calling and saying what they said. Like if maybe there wasn't some sort of checklist, if you will, given to them to say what they said to the officers. Just going through the reports, the things that are put in there, like the things that the police say, that the neighbors said, just weird little things that don't seem like they would be important to this case. There's no real reason why it should be there. We talked about it a little bit in the the last conference call where Dan had pointed out it seems like it was just like put in there to kind of push an agenda. That idea is seeming more and more realistic to me, at least.
And I think, too, to piggyback on what Dan was saying, Judy did talk to the police at some point, and she said comments that David was acting strange in the last few months. He had a mohawk. He was wearing military-type clothing. So the police might have been given at some point the impression that there was an intruder and it was him. And it's interesting that Judy is also saying these things because she also told police that she had limited contact with the Crowleys. So how would she know if David's behavior was strange or not? She doesn't even know the family that well.
I mean, this is a woman who said that her grandkids she used to allow the grandchildren to go over and play at David's house, and then she turns around and the next comment will say, I really didn't know David that well. It's like, which is it? Do you let your grandchildren play with strangers inside of that stranger's house?
Well, she had also said that she's not the one who decided the kids couldn't play over there anymore. It was her daughter, because her daughter is the one who got the weird vibe from him. It wasn't even her. So then you've got the fact that Colin is the one who supposedly saw the gun. Judy didn't actually see the gun. It's really hard going through and separating what she actually saw versus hearsay from her daughter or her husband or another neighbor or something like that.
Well, she's even gone on the record saying that she was shown the new furniture by David.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, she put that in a comment. I have that, actually. And why would, if she barely knew him, why would he invite her inside
to see the furniture?
All right, so third to show up on the scene is Officer John Broughton. While all three officers were standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Now, Broughton he's the first person to check the back of the house. So you have three officers there. They've already looked through. Yeah, one has already looked through the front window. You have three neighbors that are hanging out, and so Broughton is told, go check the back of the house. Is that another common thing too? You have one officer in front, one officer in the back. Do you want two officers going through the back? To me, it just kind of seems like they're not that concerned about another person in that house, and they're not that concerned about this being a triple homicide. So when Broughton goes to the back, he says, I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry. That's what they're looking for here. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence, and the gates were closed but not locked. I thought that was another interesting thing too. I don't know. Over here, we don't really lock our side gates. I don't know what people in Minnesota do, or in Texas, or wherever the rest of you are.
He had a small child and a dog, though. I would think that would be like the back door not being secured, even if it was broken. That not being secured, plus the gate not being locked, you wouldn't have need to force your way into the property. You've already got a clear path. The back gate's unlocked. The back door's broken. Why would you need to break your way in?
Here's what I think here. You get these, the calls come in from dispatch, 911 dispatch. And so the people responding are just typical patrol, traffic patrol officers, and they're showing up to a scene with bodies inside and a dog running around. So I think they're mainly waiting for instruction as far as what to do and what's their role there. So they're chatting, and the house faces south, and the back of the house faces north. And so I think when they get to Broughton showing up there, the officers were at that time wandering over to the side, which is the west, and that's where they can first get the glimpse of the smell. The front door and the side doors and windows were closed. Only in the back was that door opened just a little bit, that slider. So I think when they walked to the west and were about to go into that gate is when they caught the first whiff of it, which would make sense. They're getting closer to where the door is open. And Minnesota, not common to lock. You have a chain link fence like that. There's just a clasp that closes it. There's not a lock. I don't know of any neighbors that have locks on it. And that fence, as I stood there before on the scene, was, I think it's a 4 or 3.5 foot high fence, very short. It's like just for dogs, pets, and little kids. Any adult can just basically jump over that fence or leap right over it. So it's very small, but so that would make sense. Now Broughton goes out of his way here to mention all these steps, and I think this is all just protocol. He's throwing in there, we're looking for forced entry. We're seeing if things are locked and things are not locked. Those are the kind of rhetoric that I think that's how cops speak when they enter a scene like that, or what they're instructed to say. So he's making sure that there was no forced entry, and there wasn't. And so that's, I think, that's what we're hearing a lot from his statement. The door was less than 1/4 of an inch opened slightly, and they found it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. So he goes out of his way to, clearly explain how it was seen.
It makes sense. I'm just wondering if they had found signs that somebody had forced their way into that house, would that change what they did from that point on?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they're trained in a certain way. Like when the crime scene photographers came in, all the time they spent right off the bat was taking 18 photos of the door, because that's their training, is to show was anything on the door, the jam, was it jammed, was it locked, was it pried open, how was the door open? So like Broughton here enters, the first thing he's on his mind is there any kind of forced entry? Now I think with the neighbors standing around, that I think lessens their alert for someone in the house, and the dog barking, and the first call came in saying that bodies had been here for a while, but I don't think there was any urgency that there was a threat on the scene. But they still have to go through the process of clearing the house, which is coming up on the next pages.
Well, they did a good job starting out with protocol, so what happened? Because protocol is not touching things and moving things. When you're just doing your initial picture taking, you're not supposed to be moving anything. You're documenting what is there before anything's moved. So they started out strong.
And Officer Broughton has been there a while. He's since retired. So he was a senior level. He was a veteran. He knew what was going on. You can tell by his comments and his statements and his reports that things were very well detailed. I mean, he said, I opened the door and there was, he said, quote, an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Now that would make sense for bodies being there. That is obviously what the smell would be. And he goes on to say that there's a light on in the dining room. Christmas tree lights and other strings were still on. And he walked around the back of the house and then looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. All were badly decomposed. One adult was lying on his back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. Second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. And between the 2 adult bodies was a body of a small child. So Broughton comes in and does his job, I think. Describes everything, checks, goes around the house. He does everything, like Stephanie said, the protocol was there at the first folks that showed up.
Okay, the last thing on Broughton here was this overpowering odor of decaying flesh, does that help us give any indication of how long the bodies were there? Does this help show that the bodies were there for 3 weeks?
I got family and friends that are in law enforcement. The first few days, up to a week, is when it's going to be the most horrendous. After that, the smell is still bad, but it backs off a little bit. The most overpowering is that first week, probably the first maybe days 3 through 7. And so when he says overpowering, that leads me to believe it's in that 7 to 10 day window that the bodies were sitting there. If it was 3 weeks, it would still stink, but I don't think you see the word overpowering, because by that time the stench is for the most part gone away. So that's the only other thing I can say on that. He does say the word overpowering, and that's the same adjective I get when talking with family and friends and law enforcement when they talk about that. Yes, it's going to smell later on as well, but if it's overpowering, it's in its first round of the whole rigor mortis. And so that's where I lean into that earlier stage, and I don't buy the 3-week stage because of Broughton's comment. And that's why I wanted to interview him. I talked to him on the phone after he resigned and retired. And I said, well, if I'd like to meet and go over the case with you, and I could meet, because I'm only 30 minutes away. And he said, well, let me run it past some people, and I'll let you know, but I'm open to, have a cup of coffee. And then he called back and says, I talked to, Gummert, and I didn't really have anything to do with the case, so I don't think we should meet. And so my answer is, these pages, Greg, here that you wrote show that he was one of the very first people on the scene, saw the dog, saw the door ajar, smelled the decay. He would be a very good interview, I think. But someone did not want him speaking to me, even though he was no longer with the force, which had nothing to do with anything. He didn't have to ask permission at that point. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to say I completely agree with you there. That seems very odd that he would say that he didn't have much to do with it, because from just reading this, not even considering the whole police report, it sounds like he was one of the, important interviews to get. So why would somebody have told him to decline it, the interview?
Well, that's the point. That's the same thing.
By him saying that he didn't have much to do with that, that's an outright lie, because clearly he was one of the first few people there. So.
And I think the way he phrased it on the phone call was he didn't have that much to do, and he wasn't playing a big, important role in the detective and the investigation that went on months and up to a year later. And I said, I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for a first response. I wanted to get your ideas from actually being the first, third person there on the scene. That very first initial shock and the sounds and the sights that you saw and you witnessed, I think would have been very helpful for a 10-minute interview. That's all. I wasn't talking about the detective and the investigation case, but he says I didn't have much to do with the case, so I shouldn't interview you. I shouldn't be speaking with you, or something to that effect.
That's just pretty odd.
But then again, his son is now in the force at Apple Valley.
Oh.
So there's still a connection that's not out altogether. His son is on that. He's one of the patrol officers, I believe, in Apple Valley.
Was his son a part of the force when this happened?
Not that I know of. I don't believe so. He may have been a junior officer or something to that effect, but he wasn't a sworn officer at the time, I don't believe.
He was a part of the case, the Josephson case, but I don't think he was a part of this case.
John Broughton's son was part of the other case.
The other one, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
Murder, suicide. Interesting. That happened, how long after?
November 3rd, 2016.
So we'll move on to Officer Adam Keeler, and he showed up fourth, and he helped secure the scene until the dog was removed from the house. What do we know about Community Service Officer, CSO, Brian Booth? Because he's the one who was called to help take the dog out of the house. So I guess Community Service Officer Brian Booth had some experience with dogs at this point. There was a reason why he was called to help take this dog out of this house.
I just always assumed that he was like a dog catcher or worked for the pound.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
Like, I never really thought much about it. Like, he came and got the dog, so I thought, oh, okay, so he knows about dogs. And then just further along, you just kind of forget that he was the one who came.
And he just throws Paleo in the back of the truck and leaves him there for hours.
That's a good topic, Sophia, because the phrasing here had some questions early on in the case in the Justice page, because it says that he got there, got the dog out, and put him into the bed of my truck where he stayed until roughly 1900 hours. Now, 1900 hours at 7 p.m., and that day I think it was 17 degrees outside on a January day in Minnesota in winter. So we assumed it was a pickup truck with an open bed. Later they said no, the only squad cars that were there were SUVs and like a Ford Explorer type of a thing, and that's where the dog was. And I said, here in Minnesota, you don't call that the bed unless it's a pickup truck. So why would he explain it as the CSO officer saying I took Paleo and put him in the bed of my truck? And really he just meant essentially the back seat or the way back area of an SUV. Just had him there. So the car was on, the car was running, so the car was warm, and so I put to bed any stress there was from members of the page thinking, why was Paleo, standing outside in the shivering cold in a pickup truck? So they said they had the car running. So which prompted the next question. We said he had the car running till 7 p.m. after getting there at 1, so 6 straight hours. And I think this was Judy Prochnow who was giving all the background on this, like saying, no, there was no pickup for the truck. And I said, but well, why was the truck running for 6 straight hours? It ran out of gas, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, maybe...
Well, I mean, maybe somebody went and made a run and brought a gas can or something.
But you're right. The paperwork shows that till 1,900 hours, that dog was there. They didn't take the dog to the pound or anything. Basically, he was just quarantined with no food. That they may have given him some... I don't even think they can get him any treats at that point. I think they had a bowl of water or something. They still didn't know what was in his system, so I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Yeah, they had treats to get him out. So they had some treats, but I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Then they took him to the Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog, but not to do anything else because it's a part of an investigation. So that was Brian Booth and Officer Adam Keeler. But that was very strange. Some of the words that were used, the length of time that was mentioned.
See, when I think of them wording bed of truck, I think of like an F-150 with one of those hard shells on the back of it. And
oh, yes. I was thinking that too. Yep. Whether or not it was open, it could have had a topper on it or something. But we're thinking of kind of a pickup truck here in Minnesota is what we think of. F-150 with or without a topper, but still with the topper on, 17 degrees is not insulated. And with no topper on, 17 degrees is exposed. So either way, that doesn't make sense. And then I think that was at the time that Judy said that they were like all Ford Explorer type of SUV patrol cars that the dog was in. And I said, I still wouldn't say that I put the dog in the bed of my truck if it's an SUV. So I said, the terminology seems odd. But regardless, if they were there at 1 o'clock, 1,700 out, 7 o'clock, that's 6 hours that the dog was sitting there doing nothing. And for all they know, he hadn't eaten for 3 weeks.
I guess they had already seen what the living room was through the front window, through the back window. Why clear the garage first?
Was it right there next to, because you come in through the back, and there's that fireplace, the kitchen. The garage is right there in that same area?
Right.
Yeah, the door leads right into the garage from that area. So if protocol would be to sweep the house going from right to left or whenever you come in, that would have made sense. And they both went together, so they cleared the garage first. I don't know if that's strange, Greg, or not. I didn't read too much into that. They saw the writing on the wall in blood, and then Dahlstrom, who's also in there at this time, noticed blood writing on the wall and several bloody footprints on the floor. And then he goes on to say that the living room floor laid 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. I think the word heavily is left up for debate. The Apple Valley homicide, they get one average of 1 homicide a year in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Very rarely would any of these officers even see a decaying body at all. So I think what they saw was they were decaying, but David and Kamel were bloated. The bodies were bloated at this time. So they were in, I think, that first round of decay or rigor, but not maybe heavily decomposed. That's the only thing I have to say about that. It wasn't like they were there for, months or something, but he did say heavily. Now, Broden goes on to say that the body's presumed to be that of the homeowners and the daughter. All 3 levels of the house was then cleared, and officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. So the 3 went in, cleared, and then there was no threat. They began then to wait until the detectives arrived, which is also protocol, I'm assuming.
Do we have the recording of them clearing the house?
Yeah,
Maybe
the audio looks like it was definitely cut. So it was definitely cut for certain. I'm not sure why that audio was cut, but you can clearly see, maybe just because there's nothing happening during that time. That audio recording is very important because you can hear how they sound. You can hear their dog. That's probably one of the best ones, one of the best reasons. Is to hear what does their dog sound like during that call.
I need to listen to that again.
I was posting in the group very early on. Somebody had that audio, and I just want to thank them. Whoever you are, thank you for posting that into the group because I thought that was a big help.
The way this says they saw several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and the living room. The picture I get in my head is you can clearly see a lot of bloody footprints in that area. So when you look at the pictures, you wonder where they're talking about because the pictures that's not what I would say is several bloody footprints. I mean, it's a few, but it's just severely lacking for what you picture in your head versus what the picture shows.
Well, I mean, there's several people that have gone on the record saying that David walked around the crime scene for several days and was staging it, and it's crazy. You know, there's possibly 2 and 1 handprint.
Yeah, there was another rumor too. Remember about how that they had proved that those were David's footprints. And we know that that's not true at all.
Correct.
And I don't think that the people who told us that, I don't think that they really looked at it. I think somebody told them that. I don't think that a lot of these people, a lot of the family and friends, from what I've gathered, they have not looked at a lot of these documents. I do not believe that they have looked at these documents. And if I'm wrong, then I have no problem being wrong. Only they know what they have looked at and what they haven't. But based on the conversations that I've had with family, friends, I do not believe that they have read a lot of these documents.
Well, how could they make a documentary, or a supposed documentary, of this case?
Yeah.
But not read the documents?
Yeah, they didn't want to read them. They didn't want to look at them.
Well, I mean, that's just like the private detective.
Yeah,
he had it all. He looked at it. It's like he just skimmed over it.
They weren't looking for anything that might stand out. It's all just speculative, and it's all based on feelings of them wanting David to be guilty, not on giving him the benefit of the doubt that we are innocent. We are supposed to be until proven guilty.
I would just say that the raw audio that you guys mentioned is on YouTube, and if anybody's interested, you can look it up and listen to for yourself. Also, if anybody's just catching on to the case, like Greg had mentioned, make sure you read the documents Greg had posted. Look through the crime scene photos and see for yourself so you can be better informed about this case.
And just to let everybody listening to this podcast, all the files pertaining to this case are located within the Justice for Crowley, or David Crowley and Family group, and it's all located at the top of the group. They've been added by different members, Greg, Dan, myself, everything from that we've received from Apple Valley and the BCA is all up there.
We still got one more paragraph here to cover. So the Crowley mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time. So this kind of gave us an idea of when the mail was being dropped off every day. Based on this, kind of assuming around 2 p.m., maybe 3 p.m. Another interesting thing is that the postman handed her David Crowley's mail. Where the mailboxes are, because this isn't like David Crowley's mailbox is at his house. It's actually towards the sidewalk with two other mailboxes too. And what's in those mailboxes is also another thing here, but I think that's covered later on, so I won't get too much into that. But as a mailman, as a postal service or a postmaster, as it's written here, aren't they supposed to put the mail into the mailbox, not hand it to somebody?
My mail people won't even hand it to my kids. Like, if I ask them for it, they'll walk up to my door and still put it in my little slot. When we lived in another town where we had a mailbox, like kind of connected with the other neighbors, they still wouldn't hand it to any of my kids. They would go and put it in the box. So I'm wondering why this postmaster handed it to her officer, Becker.
Maybe that's why, because she's
an officer?
She's an officer.
I've walked up to our mailman plenty of times and asked him before he's started putting mail in the mailboxes and asked for mail for 2201, and he hands it right on over. But he drops packages off at our home all the time, so...
Well, I would think if Tara Becker, if she asked for it, I think he would give it to her, but maybe he just felt like, okay, well, she needs to have this, because she was going through David Crowley's mail right at that time, at the same time, so...
Well, she talks about 2 pieces of mail, but the mailbox is about 2/3 filled. I'm looking at the photo right now.
Right, and we don't know if that photo was taken after, because after she does all this, she puts everything back in there. I do believe it's put back into the mailbox, if I remember correctly, and then it's filmed, or then it's photographed. This is from BCA 488, page 100. This is a note found in the BCA notes that states, there's mail in mailbox, and the dates are from December 29th, front packages 1/10/15. The 1/10/15 date is something that still baffles me. I don't know what that means. So if anybody wants to look that up, you can look that up in the BCA 488 PDF on page 100. Okay. Joe Cooksley writes this. So, quote, mail in mailbox December 29th / front packages 1/10/15. So the 1/10/15 is what really interests me here, because that is the first day that the packages are seen. So maybe that's what they mean by the front packages 1/10/15. It's just not really clear.
Well, the great thing about this book is it's like Dan said in the foreword, that was amazingly well the way he put that. It's not to tell you who committed this crime. It's not to tell you why you should believe the way we do. It's to give you enough information for you to go and find your own decision. It's a tool. It's like a reference guidebook, if you will, of the basic facts that you need to know of what happened, so that then you can go and track it down and decide what you think happened.
Any final words here from anyone?
I wanted to say thank you again to Dan, even with all the drama that came from it. Thank you for putting up the money and hiring the private investigator. I think that was a really important step. He may not have done a great job, but the fact that you stepped up and did that, I really respect you as a person just for that fact. You know, not even considering all the work you guys have all put into this. Just that alone, you guys are all some pretty amazing people, and it really should be noted that, you know, without any any horse in the race. We're all, aside from our busy lives, trying to find justice for this family.
Since 2015, I'll tell you, I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of people that I thought were real truth seekers. I really thought that these people were looking for truth. And now I don't. You know, now I think it is all about money, and it's all about fame, and it's all about them. It's not about truth. Because this case is so toxic, there is no winner in this case. You know, nobody wins here. All that we can do is try to find justice and try to bring justice to this case. And that requires a certain amount of a sacrifice. And for people that are public, for people that are known, for people that have following, for people that want to get likes, people have share their data and everything, want them to treat them special, wipe their feet and kiss their ass. Those people are, you know, look at this case and don't want to touch it. So how real could those people be? You know, and it's just like every day we hear, not every day, but very often I hear, well, we should get this person to look into this case. And then we get a person to look into this case, and they don't want to look into it. They don't want to touch it. You know, but yet I'm supposed to follow them. I'm supposed to think that they're this great person who is good at cracking these cases and looking at these unsolved cases and everything. They're so great at that. We give them a slam dunk case and they won't touch it. There's something wrong with that.
Very much so.
If it makes you feel any better, his TV show fell through.
Yeah, that does make me feel better.
I just think, given all the things that he's got in the works, like as far as his own personal career, I really think he did not want to disagree with the police officers on this case, because if he had openly come out and said, well, yeah, you definitely got something here, Dan, then all those police officers, all the rapport that he's built up over all these years with all these people would be gone. Just from him saying, I believe these police officers didn't do the best they could have. You know, that could be a reason why he wouldn't have said that we're on the right track or anything to that effect. That could be a very good reason why he basically just told us that we're all nuts for looking into it.
And I agree with that. I mean, he doesn't want to burn those bridges with any police that he might have to work with or any deals that he has in the works.
Right, but at the same time, you're kind of pissed at him, or I am at least, because he was paid to do a job and he didn't do it.
Heck, I could have done that.
My daughter could have done a better job than he did for a whole lot less money. Like, I
gave
feel
you a
so
great
bad.
deal, Dan.
Like he could have, that Kenneth Maines could have been, yeah, he would have had some negative blowback, but anybody who puts their name to a case where other people say something different is gonna have negative blowback. David himself said that you're going to have that. He was experiencing the negative blowback on the Gray State movie. You know, there was all those people telling him that, you know, oh, you're not actually going to do this, are you, right? That's going to happen no matter what, because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't agree with what everybody else says. But in order to get this properly looked into, there has to be somebody who's willing to say, fuck it, I don't care if I lose my job. I don't care if all these officers are mad at me. If they're really going to be mad at me for telling the truth, well, then I don't need all them. Because, like Greg just said, it's a slam dunk case, but it's almost like people are afraid to put their name to it because of all the other crap that's attached to it. But these were people. These were human beings. If we're going to say that, Why even have police look into murder cases? Why even have a justice system? If we don't believe that every single person on this planet matters, why do we even have laws? It's stupid. Every single person matters, no matter if you knew them or not. They were a human being. The laws are there to protect us. And if the police are not going to look into a case and investigate it to their best ability, there's something seriously wrong.
You know, Dan is a very smart guy. There's a reason why he picked Kenneth Maines. And if the guy that he picked can do such a horrible job, it was a big downer. It wasn't a setback, though. It wasn't like we had to regroup or anything like that. You know, the truth is on our side. I mean, I can show this case to family, friends. I can show this case to people who are teenagers, people who are in grade school, people who are in their 60s, in their 70s, and they get it. You're telling me a guy like Kenneth Maines, a guy like that who, you know, has lived this, has worked these cases, who is doing a show and all that on cold cases and solving cold cases. This is the biggest cold case you'll ever solve. Everything was given to him on a silver platter. All he had to do was just say, there's something wrong here. That's it. He couldn't even do that.
Well, but if you think back to what that detective said to Dan, where he said he'd be willing to talk, and then he talked to Gummert, and then he said, well, I really don't have anything, you know, much input on it, or, you know, whatever. That, to me, says there's something wrong. Just that. Because if he was on that scene first, that is important to know what he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a report. If what he had to say about what he saw when he first got there was not important, they would not have had him, they wouldn't have let him stay. They would have said, all right, buddy, go take off. They wouldn't have even had him really write a report. If it really wasn't important, why would it even be in there? But then there's other stuff that you find that is so vitally important to this that they just overlook. Like the hand, the gun, the hands, the arm, the cracked rib, all the things that do not make sense, they overlooked. But then things that they should have looked into were not. That,
like the fact that there wasn't a call placed on December 16th for the pot or a text message sent from David's phone.
Right, the follow-up.
There were financial issues. The unknown DNA, that kind of stuff, or the telephone still being, or his account, his AT&T account still being active as of last year. Who's paying for it? Is there identity theft? I haven't checked since to see if it's still active, but it's a little concerning that they were still active at that time.
Well, if they had gone into like witness protection or something like that,
they wouldn't have kept their phones.
Right, they wouldn't have kept their phones. They would have had to cut off all contact, completely change who they are and what they were about, everything down to their childhood, their whole life story, their name, where they're from, everything. They have to completely become a new person.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of witness protection, is so that you can be given a new identity. So if they were in something like that, those phones wouldn't have been paid.
Correct.
You wouldn't find any of the future breadcrumbs after they've died. If they did it on their own, in this day and age, that is insanely hard to actually pull off because there are cameras everywhere. Every single, well, not every single person, but pretty much every single person on this planet has a phone with a camera and a recording device of some sort, whether it's an app or just the phone itself. They would be found.
All right, I want to thank you all for listening here. This is episode 3. I hope you enjoyed this discussion with Dan Hennon, myself, Greg Fernandez Jr., Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Ann. So these 3 pages are from the first responders and what they saw when they first entered that house. This is what happens. This is the gray stage. Right now we're going to play the audio from when the first responders enter the house and clear this house. The 2 officers to enter the house and clear the house are Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom and Sergeant Adam Keeler. From this audio, I'm not sure which officer's voice you will hear. This is the raw audio from one of our members, Ken Pasquale.
45S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
2933 Sam 14 for suspicion, 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, I copy. 10-14, copy.
2933 additional.
Go ahead.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Receive. 2920, you can put me on that call. Just 10 minutes when I'll have comments later.
714 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051.
714, I'm out.
10 plus 1305.
49, 714.
49, 714.
Stand by, man.
10. 4920, I'm out.
934, send me the ramp, so I'm out. 49, 714.
49, 714.
There's several, obviously, deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034,
Temporary shift.
49, 714.
49, 714.
Do you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? Very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie, 1 copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Charlie, 1 copy. 33 up 2.
33 2.
Kids, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy. 4934, 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49, 714.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here and hear this dog.
10-4. 3311 for 3 vehicle, 1050, display and pilot. 11, I copy. And they're pulling into the gas station. 10-4. 1315.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1, go for C. Winter 20. Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring your pole over and back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
You make an entry into the house.
I'll be making entry.
4914.
4914.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want him in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators and go to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there. 45 I'll be in the area. I go here and PDM.
10-4, 1338.
101, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
We get BCA call. Have them call the number on my login screen, please.
And what you have are people that are accusing David Crowley of this crime without the evidence. Looking through all the evidence here, as we are going to do by going through this book, is to show that there is no evidence that proves David Crowley guilty. None of this does. It's all based on feelings. It's all based on what the investigators, quote unquote, believe. And it doesn't mean that all of the investigators have come to the same conclusion that their superiors have. But it's very clear at some point the investigators and everybody else had to fall in line with what the official theory would be. And let's not forget how quickly that the Apple Valley Police decided David Crowley was guilty and the public was not in any danger. We're talking within 24 hours, possibly within hours. We can clearly see by the 94 pages of police reports, by the over 500 pages of BCA documents, and by the medical examiner's report, there's nothing in here that proves David Crowley guilty. They can suspect him. He might be their suspect. But being a suspect and being the perpetrator of the crime are two completely different things. Give this to people. Hand this book out. Share the information in this book. You can download all of the information for yourself right now by going to thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage and you can download all of these documents right now. A lot of these documents can also be found in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and Dan Hennon's website, theuglytruth.info. Once again, I want to thank you all. If you have not listened to the first 2 episodes, I think it is well worth the effort, well worth the time. We try to keep these to a maximum of 1 hour, about 60 minutes, and these will be released on the 1st of every month. This is not about me, this is not about you, this is about getting justice for this family. That is the purpose here. And it's very clear. We have a slam dunk case. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It really doesn't. But it does require you to remove your personal feelings and to remove what you think happened here. Look at the documents. Look at the images. You can clearly see David Crowley is innocent until proven guilty, which can never be done for multiple reasons. Obviously, one reason being that David Crowley is dead. But let's say that he wasn't dead. Even then, based on all of this information that we have here, these authorities cannot even prove that David Crowley wrote anything in that house. They can barely prove David Crowley ever put his hand on that gun. And we know for sure that they cannot put the pen in David Crowley's hand. They cannot tie the footprints in the living room to David Crowley. They cannot tie any of the prints on the laptop in the kitchen to David Crowley, and they cannot tie the blood writing on the living room wall to David Crowley. More so, they can't even find the bullet that killed David Crowley. His blood is not on any of these bullets. That's about it, my friends. I want to thank you all. Alright, I want to thank you all again for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. This has been episode number 3. We truly appreciate all of your help. Please consider joining the group Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group created by Dan Hennon. Think about joining some of our live calls on our YouTube channel, The Gray Stage. And of course, we want to thank you again for listening to this podcast, for listening to every episode of this podcast, and for helping to spread the word to let people know justice is coming. Justice is coming. It will be coming. Don't worry about that. Until next time, episode 4 will be next month. And of course, episode 4 will be the suspicious deaths. That will cover pages 19 all the way through, it looks like pages... That will cover pages 19 to 24. And in this, we are going to finally get the detectives who show up, the BCA who shows up, and of course, the medical examiners. And what they report when they walk into the house. When they go through the house thoroughly and find everything. Oh, but 2 important things they don't find. Item 53 and item 57. Item 53 is a bullet hole that rolls out of the living room carpet a few days after the investigators leave the house. And of course, item 57 is a bullet that is found 1 month later. And that bullet is only found because investigators are told that there is a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. So again, investigators, BCA, medical examiner, cleaning crew, everybody except for some of the friends of David Crowley.
I light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love songs.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 19th, 2020, and we'll be covering another podcast here on the book by Greg Fernandez Jr. called The Gray Stage. Today's episode is Chapter 3, Suspicious Deaths. And I think we've got 15 bullet points to go over in this chapter. If you're following along in the book, it's pages 19 through 24. And joining us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Stephanie, and Greg Fernandez Jr. himself. Hello, Greg.
Hey there. Greetings from California.
And hello, Sophia.
Hello, greetings from South Texas.
And hello, Catherine.
Hi, everyone, and I'm here from Colorado.
And Stephanie, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm over here in Western New York.
Oh, perfect. And I am here in Minnesota, 30 miles away from the Crowley crime scene, and here we are 5 years later going through the book. Glad to have everyone here with us. It's a very interesting chapter. It talks about who arrived at the scene, what time, what their actions were, and what they did. And we've got some good things to cover. Where should we start off today, Greg? Should we start off with?
Yeah, let's start off with the first bullet point there, because the timeline, obviously the timeline of who came into the house, that's all very important. Who showed up at the scene, the timeline of who showed up at this scene, to me was very important to try to get in as many details to make it as easy as I could possibly do for people who really want to take a look at this case, who want to understand who showed up when, and who goes into the house, who doesn't go into the house, and all of that. So I think kind of breaking it up, it's kind of like a Jim Gummert timeline because he is the lead detective in this whole case. So I kind of started there where Jim Gummert was actually notified. Jim Gummert was notified at 2 p.m. about this case by Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. And Greg Dahlstrom is a very important person because, as we covered in the last podcast, he was the first responder. He was the first person on scene, the first person to look through the window as an investigator or as a policeman. And so I thought it was very interesting, and just that Greg Dahlstrom is kind of... he's like the front man until Jim Gummert gets there. And I don't mean front man as in a bad way. I just mean he's out front. He's the first person there.
Yeah, and he gets there. He's Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. He's the first guy on the scene. And it looks like then they go on. You know, Sergeant Gummert, lead detective, he's the sergeant of the detective unit, basically the manager of that group. And so he was notified at 2 p.m. Dahlstrom's already there as the first basically responder on the scene. And once again, this is at 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Apple Valley, Minnesota, and they're responding to essentially just bodies, suspicious deaths, bodies, and a handgun at the scene. And so this goes over when they show up, when they arrive, and what they see. Who wants to start off with this? I would like to get your take on this piece, Catherine, as far as anything notable on page 19 here on your side.
On page 19 itself, I mean, not really. I really liked this chapter, though. I thought it was very informative. I really liked how, so far, Greg, it's interesting. I've stopped off at, I ended at chapter 3. So when you said we were going to cover chapter 3, it was like, that's really good. But, you know, right now I really don't have much to say. Just because I've been out of the loop for a little bit, is it okay if I kind of take a back seat for a little bit until I can get caught up?
Oh, yes, no problem, no problem. Okay. One thing I will mention here, this is Dan, as Detective Gummert arrives at the Apple Valley Police Station, and six minutes later, a search warrant was filled out by Detective Brian Bone, and already it was signed by the district court judge, Karen Aspog, already. So the bodies were found at, what was it? It was a 1 o'clock p.m., and now we're at about the 3 o'clock time frame, 2 hours later, where they're getting search warrants and whatnot. The patrol officers were the first on the scene. Now the detectives are showing up, and they're getting what they need to go in, getting the warrants signed. And it says here that Gummert says that he proceeded to the residence to work with the patrol officers at the scene. And so at 3:30 p.m., and kind of goes through the timeline here, it was at that point that the police department issued the first of their 5 press releases in this case. And the very first press release that went out to the public saying that the deaths were treated as suspicious. The words murder and suicide were not even mentioned in this first one. So this was just the initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence, the first press release stated. And it said that the investigation into this matter is ongoing. So, and there also says it goes on to say that they're getting assistance from the Minnesota BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and also was assisting the Apple Valley Police Department detectives. And the phrase "the apparent murder-suicide" line is not even mentioned until the following day. So that's when we first get the murder-suicide narrative. Right now, it's just suspicious deaths, 3 of them, 3 bodies, and that's why Greg's got the title here called simply "Suspicious Deaths." Sophia, what's your thoughts on this first couple of paragraphs?
Well, I kind of found it interesting that just the time frame, the breakdown of what happened after the bodies were discovered, how the detectives stayed at the station. And now I understand why they did. It was because they were waiting for the search warrants. When I first started looking at this case, I couldn't understand why they stayed there for so long. And as we get further into this chapter, I'll have more to say because we haven't touched on it yet.
And I'll go to one more section here, is because to keep in mind, the Apple Valley police officers, only 2 had actually entered the home after the 911 call came in. 2 entered to essentially clear the home, make sure no one else was in there. And once they found and confirmed the bodies are there, they got a hold of the dog, got the dog out with using a catch pole, and then it turned into a detective case investigation. And so, but without that search warrant, they weren't even able to get in and do their work yet, so they were waiting on those things to be done. Now, in the meantime, they marked off the property with the yellow police crime scene tape, and Brian Booth was there controlling the entry and exit of the scene using a crime scene log. So this kind of brings us up to date as far as people showing up on the scene. Greg, did you have anything to share here before I get to the next?
Yeah, just one thing. Because you have the first. Okay, so Greg Dahlstrom shows up at the scene at 1:04 p.m. Jim Gummert is not actually notified until 2 p.m. 4 hours later. Or I'm sorry, 45 minutes later. So the first question that I had is, how much did they do within that 45 minutes up until Jim Gummert was actually called? And of course, you can check that out in the first responders chapter. You can see everything that they did. As somebody who doesn't know anything about law enforcement or anything like that, I wanted to kind of document this so that people who are in law enforcement or people that know how law enforcement should treat this situation, my biggest question to make sure, the biggest question I have is to make sure that I want to know, did they follow the proper procedures through everything? And it's not because I want to play gotcha. It's not like I want to point out everything that they did wrong. I want to understand why they did what they did. Is it normal for it to take 45 minutes before the first responders notify Jim Gummert, and then they get everything signed and all of that? So that would be my first question, is how much did they also do in that 45 minutes? What did they do? So within 45 minutes, if reading these documents, if I'm correct in reading these documents, it took the first responders 45 minutes to first get the dog out and to clear that house. That's my only...
So I think that's fair to say, Greg. I also do not have a background in the detective and the investigation stuff, but I do know that because this was a Saturday, James Gummert was not working, and so he was at home that day, and so it took him a while to get to the office and to get prepared, because this is Saturday in the afternoon, so he had to just get there and show up to work. Then we have the patrol people showing up as actually the first responders to the scene, and then they determined that the bodies are there, which means now it triggers, we need detectives on the scene. So they had to call and notify them, and they also had to call the BCA. So that's a question that I've got, is what made it, this Apple Valley, they deal on average of one homicide per calendar year. And so there's 3 bodies there. Did that warrant them to say, let's get the BCA involved? Because Special Agent Beth Eilers was notified by the BCA Operations Center at 2:17 p.m. So right away they get the BCA involved. And that may be because, look, we need help, we need assistance, this is over our heads, or is that a normal thing? I don't know, but that's the only thing that really stood out for me. Anything else on this one, Greg? Or is Stephanie back?
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Yes, Catherine, thanks.
Yeah, it is normal for them to contact the BCA, which is similar to the FBI for that. I don't know if it's for the entire state of Minnesota, but yes, in this type of situation where you have a murder and then, obviously there's a murder of some sort. The suicide thing came later. So yes, it would be normal to contact BCA. But my question to you, Greg, is now, did it take them 45 minutes to call Gummert, or did it take 45 minutes for Gummert to show up?
It took 45 minutes. It took 45 minutes for them to contact Gummert. If you look at the time from when the first responder was on scene at 1:04 p.m. up until the time that Jim Gummert was actually notified at 2 p.m. So maybe about 40 minutes.
Okay. Do I have them mixed up? Should I be saying Dahlstrom instead of Gummert? But whoever it was, they were on scene for 45 minutes without contacting anyone else. Is that how I'm understanding this?
They were in contact with, based on the 911 call, right? Or not the 911 call, but the police audio. They were always in contact with the dispatch. but it doesn't sound like Jim Gummert had any contact until 2 p.m.
Okay, so, I mean, that is something that is not normal. If it would take them, even if they are speaking with the dispatch, it should not have taken them 45 minutes to determine that they needed to contact the investigators. So to have just 2 responding officers show up on scene and then talk to dispatch for 45 minutes, that is not right.
Interesting.
If I could jump in for a minute, the other murder-suicide case that I looked at that happened in Apple Valley 18 months after this case, the BCA was not called in for that one. The detectives just collected the samples, and there weren't any tests run or anything like that. They just collected the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. On that one, Sophia, was it obvious and not to say anything's really obvious, but was it more obvious or clearer that that was a murder-suicide, or were there some questions? I can't remember how that case went.
They came to that conclusion immediately.
Okay, so
almost as immediately as this case.
Yeah, and
I would
honestly.
Go ahead, Dan.
This is Dan. I was just going to jump in and say that was more, Catherine, I would call it more straightforward. They didn't have the Quran, the blood writing on the wall, dog running around, hair all over the place, and blood all over the place. There was just 2 dead bodies with a pistol. But maybe that's why. Is true. I'm not sure. But it was more straightforward is how I would call it.
Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Yes, I agree. Thanks. That helps.
Does the physical appearance of the bodies, would that have anything to do with it as well?
Personally, I think it does, because the Crowley case, it was a pretty gruesome scene.
Yeah.
What was the decomp time for that other case?
Good question. I was just thinking.
Oh, it was just about 12 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the same day, I believe.
Yeah, it happened the night before, and they discovered them in the morning time.
Yeah, they did have cats in that other case, but no dog.
Yeah, they did.
There's no evidence of cats ate on the bodies, even though some people have brought that up. The cats do, in some cases, eat on bodies. I don't know. It's a horrible thought, but it should not be what the investigators who show up at a house, that should not be one of their first thoughts, is that, the dog ate these bodies. But of course, because of Judy's 911 call, they have to take that into consideration just by default, because there is a witness there, and this is what they said.
And it's so crazy because they blame Paleo for everything. And so many people, this is only because the documentary left the information out, and I believe that they did it on purpose. But the dog food is right there on the floor. And
right, 2 bags, right.
He had food to eat.
That's left out of the police documents too. I don't remember reading anything about the dog had a food source.
You're correct. Yes, they did leave that out of the police reports too.
I mean, there was
the only way that we know is because of the photos.
Right. There was an open box of dog treats on the kitchen counter. I don't know if that dog could reach up there, could jump up there, but it's there.
So this is not along with what you guys are talking about, but I did figure out page 19 is not page 19 on a PDF.
Correct.
For anybody looking at the PDF, 19 is actually 36.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I was looking at 19 on that, and it's just it's way back in the first couple chapters where we're talking about what the neighbors saw and everything, and I was trying to find where Dan was reading, and it wasn't even in there. So
that is good. I will make sure that I note that in the future, because I do expect that more people are going to be looking at the actual PDF, that free PDF that anybody can download right now.
But this all, with as fast as they got that warrant to go on in, why did it take Detective Gummert longer to get there? I mean, is that just
Gummert
standard
was
that he doesn't need to come yet, or?
Well, he was on scene at 3 p.m. So at the Crowley house. He was at the Crowley house by 3 p.m. So Gummert is actually notified at 2 p.m. He goes to the Apple Valley Police Department, and by 3 p.m. Gummert is at the Crowley house. Now the search warrant isn't filled out by Detective Brian Bone until 3:06 p.m. So he's kind of there. They're kind of almost just like how Dan was saying, they're kind of like waiting for the right, until they have that, which is good. That shows me that they were following up until now. They
standard
are
operating procedure.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's the way that I read it anyways, and that's very important, because we have people that do not want the investigators to talk to us. They want the investigators to think that we're just here to point out everything that they did wrong. We're here not being fair towards them, and they need to understand that that's not true. There are some things, obviously, there's a lot of things that they could have, should have, and would have done, but when we're talking about just these basic things, so far, I don't know what everybody's view is on that, but so far everything looks SOP.
And I agree with you, Greg. It's like Dan was saying earlier, the best explanation as to why it took them a while, at least until 3 o'clock, to get there, and even Detective Bone to even get to the judge. I mean, it's a weekend, and it takes time to get dressed and get in the shower and get to work and then get the warrants filled out and then wait for the judge to show up. All that takes time.
Yeah, and I'm glad that was pointed out, that this is a weekend. I don't know if I pointed that out in the book either. I'll have to go back and check that, but that is a great point there. Now, the first, like Dan was saying, the first person from the BCA was notified at 2:17. So within 17 minutes, I don't know if it was Gummert that contacted the BCA to let them know that we need somebody there just in case. But we just know kind of who showed up when they were documented to show up when. So she's kind of she's the first BCA person. Jim Gummert is the first detective to be notified, and these two people are going to play a very key role in this chapter here, I think.
Well, I was wondering if anyone has anyone ever spoken with Sergeant Dahlstrom. Reading his reports, he seemed to be very on point. He didn't seem to leave anything out, but I am curious as to why, because he seemed like he was one of the more senior, my take, could be totally wrong, but he seemed to be one of the more senior officers where he had a little bit more experience. So I'm curious as to what his explanation was for waiting 45 minutes to call the next person to say, hey, we need you down here.
Right. And is that because it took them 45 minutes to clear the scene, because they first cleared the scene and then they got the dog out first and then cleared that scene? To me, that's the only thing that would make sense why at some point, Greg Dahlstrom must realize, okay, we need to let Jim Gummert know, but I don't know. I think that's a valid question.
And this is Dan. I want to jump in too. I mentioned earlier that it was Dahlstrom that retired from the force. That is incorrect. It was Broughton. Officer Broughton later retired. So Dahlstrom is still there, I believe, to this day. But yeah, you're right, Greg. They get there. They do all the right steps. I believe they assign someone to do the log of people coming in and out. The BCA crime scene specialists both show up. That's Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf. And then we've got Detective Tommy Booth on scene, Detective Brian Bone, and Special Agent from the BCA's Chris Olson. So they get in. Brian Bone smells this strong odor that he knew was decomposing bodies. Brian Bone, the detective, starts taking photographs of the crime scene. Go on to say that the front door was secure, no signs of forced entry. They checked the doors and windows, all are locked, and they were intact. And they go out of their way to say the thermostat was set at 68 degrees in a hold position. And so this was January once again, so that would make sense. They noticed some Christmas tree lights were on, and they noticed an open laptop on the kitchen island. And so I think the steps that were taken when they show up all are legit in my belief. They're all doing their steps and not stepping on other things, and they're not overstepping their bounds. They're doing what they need to do, and they see the adult male lying on his back, and so we're getting some of those steps next, and I'm on to page 21 in the paperback.
Okay. Yeah, because Catherine brought up a great point about Greg Dahlstrom, and that's the thing, is the reason why Greg Dahlstrom was the guy who contacted Jim Gummert. Is he because he was senior, like a senior officer, or is it also because he was the first person who was on scene, or is it just some other issue? And maybe to a lot of people, these aren't questions that we have the right to ask, but these are questions that I would ask people who are in law enforcement. How does this work? How does all of this stuff work? Because I'm trying to understand these process. This whole chapter is really just trying for me to try to understand these processes, to get people's feedback, people who are in law enforcement, people who have family, friends in law enforcement, to understand, to make sure that everything that they're doing here is proper. SOP.
In the handwritten log of who was there, it says investigator Tommy Booth, investigator Brian Bone, and then Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. So from that, I would take a very risky guess, because I don't know rank of police officers or investigators or things like that, but I would assume that he is higher than them, so they would have to ask him to come in with them, like to help them figure out how to deal with it, maybe, what to do.
Right, because Gummert is also a sergeant. He's a detective, but he's also a sergeant. So for me, who, again, doesn't understand all that stuff, it's a little confusing there.
Right.
And Dahlstrom may have been sergeant on duty at that particular time from the traffic response, from the patrol guys. He may have been the manager on duty, whereas Gummert's the manager on duty for the detectives. Dahlstrom may have been just a patrol sergeant.
Interesting.
But yeah, both of them are sergeants.
Okay.
Just one last thing about that, since you brought up the that list of who's going in or who's showing up at the scene, what times these investigators, officers, everybody shows up at the scene, what time do they leave. There are two names here that I don't know that are even mentioned in any of the documents that we have. Sheriff Brian Olson and Sheriff Thomas Jacobson. Now, I'm assuming those are deputies, not necessarily sheriffs, but they are deputy sheriffs from the Dakota County. But I don't remember them really being mentioned anywhere. And looking at the times that they show up, maybe that's, I don't know.
Well, here's a question on that, Greg, because the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department are two separate entities. The Police Department generally takes care of things that happen within a city limits, and then the Sheriff's Department in the county limits. Has anyone done an FOI on the Sheriff's Office?
Yes. They said that they had nothing, that they did not respond to the scene, which we know is not true.
Correct. Wow.
How could they? They're here.
Well,
they're written
exactly
as being here, so how could they not have responded if they were written as there? You don't just say, hey, I know this guy, let's write him being here, even though, he's across town.
Well, here's the other thing about that list, and I know people listening to this podcast can't see that list, but it is in the BCA 485. It's a PDF of 485 pages that Dan Hennon got. And if you look at the time for Jim Gummert, it is 0152. So that was another thing that threw me off, because I know that they come back. I know that Jim Gummert is there on the 18th, and they're taking the guns out of the house and stuff like that. So that to me was also weird. Why would it say? And that's what threw me off when I first read this. Is, well, if Jim Gummert doesn't arrive to the crime scene until 3 p.m., why on this sheet does it say 0152? That led me to think that this sheet is talking about when people go into the house. But so that really threw me off. A lot of that I kept out of the book because I thought it would just be, it would throw everything off. Because some of the timelines, some of the times do not match up with what this list is. But this is a very important list here. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll give you, like, for an example, when we had to show up to scenes, or calls, whatever the case may be. I was an EMT, obviously not a police officer, but when it got to a point where they were actually writing down and we had to be logged in and out of a place, it was when we entered and when we left, not necessarily when we were on scene. So whenever we entered the place, we did what we needed to do, and then when we left, then we were logged out, but we were still on scene for the entire scene. And back now to the thing with, and this is just something that popped in my head, don't know if it's true, but maybe since the sheriff's office did not respond in an official capacity, although they had two sheriff's deputies there, maybe because they weren't officially called to the scene, then they weren't required to write a report. However, it would still be interesting to see if those two gentlemen or the two officers, I don't know if they're male, but if they would be willing to at least give a statement, or could they give a statement?
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because they're obviously here, and if you've already had contact, Sophia, if you've already contacted them and they said that they're not involved, maybe you can go back to them and say, well, they were involved. Do we have any reports, anything from these two people that are on this list here?
Okay.
Might be a good follow-up.
Also, did Detective Gummert take the guns off the property to the Apple Valley? That might be why he had signed back in again at a different time.
Right, but he's only here once, so he should be on here at 3 p.m. January 17th, and then definitely that makes sense. The 1:52 p.m., which would probably be the early morning after the bodies are taken out. That's when they start taking the guns and everything, and then they stay until the early morning of January 18th at 4:15 a.m. the last person, it looks like that's about 4:50 a.m. January 18th. That's the last time that they were there. But some people have dual dates. They have dual times. So like Adam Keeler has 1507 to 1532 and then slash 1552 to 1656. So looking at this, I can see why I kept a lot of this out of the book, because I don't understand it yet, and I don't understand why these times aren't necessarily matching with the times that I have in my head. There is a logical reason for it. I just have not been able to find it yet.
Yeah, you would think, this is Dan, but you would think that Officer Gummert would have a log entry sometime around 1500 hours, meaning 3 o'clock on that Saturday, and there isn't any. There's a 152, which is almost 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. on one of the days, but it may have been the early morning. Oh, yeah, it would have been the early morning hours, but nothing there as far as a 1500 hours entry date for Gummert.
Yeah, which is a little odd. I think that's a little odd.
And then, with Keeler, I think that would just be multiple times coming in and out. He would have multiple times logged. Now, Gummert is the lead detective. I'm sure he may not be wanting to log in and out every time he steps in and out of that house. He's probably busy with other things. But as far as protocol, I think you would have that. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, and maybe the guy who was taking this list, which was CSO Brian Booth, AVPD CSO Brian Booth, maybe he just didn't ask Jim Gummert for that. I don't know. But his time is weird too, because he's, according to this, if you look at his time, it's from 1400 to 1507. So who is filling this out after 1507? You can get lost with some of that stuff just asking questions, and maybe it's not the most relevant thing, and I think that's another reason why I kept some of this out of the book. Just was trying to put as much just factual data in there as possible and leave out some of my speculation. Anybody else have anything on that? So we covered the first AVPD press release was at 3:30 p.m. Just mentioned quote-unquote suspicious deaths. No mention of murder or suicide like Dan was talking about. That is not mentioned until the next day. And
yeah, the other thing, Greg, just to jump in here, by living in the area, I was not aware of these earlier press releases. I did not see them, in the news and the media and TV or anything. I didn't even know about the deaths until I created the page on the 19th of January. So one of these FOIAs that came back had the email correspondence back and forth showing that they have the press releases and the various press releases. So that was helpful to see the number and the variations of the press releases that went out.
Do you know where those would have been posted? To their website? I mean, because they don't even have a website. They have a sub-website of a website.
Well, the email that they use is the one that I saw is they have a common. There was 9 email addresses of news outlets, TV and radio, that were used in all of these every time they send out a press release. So they just have a group email distribution, it seems, that they insert and then send something out. And whether or not newspapers, pick up the story or not, they may not publish it, print it, but that's how it looks like in reading the Apple Valley Police Department's email logs that have sent these out. It's to the same 9 groups is what I believe.
Interesting. I wonder how I can get on that list there. So that's probably why it wasn't posted on their website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Fox, Fox 9 News was on there, and some of the local stations, of course. So they must have I think just a group email distribution that goes out for press that hits those 9 individuals at those news agencies.
Okay. Then we have the 5 people that enter the house. They're all led by BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley. He leads that way. I think it was very important to note that before the crime scene team even showed up, before they go into the house, there is a time difference of when the first BCA people show up as to when the crime scene team actually shows up. So I found that a little interesting too. And then going back through that, it looks like the BCA, let's see, BCA Beth Eilers, looks like she was there at 6:28 p.m. And then Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf and Chris Olson of the BCA get there at 16:51. So Beth Eilers is there at 16:28, and then Beth Wolf, Joe Cooksley, Chris Olson show up at 16:51, and there's another guy named Mike Phil and Gary Swanson, and they show up at 17:16. It's all over the place a little, and I was trying to understand that, why some BCA are showing up first and then nobody's going in yet. They're kind of prepping everything, and then all of a sudden these 5 people go in. But again, the point was just to show who went in when, and comparing what the documents say and comparing it to this list, it was a big challenge. So I hope I got everything correct. That's why, if I wasn't sure, it probably did not make it into this book. This is the stuff that we're completely sure of, that there were 5 people that go into that house, led by crime scene team, the BCA crime scene team lead, Joe Cooksley, and he's accompanied by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, BCA crime scene team specialist Beth Wolf, Detective Tommy Booth, and Detective Brian Bone. We know that Brian Bone takes photos of the crime scene, and somebody from the BCA takes video, and I believe that's in the evidence document somewhere, but I believe that was Beth Eilers who takes video. So if you go back to when the AVPD first comes in, that was the other thing. When Greg Dahlstrom and Adam Keeler are clearing the house for the very first time, they're obviously not taking photos or video in there. So this must be the first time that any photo or video in the interior of the house is being taken, is when these 5 people go into that house. That's my guess. And then, just page 20 to 23 is pretty much the whole walkthrough of them, what they see. You can kind of see that who sees what, and it should match up. You have 5 people in the same house. They should all report seeing the same thing. The body is in the same way, same hands missing, same heads missing. Everything should line up. And so people, I know all of you on this call have read those documents. Does it all line up? Are they all seeing the same thing when they go into that house?
No.
Is there
no,
anything...
if you separate the reports by officer and read it, you'll see that it doesn't actually line up, like Catherine said. And I think that for new members coming into the group, that big report is kind of intimidating and overwhelming at the same time. Plus there's supplementals thrown into there. But if you separate the reports by officer, that tells a completely different story. And it's easier to understand. That was a tip given to me by a good friend, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Awesome. I also wonder if these 5 people were, I wouldn't say coached, but obviously they were briefed before they go into this house. I wonder if they're briefed on what they are going to see, what they should expect, because Tommy Booth is talking about how the front door was fine. There were no signs of anybody forcing their way into this house, which again to me is a big, big deal, because they're walking in through the back door that is open. Why is there so much effort put into showing that nobody forced their way into this house when we all know that wasn't even necessary? It's almost like a moot point. I don't know.
Yeah, to me that was the first hint of a pre-ordained narrative. Was that right there?
Yeah. The fact that they kept going back and stating that there was no forced entry over and over when there's the back door or the backslider, that was a huge red flag.
Stephanie, anything you want to add to that?
I don't really understand why they go through the point of saying no forced entry here, no forced entry here, no forced entry here. You didn't have to force your way in. The back door was open. The sliding door was open, so there was no, I mean, they do point that out in their reports, that it wasn't secured with a lock or a bar, but you don't need to bust your way in the front door if you're going in the back. The gate wasn't locked. So, I mean, I just, that's one thing that's been bugging me since I started into all this. That you wouldn't need to have forced entry into any residence if the back door and the back gate are open. Even if the back gate wasn't open, but the door is open, if you know that back door isn't going to be locked in any way, why would you break the front door?
Well, and this to me is why I said that this part, like the rest of you, why this part is a huge red flag, because right here for me, this is where the narrative began. And the reason why I see them pushing there's no forced entry, no notice of forced entry, is because they're starting now to put together and piece together the final decision that they're going to come up with. So see, there's no forced entry, so therefore David had to have done it. He was the only one there, the only one who had access. The front door was okay. But even though we'll all say, briefly mention the back door's open, but we're going to document the no forced entry. And again, that's
right,
to lay the foundation for their narrative of David was guilty.
Yeah, and when you think about what is mentioned in there, like the Christmas tree lights are on, there's a single bulb from a chandelier by the rear. To me, those are things, especially the proof that they looked up, that they at some point looked up at the ceiling, the front, to find that there was a single bulb from a chandelier on. They looked at the Christmas tree. They looked at the Christmas lights. They looked at all of that stuff, but yet nobody is seeing a bullet hole in the living room ceiling.
Exactly.
Right.
All of these people that are in that house, nobody sees it. They see everything else. They see what is not there, so they report that there wasn't any doors or windows open, even though Joe Cooksley does say that there was a kitchen window with an intact screen that was open, but again, no signs of anybody forcing their way into it, which is weird. I don't know why you would need, if somebody was to force your way into a kitchen window, I don't know what that would look like. If it's unlocked, you just open it and close it. I don't, so anyways.
Well, they did point out that the screen was intact in the kitchen window.
Right. But it was unlocked.
Yeah, so I mean, what they would be looking for would be anything knocked over from the windowsill, and was anything, that's what they're looking for. So if there would be something displaced, then they could say, okay, somebody came through the window in the kitchen. But yeah, like you were stating, I find that absolutely crazy or ludicrous that they would note all of these things that they would absolutely have to look at, specifically look at, and then they're looking up to see things, but they don't look up above the door right where they're at to see things on the tree. And then they don't see this hole. None of that makes sense at all.
Sure doesn't. It says David's hands were fully extended, almost in a crucifix position. His right hand was missing. His right forearm was purple and black. David's mummified left hand was purple with a leathery textured appearance. They noticed a hole in David's head, in a portion of his skull next to his spine. That's what Joe Cooksley says. And Joe Cooksley also noted the hole was in the back of the skull. So the back of the skull, where would that be? Because unless they turn the body over or something, I'm having a hard time understanding when they say the back of the skull. I guess if they get really close up, you can still see the back of the skull, part of the back of the skull. It's all on the left side, right?
Well, the rest of the skull was missing, was it not? Just the only thing remained was the back of the skull. So they would have seen it without having to move or manipulate anything. But to see a small bullet hole, you would have had to have gotten close to identify that hole, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. So, I don't know. It's beyond me.
Well, and here, Greg, too, looking at the autopsy where it talks about, David and the gunshot wound of the head, it says that on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left. Oh, okay. I don't even want to get started with this. Left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound consisting of a 2 by 1 centimeter ovoid defect with irregular edges. So if you kind of are trying to measure this out, and which doctor signed this? Let me check this out. Holy cow. Was this Lewinsky? Yeah, Lewinsky. Oh my gosh. Basically, if you're going and you put your finger right in the middle of the back of your head, and if you go toward your left of approximately 4 inches, so it's maybe right between where the back of the ear and the back of the head would be. If you go about midpoint there, say the middle of the back of your head, go over a few inches, and then that's where it's going to be. So it's not quite to the back of the head, but it's not at the side of the head either.
Gotcha.
So they could see that without rolling him over.
Well, since all of the brain matter, the front portion of the face was missing. Yes, they're going to see a hole, so to speak, and then they would turn him.
Gotcha.
Right, because his head is kind of tilted to the... I always thought his head was, like, facing the ceiling, but it's not.
It's almost like he's kind of turned... Like, if you look at the photo, it's almost like his face is tilted towards the camera.
That's right.
Like, looking at you.
Yeah, okay.
Which is another thing that points to the bullet that went through his head was not the one that ended up in the ceiling.
Right.
There's no way, not from this position. Well, I mean, excuse me, there is a way. He would have had to have been moved, like a person moving him out of the way for that to have been his bullet. But if it was the bullet that killed him, it would have had more than touch DNA on it.
Is there any way that the dog could have moved his body there? I mean, we're not seeing any of that. There's nothing to... Even where they say the dog ate everything, there's no way that the dog eating anything could really pull David's body. And if it did, it would probably be by his left hand, is my guess, or by his left arm. And there's no evidence of that the dog did anything to David's left arm or left hand. And you can clearly see David's left hand is in that weird hand sign, which is a whole nother issue, but that's like jerky treats for that dog. If the dog was going to go after anything, why not go after that? Why go after David's head and then randomly choose these other body parts? There's no logic to it.
Right, and there's another thing that the police failed to not only mention, and also the medical examiner. If the dog had been tugging on David's clothes and on him, you would see the clothes bunched up in one area. It would be, catawampus, but his clothes are almost like they were put on. So there's nothing on those clothes and the position around the shoulder area or head area that it is indicative of a dog grabbing on and dragging a body. So to me, like you were saying, it would make no sense. There's nothing there that shows that he was moved by a dog.
One last thing on that, I guess, just looking at going over page 23 of the physical book here, is there any reason why the temperature and the stiffness and the temperature would be checked for some people and not for all of them? Why check it for just one person or two people, but for Kamel, it wasn't checked?
And they should have. That is another red flag. You don't, if you're going to check for rigor and body temperature, obviously her body temperature was going to be cool to the touch. You could tell that, but you could tell that by looking at all three of them. So they should have checked to see where her body rigor was at that point in time. But the fact that they didn't, another huge red flag.
Now, this is from Joe Cooksley's notes. So is it possible when he says temperature and stiffness wasn't checked, is he just talking about by himself, or as the crime scene lead, he's got to be talking about everybody, all 5 people in that house, right?
Well, I'm assuming and this is, we know what they say about assumption, but the fact that he's writing this, he's writing what he did, and he's not reporting on what anyone else did or didn't do, but no one else has mentioned that they checked her at all. And so the fact that he does state that he checked, I believe he checked David and Rania, but he did not check Kamel, and for someone who's coming from BCA, he knows better.
Right. We know that there was what Joe Cooksley also says, that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, living room, and the hallway. That it can be disputed if you look at the photo evidence. He also notes that there's human hair and dog feces in the basement. There's no indication of how human hair or dog feces, or no indication of how human hair would get into that basement unless you assume that it comes from the dog. And that's in the suspicious death chapter. That's the source number 29. So I thought that was very interesting that he would say that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, which there isn't.
Right, there are three drops of blood that we found in the photos.
Now,
right?
If he includes the kitchen island, maybe, and if he includes the kitchen laptop, okay, maybe, and there's
a cell phone,
fingerprints. Yeah, that cell phone, which I don't know if there's
the swipe on the Kleenex box.
Yeah, swipe on the Kleenex box, and maybe it's just easier to just say, well, this is where blood was, and then it just kind of leaves it open. But it just seemed weird. And in the hallway too, I don't believe there was that much. I think what you guys have talked about in the hallway is really, except aside from one fingerprint next to a hallway light, it's all just cast off blood in the hallway?
Yeah, there isn't much in the hallway at all, and I would call what was on that wall actually, oh man, I lost it. I'm sorry, I just lost the terminology, but it's transfer. Like, say someone had blood on their shoulder or on their arm, and then it's kind of rubbed against the wall. Mm-hmm. But that's really all that's in the hallway, except for at the very beginning there is some cast off, like you were saying.
Now, can you go again? I know you guys have done this for me many times. Low velocity, high velocity, medium in the photos? What do we mostly see?
Medium velocity.
Agreed.
All right.
And Catherine, could you go over that again? Because for all of the new members here, they may not be familiar with the low, medium, and high. Could you give a brief overview of what those are and some examples?
Sure. Low velocity, it would be, another word for that is like passive. It's like, say, if you cut your hand and then you're dropping blood, it's kind of dripping off and it kind of lands. That's low velocity. Medium velocity comes from like blunt force trauma, anything. That would be like a bat, a club, anything that would hit a body and then produce a spatter pattern. High velocity is going to come from something with a very high projectile, guns, say a crossbow, something that's going to be shooting and flying relatively quickly is going to leave a whole different distinct pattern. That tends to be small aerosolized droplets that you will see everywhere. In the medium velocity, which generally comes from blunt force trauma, you will see what they, it'll be like a little spot, like a big round spot with like a spine coming off of it. And then that also determines direction. So they are very distinct patterns. And I do not see, there may be one area that could be questionable, that it could maybe be high velocity, but I've never called it high velocity. I've always said medium because it's in with the rest of the blood in the same pattern coming from medium velocity. So a spray, an initial spray from, say, a second or third impact may produce some smaller drops, but they're not going to be aerosolized like you would see in a true high velocity impact.
Very good. And the official narrative is that everyone there in that house was shot, which would mean, from a detective standpoint, looking at it, everything should be high velocity blood spatter throughout that house. And what we're seeing is most, if not all, the blood spatter is medium velocity, which means that it means that there were beaten, tortured, or something with a blunt force instrument in that particular location of the house. Doesn't mean that it does not mean to say that they were not killed by use of a gunshot, but just not in that location. So that's where we get a discrepancy from.
Exactly, and then since you also said that, this is where I also see some what they call void patterns, because there is a lack of high velocity blood spatter in that house. They're saying that at least 4 gunshot wounds to the head occurred in that living room, and where is that blood spatter? And yet there are big, huge vacant areas. The only pooling of blood really is on the chair, and that's at the base of a chair. It's not even on the rug, and there's no pooling of blood whatsoever on the rug. And so yes, so how can these so-called seasoned detectives, walk in and see that there are 4 holes in what's the remainder of heads, and then not realize they aren't seeing the blood pattern that goes along with those?
Any other thoughts on that, or else we're getting towards the end here, but I do want to make sure that we bring up, that we talk about these last 1, 2, 3, 4 points here really quickly. But the main one here is Joe Cooksley, is the medical examiners. The medical examiner, Dr. Jessica Lelinski, and the medical examiner investigator, Greg Spandl. When I first read them here, nothing stuck out to me at first. And then I think one of you mentioned, maybe several of you mentioned, how long there was before the investigators, before the medical examiners went into the house. And looking at some of Joe Cooksley's notes, if you look at the BCA 488 document, this is on page 106. Joe Cooksley says that the medical examiner responded a long time ago. I think they responded around 6 p.m., but they don't go into the house until 6 hours later, until 12 a.m. on January 18th. And he says, that they waited, quote, they have waited until the living room area is ready. I don't understand that. What would it have to be ready for? Excuse me. Come on. What would the area have to be ready for? Why would the medical examiners wait? What are they waiting for? Is this proper? Is this SOP here?
Yes and no. Yes, in the fact that the medical examiner won't go in until the BCA has collected all of their samples, because you don't want the medical examiner to go in and move and possibly contaminate or, disrupt the scene. So, the BCA needs to get their samples. But here is where I have issue with the amount of time that not only the medical examiner but her investigator only stayed on scene for 45 minutes. Let me give you an example. One time I went with my friend. I told you I have a friend who's a coroner in Sacramento County. Well, was a long time ago. So I went on to a call one time. They got a call. They knew the mechanism of injury. They knew it was a murder. It was one person. It was gunshots. And so we get on scene, and the person I was with, now they already knew everything. They had already arrested the person. They found who was guilty, all this other stuff. Now this person stayed on scene for 4 hours with the body. 4 hours for one person. And yet this medical examiner's office wants me to believe they walked in and stayed there for 45 minutes for 3 bodies, 4 gunshot wounds. I'm not buying it. This, again, is another situation where it's telling me they're like lining up their narrative as they go, and it just gets, it's more obvious that there is a narrative the more the case goes along.
Anyone else?
Another thing to add for the newer members and newer listeners out there, the crime took place in Dakota County, Minnesota. They do not have their own medical examiner's office, so they outsource through Hennepin County, which is where Minneapolis is. So they use the medical examiner's office from Hennepin County. So what they do then, in this case with 3 dead bodies, they've got to call that office and get someone to come on down there, which they did. And they got 2 people, one medical examiner and another person's Greg Spandel, I think. And so then they come out there, and like you said, this is a Saturday, and now it's getting later in the evening, and the technicians and everyone are finishing up, and then they get these 2 folks to come down when the scene is ready. And my question is, for someone in that background, how do they assign which medical examiner? For instance, in this case, they used Dr. Jessica Lelinski, who was very young at the time. Is that who's ever just available, or who's ever on call, or who's ever nearest to come on down there to do that? That was one of the other speculations as well. If this was some sort of a cover-up, you would get someone who would be very easy to compromise or control, therefore a younger individual rather than a seasoned veteran. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, and I can only go by with the other medical examiner's offices that I've had experience with. Now, looking at the autopsy reports, you see all 3 of the medical doctors that worked at the Hennepin County at the time. One being Lauren W. Jackson, MD, who was the pathologist, so they basically were in charge of the whole facility. Then you have Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, and then you have Jessica Lelinski, who she is the deputy medical examiner. So if you're looking at rank, it probably went Dr. Jackson, Dr. Lelinski, and then Dr. Morey. And so basically, and then yes, they do a rotation. And either Jessica Lelinski was on call, or she was the one who pretty much handled things in this manner for that office. Was that all you asked? Did you ask something else?
No, I think that was it. How they get assigned, essentially. In Minneapolis, from this location would be about. I've got it pulled up here on MapQuest. It's maybe a 30 30-minute drive to get to that Apple Valley location, about 24, 25 miles. And the same for the BCA. The Minnesota BCA is housed in St. Paul. And so that would be about a 24-mile drive for the BCA officers and agents to get there. Once again, roughly 30-minute drive on a Saturday afternoon for both those, the medical examiner coming from Minneapolis and the BCA folks coming from St. Paul. That's all I wanted to add for that. There's a lot of newer listeners, and I think it helps with the visual to see where they are, coming from and whatnot.
Yeah, and to help everyone else, like Dr. Lelinski was the medical examiner, and then the ME investigator, Greg Spandl, he's kind of like her helper, so to speak. And I don't want to downplay Greg Spandl's role, because trust me, these are like their right-hand man. These people know a lot about a lot of stuff. So they would basically be the one to collect the information for the medical examiner, although, they collect information for their office, and BCA collects information for their office and for the police department. So that's kind of how that works.
It would be interesting, Catherine, to get an interview with Mr. Spandl, because as knowledgeable as he is, I would be willing to bet that he even probably himself disagreed with Jessica Lelinski's result that these were, a suicide shot for David and homicide for the other two. That fast. They were only there for 45 minutes. I'm wondering what his thoughts were to this day on this case. Would be very interesting. We've never brought that up, but wouldn't that be an interesting scenario to get his perspective, because he was there, he was collecting, he was on site along with her. But any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think that would be a great idea. I'm not sure if they could speak. And with Dr. Lelinski, I'm pretty sure I heard it first from you, Dan, and I'm not sure if you were the first one that mentioned it, but I know I heard it from you first, that Dr. Lelinski, and in my research, she pretty much was just a newbie out of medical school when she ended up there. And with this course that she had to take to become a coroner, or a medical examiner, I'm sorry, that's different than a coroner. And so she was new, but she was a medical doctor. She knew the difference between blunt force trauma and a gunshot wound. You know what I mean? So
I think that's important. That's an important point. Yes. Yeah, very important. Very important point. She may be a newbie on the job, but she was a medical doctor. There's no excuse to not know the difference between some of this stuff. For someone like her. So that's where it raises the possibility of, well, was she coached, or was her decision steered in some fashion? Now, keeping in mind that she was new, she also left that position 7 months later. She is now working to this day in Milwaukee County in Wisconsin. And so the fact that she was new and then left, that's very interesting too. I would still like to this day get the reason for that job transfer, because it did seem to be very abrupt. It was the same week that David's mother, Kate Crowley, was found dead, is the very week that she moved.
Yeah, because she was like right up in there. She had a great position with Hennepin County, and so to leave that, I just don't understand, to go from there to Milwaukee. But I don't know, maybe it was a personal choice, but it is very suspect. It's like, well, why? Why would you do that? And like I've said before, it is so commonplace when it comes to crime scenes that a narrative is come to, depending, and not everybody does this, and I'm not saying it happens in every single department, but it is more common than people are probably comfortable understanding and accepting. But to have the police and a medical examiner say, hey, what do you guys want to call this? Okay, let's call it suicide, because geez, this is just going to be crazy. We probably won't be able to figure this out anyway. This happens far more often than people realize. And that's kind of what has struck me reading these case files and looking at these reports all along, and it leads me down that path. I can't say for 100%, But that's why I've always leaned toward this was all predetermined. They came up with an agenda. They came up with a scenario and said, okay, we're all going to stick to it. Come hell or high water, nobody deviate from this because this is the official outcome. And, try to get that undone would have to be, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic. But yeah, it would be very interesting. I'm not sure, would you or Greg or somebody be able to contact Spandl and see if maybe you can get him to talk?
It would be worthwhile to reach out. I've got no problem doing that, just to see, because I think he's still there. But it would answer the fact if they were there for only 45 minutes. If this was a predetermined thing, and she got the directive from the higher up somewhere to say, here's what it is, that's not going to. She's not going to have a need or a desire to stay there for hours upon hours. Look it over, and that'd be it. But if there was nothing handed down from above for a triple 3 bodies there, you would think that this person would spend multiple hours just reviewing everything. That's what stands out to me is the 45 minutes in and out.
Exactly, because Spandl himself would have to take his own photos, would have to do the measurements, would have to do all of that, okay, kind of like similar to what a blood spatter analyst would do. He's got a whole lot of work himself he has to do. It's almost like doing double work, again, because BCA and Spandl are totally different. They have to have their own stuff for each place. Yes, they can switch information, but they don't want to have to wait. So Spandl himself should have been there for a long time just gathering information and, again, measuring how far was the gunshot wound from from where was the weapon found to where's the blood spatter patterns. And then it takes time to bag these bodies. You just don't throw up in a bag, throw them in, and throw them on a gurney. I mean, it takes time to do this stuff, and yet where was this time spent? 45 minutes? Not enough.
And they also go on to say in the very last section of this chapter of Greg's book is that they do think the bodies were there between December 24th and January 17th. They don't have a pinpoint date, which they can't do, but why I find it odd that they do not even have a narrowed down version to say, we think it's within this week, but more than likely, January 9th or January 7th or December 31st. They just say it's wide open, 3 weeks, this is when they could have happened. So they would also, she's a medical doctor, would also know from the decomp, wouldn't she have a very good idea, as this being her profession, that the bodies were there 1 week, or she could have said, 10 days, or yes, obviously this was 3 weeks. She doesn't go on to lead that, which is also very strange. They keep it just wide open to a 3-week range, which is very odd, because everyone else that we have talked to, including yourself, Catherine, is the ones that you've talked to, have narrowed it down at least somewhat to the number of days of what they think.
Right, and this, exactly. It's like everyone I've talked to said that those bodies were there no more than 10 days, no more. And she could have easily have said that. The January 17th, that is the standard operating procedure. If an exact time is not known, like say somebody stood there and saw somebody shoot somebody, and they don't have it on video, then they list the time of death, or the date of death is when the bodies are found. That is normal. However, but to put that wide range, and I'm assuming that they're doing December 24th, because isn't that when supposedly one of the people said that was the last time the family was heard of? So they're going to do it between December 24th and January 17th, when, her being a medical doctor, and she's worked in a medical examiner capacity, she knows decomp. And so she should have a far better time frame. And when I showed this to, the Dr. Kelly here, right away, without batting an eye, I'm like, had those bodies been there 3 weeks? And he's like, no way. He said 47 days, 10 days at most. Straight out of his mouth. And that's by, so if he and I'm, yes, he has a far more experience than she did at the time, but she should have been able to narrow that down a little better. Probably not precisely, but a little far better than what they did.
Correct. I would even be willing to go as far as to say that someone in medical school, not even graduated yet, should be able to give a narrower window than that on with their schooling, not even to be in the profession, but rather than a 3-week window. It's that's what I think was strange.
Agreed.
So I wanted to point out one of the differences between reading the book and reading the actual ginormous 485-page report. The biggest thing is you actually get to see what the police reports say word for word. And on Ryan Bones' report, it's 6 pages, but on page 4, he says, in regards to the kitchen island, he is talking about things on it, and then he says, below the iPhone on the floor were what appeared to be bloody footprints from bare feet. The only body on scene that was barefooted was the male body. Wasn't Randy barefoot?
Yes.
Yes, she was.
So, I mean, this is his official report he's putting in here.
Yeah.
So that's wrong.
There's no way that he could have not seen that.
Right.
It's the.
He was there. He was in there.
It's the first feed that anybody would see.
Like that, just as an example of how they're different. Because a lot of the information they do say, if you just kind of skim it, it does seem to be relatively the same. But if you actually sit here and read it word for word, they don't match up. It's almost like these guys are talking about a different scene because, some of them are like, well, yeah, both the male body and the child were barefoot, but the female adult was wearing, like, heavy socks. Like, they explain it, and, that lines up with somebody else's, but then there will be something else that the person it lines up with didn't say, but this person said, and if they were all there, they all saw the same thing, there should be minor differences. Like, saying there was what appeared to be fingerprints in blood versus there was fingerprints in blood on the laptop. That would be something minor that, you'd be like, okay, whatever. But to have the big difference of, the kid was not wearing socks, the father was not wearing socks, the wife was wearing socks, but we're going to say because these look like bloody footprints on the floor, well, he's barefoot, so it's him. In doing that to me takes away the whole investigation part. Because yes, there are what seem to be bloody footprints on the floor. There is a male body there who, it does relatively look like his foot size, but his feet are clean. Did he do that and then go take a shower before he shot himself with his non-existent right hand? It doesn't really match up.
A good point, Stephanie, and I think that's, to put it in a visual once again, I would think that the patrol officers that show up in looking at the scene would say, oh, I'm guessing it's his footprints. But the detectives whose job it is to arrive at this answer, it's odd that there's no testing or forensics done to prove that it was his footprint, that it was David's. That's what we're getting at. I think the frustration here is with the police reports is this is their job. Now, what they're doing is deducing. 3 people in the house, 2 adults. One has socks, one isn't. Bloody footprints, bingo. It's got to be his. Well, any one of us could have come to that conclusion. What we're expecting more is people who do this for their career. What was the test done to prove that it was David's footprint in there? Or was it even a footprint? And so that's the question we have. Any one of us can come up with the assumption of these types of things, but that's why we have the frustration we do, because these simple tests were not done and performed to back it up or to support their theory.
You've got cases from 20, 30 years ago where they just flat didn't have the testing and the resources that we have now. You know, they didn't understand the importance of not contaminating a crime scene way back then. So, you know, anybody and everybody could have walked through there. So they couldn't figure out whose footprints were there because everybody went and tromped through there. Whereas now, I mean, even back in 2015, we have so much literally at our fingertips to solve these crimes. This is their job. This is what they're being paid for. This is their life's work, supposedly, that they're just content on solving the crimes, on using the information at the scene to help them investigate, to come to the ultimate conclusion. You don't go, well, I think this happened, so, I mean, it sounds plausible, right? So let's just run on that, you know. That's not police work. That's half-assing it, and that's not how you solve things. And that's what is so frustrating is they had the capability of testing dog feces, as gross as it is. They had that. They have the capability of going through hair by hair and testing every single piece of hair they found at that crime scene and figuring out where it came from and how it came off. And they didn't. And I can't even begin to understand what they thought, you know, walking into this, because I personally have never walked into a situation like that. But being that they are investigators and they did start out so strong with standard operating procedure of, okay, well, we can't go in until we get a warrant, you know, we got to wait for this, we got to do that. So they are just kind of standing around. But then once they finally get that warrant and they get in there, it's like everybody just lost their shit and was like, oh, well, let's hurry up and get out.
Now, at least I would have been happy with it if it said, you know, we were contemplating doing the testing on the feet, but it would have cost X amount of dollars, or it would have taken 2 hours to do that, and we felt we didn't have the need to do that. At least the question was asked. That came up on some of the latent fingerprints and I think the handwriting maybe analysis, where they did some of it and then came back to the Apple Valley Police and said, we can do these additional tests. Would you like us to pursue those? And they said, no, we're good for now. At least the question was asked, and then they turned it down. Here, I don't think it was even, it doesn't appear in the police reports that it was even suggested or even brought up, you know, to look further into it. And so,
which, if you're going to say a dog ate all these things, you've got to have. If David was alive and he was in jail right now, I guarantee you that test would have been done. Every single test available to do on an animal or feces would have been done to prove David did this. So the fact that he's dead, it's almost like, you know, well, why waste our time? There's other people that are alive to prosecute. And it's sad because that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be, well, he's dead, so, you know, who cares? It should be, yes, he died. He possibly did this. Let's investigate and make sure he is the one who did it, not just say, well, yes, he did it, and that's it. You've got to have the lab reports to back it up. You've got to have all the tests and fingerprint analysis and handwriting analysis and all of that, and they didn't. They didn't do a lot of this testing, and it just really kills me. If he was alive, being taken to trial for committing this crime, they would have done all of this. I really honestly believe if he was alive, they wouldn't have handled the case the way they did if he was alive. They would have done a whole lot more to prove he is the one who did this.
Correct. And that's a good point to bring up, too, with the newer members here joining and the newer people following this case. If David was alive and survived this, and this was taken to a court of law, this would be thrown out in 5 minutes due to all the reasonable doubt.
Right.
So what makes it different is that he's dead and he can't defend himself, and no one can bring up these things except for various groups like ours here to say that to look into this, assuming he is alive, what case would you bring? What evidence would you show he'd be? There's no way that Dave would be a charge on any of these things. This case would be thrown out as far as he doing anything here. So that's what the difference. That's what the difference is.
In order to prove David did this, they would have had to show more than a bloody middle fingerprint on a notebook and a gun being found by his left hand.
Our feelings do not give us justice. Things aren't so just because we think it's so. And the family and friends have got to understand that. We're people that are just looking at this from a distance. I want to thank you all again for listening to this podcast. I really appreciate it. This is the monthly podcast, the Gray Stage Podcast. Thank you so much. We will be back next month. Thank you.
The year was 1913. Woodrow Wilson was president, and powerful banking interests, who had been trying for years, finally achieved their long-term goal of a silent coup d'etat by taking control of the American government. The first thing they did to accomplish their takeover was convince Secretary of State Philander Knox to lie to the American people and tell them that the 16th Amendment, the Income Tax Amendment, had been legally ratified by the states when it was not. The bankers knew that this tax would ultimately end up in their pockets. Because of this fraud, the American people were led to believe there was now a tax on their labor. Congress and the President are completely aware of this fraud, and it was even cited in a recent court case. That very same year, the bankers committed their second and by far the most diabolical fraud ever perpetrated on the American people by bribing senators to pass the Federal Reserve Act without the required constitutional amendment.
All in favor, say aye.
They did this during Christmas vacation, when many senators were home celebrating the holidays with their families. And that's how the unconstitutional Federal Reserve Act came into being. They were very clever, and they understood that whoever issued the money for America would control the government. The bankers won, and the American people lost, because most politicians will sell their soul for $1. And now the Federal Reserve could issue dollars legally. As Mayer Rothschild said, "Give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes its laws." He knew that he and the other bankers would now control the laws of the nation. Government gave these bankers one of its most important powers, and now had to borrow money from them and pay interest to finance the government. So the American people were forced to lower their standard of living and pay a graduated income tax to the government, just so the government could give these bankers more profits. President Woodrow Wilson, who signed the Federal Reserve Act into law, later said, in regret, "I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is now controlled by its system of credit. We are no longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men."
The Federal Reserve was created by Congress in 1913, and it was entrusted with the power granted originally to the Congress by the U.S. Constitution to coin money and regulate the value thereof.
What's your name?
Jan Crafting?
Hi, Jan. I'm Aaron Russo. I produced the movie
Is this a joke? Am I gonna
No,
make
no,
you
no,
look
it's not a
foolish?
joke.
Okay, good.
No. I produced the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and The Rose with Bette Midler, many movies, and I'm doing a feature film. And my film is about my quest to find out whether or not people pay income taxes. Do you pay an income tax?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a law that requires you to pay an income tax?
Have I ever read it? You mean in the page, black and white? No, no.
So you pay the income tax, I assume?
Of late. Well, actually, no, I didn't file last year, but I'm sorry, is this on film? No, I paid my tax.
My question to you is, have you ever seen a law that says you have to pay an income tax?
The law is that guy that wears that badge and a gun. That's the one that puts you in jail. That's the law.
Actually, I can't stand the IRS.
Okay.
They're evil.
Do you have any fear of the IRS?
Not really, because I'm Canadian.
I think it's actually unconstitutional, is what I've heard.
Right.
But to avoid any hassle, I pay it.
If there was no law and I wasn't afraid of them coming and taking me to jail, absolutely, I wouldn't pay taxes.
Okay, then no, I wouldn't pay income taxes.
It's a no-brainer. You wouldn't pay.
I wouldn't pay it.
Why would anybody?
Because they, that's what they tell us we must do, else we're bad Americans.
Would you pay it?
No.
Would you pay it?
No.
Why would you pay taxes if you're an actor?
The income tax is not legal because it would be a direct tax and it is not apportioned as the Constitution demands.
If it's against the Constitution, then why are we doing it?
I really expected that, of course, there's a law that you can point to in the law book, the code, that requires you to file a tax return. Of course there is. Maybe I don't know what it is right then as he was speaking to me, but sure. So naively, I agreed to go off and research it and get back to him. 3.5 months later, I was at that point where I couldn't find the statute that clearly made a person liable, at least not me and most people I know, and I had no choice in my mind except to resign.
I had to leave the IRS because I presented evidence that I had accumulated indicating that the agency was violating the law and violating people's rights. And I asked the agency for a response to my sincere concerns. And the answer I got was that they would not respond to my concerns and that they would provide me with the paperwork necessary to tender my resignation.
But We the People Foundation for Constitutional Education put a full-page ad in the USA Today on July 7, 2000. And within the body of that ad was a $50,000 challenge for anyone that could show the law. And to me, $50,000 is a lot of money. So I went after that and did the research based on the fact that I thought, let's put this baby to bed. I'm hearing all these rumors. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll answer these people's questions that are asking me, and then I'll win this $50,000. And, based on the research that I did throughout the year 2000, and that I'm still doing, I have not found that law. I've asked Congress, we've asked a lot of people in the IRS commissioners, helpers. They can't answer, because if they answer, the American people are going to know that this whole thing is a fraud.
I was surprised to hear these highly trained and decorated IRS agents telling me there was no law requiring American citizens to file a 1040 or to pay an income tax on their labor.
I haven't filed an federal income tax return since I left.
I have not filed a tax return since 1999. Approximately 67 million people don't file an income tax return.
I made a decision to go to Washington so I could attend the We the People Foundation press conference. They were going to serve a class action lawsuit on the IRS, signed by over 3,000 people, because the IRS has refused to show the law that makes Americans liable to file a 1040 or to pay an income tax on their labor. I was very curious as to why the IRS refused to show the law, as it seems such a simple thing to do. Yet I was skeptical about the Foundation's claims. There had to be a law, right? We've all been told over and over and over again that we had to pay income taxes.
No answers, no taxes. No answers, no taxes. No answers, no taxes.
Most people believe that the income tax system is legal and that the revenue from the tax is used in the public interest. However, there is a substantial, conclusive body of evidence that proves that our income tax system represents the most pernicious form of tyranny. It is the greatest hoax ever perpetrated by government against the working men and women of America.
American citizens, along with the Foundation, have been asking the IRS to specifically provide them with the underlying legal foundation upon which they administer and enforce the personal income tax laws in our country.
At the national level, when people would attempt to contact somebody of a much higher authority, say the commissioner, same kind of thing. They would get answers that were in effect non-answers.
There are a group of people standing outside today who assert that no law requires you to pay taxes and that you will not answer their petition to the government as to whether they're required to pay taxes. Are they required to pay taxes?
I've been paying my taxes ever since I had my first job, and I think it's a fundamental construct of our nation that those of us who expect and demand the services from our government that the government provides, be they the protection of our country through the military, or be they the education of our children, or be they the protection of our environment, that we must pay for those services. So yes, I think there is a fundamental obligation, and that it's an understood and well accepted one.
Joe Bannister and I had a meeting in the White House with President Clinton's economic advisor, Jason Furman. He accepted the remonstrance for the president. On June 2nd, I called and spoke with him. His words were, We have decided that the issue of the legality of the income tax is not a high priority matter for the White House, and we will not be participating in any conference on the subject. I decided not to eat until my death or until the government agreed to send their experts to meet with the experts from the tax honesty movement. And with the help of Congressman Bartlett, a deal was made.
I'm very pleased that through these several trying weeks and now months, that we have secured the agreement of the IRS and the Justice Department, because some of the questions are beyond the purview of IRS, that they will both attend a public symposium where these issues can be formally addressed.
Last Thanksgiving, DOJ and IRS notified Congressman Bartlett that they would not participate. Congressman Bartlett then waited until late January. He informed me that he would not be participating.
Why do you think you've been able to get away with not paying or filing your income taxes for so long?
Well, first of all, I've not gotten away with anything. I'm not hiding from anyone. I'm simply asking the IRS to show me the laws that apparently require me to do these things, and they are suspiciously reticent to answer questions from me, and of course there are millions of other people, many other organizations who have attempted to get answers. They act very suspiciously when asked to simply sit down at the table with the American people and discuss what their obligations are. Rather than pulling up a chair, they pull out a club.
As a matter of fact, David K. Johnston of the New York Times asked Terry Lemons of the IRS, why won't the IRS answer the questions set forth in the petitions from the American people? Mr. Lemon's response was, the government is answering the questions through enforcement actions in the courts. This is a very chilling remark on the government's use of brute force instead of civility and logic.
The federal government itself refuses to provide the American people who are coercively being subjected to this extraction of their private property without any underlying legal justification. There is no law that requires the average American worker in the private sector to pay a direct unapportioned tax on their labor and compensation for services. There is no law.
The march will stop in front of the IRS building.
They are now going to serve a class action lawsuit on the IRS. Very courageous.
My name is Charles Bell, and I'm here to serve this complaint on behalf of the American people to the Internal Revenue Service. The complaint is accompanied by an affidavit. It's under the hand of Robert Schultz.
Case was served. We'll call you with the case number. Case has been filed. We'll call you with the case number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your time.
America, baby! Freedom!
Today, effectively, the people have said to their servant government that that our rights are not going to be any longer denied, and that we're going to have answers to our petition, our legitimate, lawful petitions for redress of grievances, which are guaranteed in the First Amendment to our Constitution. So once and for all, we will get an answer.
On August 31st, 2005, federal judge Emmett Sullivan ruled, the government does not have to answer the American people's questions, even though it is guaranteed in the First Amendment. Our courts have made a decision that government does not have to show the law that it enforces. And the press never reported on this. Have we given this judge the authority to overrule the Constitution, the very foundation of American life?
I believe that in both spirit and substance, our tax system has come to be un-American. Death and taxes may be inevitable, but unjust taxes are not.
The country's taxes must be fixed, and I know what to do with it. If you think you're paying too much now, just wait till I get through with it.
Now, Mr. Hanley, I'd like to ask you something. What does the government do with all the money we give them in taxes?
When President Reagan was elected, one of the first things that he did was appoint a blue ribbon panel of business people headed by Peter Grace, and is commonly referred to as the Grace Commission. And their job was to research all the various areas of the federal government and make a report. One of the quotes from the Grace Commission is, 100% of what is collected is absorbed solely by interest on the federal debt. All individual income tax revenues are gone before 1 nickel is spent on the services taxpayers expect from government.
If we pay the salaries of the congressmen and the senators, we're supporting them, aren't we?
Well, yes.
Yeah. Well, then why can't we list them as dependents and deduct them?
We've been brainwashed. People have been told, that you need this income tax system to fund government, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, my question is, well, if that's true, how did we fund government from 1776 to 1913?
The main purpose of the income tax is not to raise revenue, but to redistribute wealth and to control society.
A lot of people might say, well, gee, if there wasn't an income tax, what would happen to education? They don't understand that education is paid for the most part, out of state and local taxes, your property tax. People might say, well, how are we going to build and maintain our highways if there's no money coming into the government? We need our highways. There is a tax on every gallon of gasoline that people buy. Proceeds from the income tax do not pay for highway construction. The amount of money that we spend on defense is exactly equal to the amount of corporate income tax, which is quite legal and quite constitutional.
I think we should not want the income tax for several reasons. One is that it is the instrument of totalitarianism. It is the means by which the government can manipulate people and put you into a condition of servitude.
Every year you give the federal government a form that says, here's how all my money worked. If you lie, you could go to prison. So you're required to give them a financial statement that under, the force of law could put you in prison if it's not impeccable, right? And under the law, they're supposed to do the same. They're supposed to give you back a financial statement that says, here's what we did with your money. Except you comply and they don't. In fiscal 99, the Department of Defense had 1.1 trillion of undocumentable adjustments. The following year, they had 2.3 trillion of undocumentable adjustments.
I decided to call the IRS. I spoke to Anthony Burke in Media Relations. He was very nice to me, and I explained to him that I was an award-winning film producer and that I was doing a documentary on the IRS. He seemed a bit stunned by this, then explained to me that Commissioner Everson nor anybody else would go on film to discuss the income tax. But he did say he would call me back. I thanked him for that, but I couldn't help wondering, why was the government making it so difficult for people to see the law? So I decided to bring my crew down to the IRS building to see if I could find some employees to interview. And here's what happened.
I said you cannot film me, that's it. Who are you to tell me I can't film here? What's the law? Just tell me where the law is that says that. Can you show me the law that says I can't film here? Is America a free country? I told him they couldn't film here, and he's asking 9 million questions. I told him that's a federal government law. Hey, I told him he couldn't film here. He's telling me he's a citizen and all that, so hey. I couldn't film him. I'm saying, where's the law that says I can't film here? And I'm asking another question, sir.
Then Homeland Security showed up, because I was such a threat to Washington.
You got a driver's license up? Yeah, I do. Put that away from me.
After convincing Homeland Security I really wasn't Osama bin Laden, I kept wishing the IRS would allow me to interview somebody. Why wouldn't they show the law? What were they so nervous about? I began to have a frightening thought. What if it was our own government we had to be afraid of? With that disturbing thought in my mind, I went to see a group of tax experts.
You can look through the statutes and look for the law that requires you to pay. And when you do that, you can't identify a law that requires the average person in America who earns a wage and works in private business to pay an income tax.
The Constitution allows for two kinds of taxes. They're called direct and indirect.
The federal government in the Constitution can tax almost anything, as long as it apportions the tax if it's direct.
The indirect tax is, for example, an excise tax. I can avoid the excise tax on gasoline. I can choose to ride my bicycle. I can avoid the excise tax on tobacco. I can choose not to smoke, or I can grow my own tobacco.
The income tax which is being applied now doesn't meet the criteria of either direct or indirect taxes.
The IRS claims that in 1913, the 16th Amendment, the Income Tax Amendment, allowed the government a third form of taxation. What was the Supreme Court's ruling on that?
The Supreme Court, in the case of Stanton versus Baltic Mining. I mean, what could be clearer than this? The provisions of the 16th Amendment conferred no new power of taxation.
The Ruschauer case also said that the 16th Amendment did not impose any new taxes and did not change any of the taxing restrictions of the Constitution.
There were also several other major Supreme Court cases in that same period from 1916 up until about 1923.
Stratton Independence versus Hobart, Southern Pacific versus Lowe, Bowers versus Curbo Empire, Burnett versus Harmel, Doyle versus Mitchell.
It's actually very simple. Congress tried to enact an income tax in 1894. The Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. When the Supreme Court says something is unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. They tried again in 1913, and the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment conferred no new power of taxation. So if they didn't have it then, and they didn't get it, they don't have it. There is no constitutional basis for a tax on the wages of Americans living and working in the 50 states of the Union. Period. End of argument.
I have a letter here from Daniel Inouye's office of the United States Senate that says, based on the research performed by the Congressional Research Service, there is no provisions which specifically and unequivocally require an individual to pay an income tax. Period. End of story. There is no law, and to date, nobody has been able to show that there is a law for the average American citizen working day in and day out to pay an income tax.
The definition of income in the Constitution was given in the Eisner versus Macomber case, and it turns on gains or profits that are made from some activity.
Doyle versus Mitchell, 247 U.S. 179, 1918. Here's what he said. The idea of gain or increase arising from corporate activities. In other words, it doesn't mean wages, it doesn't mean dividends, it doesn't mean alimony. It means a gain or a profit arising from corporate activity.
These liens that are recorded against people by the government for tax liens are nothing more than allegations. They are non-substantive. They have never been determined by a neutral third party, such as a court, to have one shred of validity.
If you ever get a notice of an audit or anything else, the first thing you should do is a Freedom of Information Act request for records that they're using to substantiate or justify the audit.
There is nothing in the Internal Revenue Code that creates any such thing as an income tax evasion or crime. There's nothing in the code that allows IRS agents to seize property. The government is involved in judicial blackmail. The government knows that if it legally seizes somebody's property, that person doesn't have the funds and he can't even get a lawyer who can help him.
I conducted investigations in the Title 18, the Criminal Code, the U.S. Criminal Code.
And in there, the statutes and the regulations are very specific as to what's violating the statute. In the Internal Revenue Code, Title 26, there's nothing specific in there. I mean, even the FBI is feared of the IRS.
You have to understand that an agency which will unlawfully impose a tax that doesn't exist is not going to care. If we, the people, don't know what our rights are, they're not going to tell us.
If Americans just learned that the IRS was actually knowingly deceiving them, that would be enough for them to rise up and put a stop to it.
This small booklet includes the Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. This is a document that every citizen should read. It's a document which freed an entire nation. This is the Internal Revenue Code, and this document, and the unlawful application of this document by the Internal Revenue Service has enslaved the nation that this document attempted to free.
I was very impressed with the people in the tax honesty movement. They weren't kooks, they were highly intelligent, well-researched, and very genuine. I was wondering why I never heard about all these Supreme Court decisions in the media. So I really wanted the IRS's point of view, because to get the true story, it was imperative I hear both sides. I kept wishing Anthony Burke would call me back. He seemed like an honest man. I then proceeded to call my message machine.
Hi, this message is for Aaron Russo. This is Anthony Burke at the Internal Revenue Service. Let me suggest some people that you might want to think about talking to. One would be Don Alexander, who's a former commissioner who's here in town in Washington. Another would be Sheldon Cohen, who is both a former commissioner and former chief counsel. All those guys, I think, can answer your question about, where in the tax law it says that you have to pay taxes.
Wow, good news, I thought. So I called Sheldon Cohen because he used to be the IRS commissioner. He wrote the tax code, and he was also general counsel to the IRS. He is a true expert, and I couldn't find a better person to answer my questions. He graciously agreed to my interview. The reason I'm doing this documentary is because there are many people in America today who believe that there's no law that requires them to pay an income tax or file a 1040. And there are many people going to jail for it, fighting over it.
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
I think it should be clarified. I think government should be transparent to the people. Why doesn't the IRS commissioner sit down with them and just explain it in clear English? Why?
I don't think they really care. I think they're just playing word games.
You don't think they're sincere people?
No, I don't think they're sincere people.
What does voluntary compliance mean? And why does the IRS code say it's voluntary to comply, not mandatory?
That's a word euphemism we use. We use voluntary compliance when we talk about traffic signals. Most people, at 2 o'clock in the morning, do you stop at a red light?
Yeah.
Is there a cop there?
Well, sometimes I don't.
Well, I do. And most of us do. Most of us do.
Right.
But that's voluntary compliance.
That was a complete perversion of logic. Traffic laws state that it is mandatory to stop at a red light. The IRS code says it's voluntary to comply. Mandatory and voluntary are the complete opposite of each other. Yet he wants us to believe that they mean the same thing. So can the government criminally prosecute somebody of information put on their 1040?
Yes.
Right, so doesn't that violate the Fifth Amendment?
No.
But the Fifth Amendment says I don't have to do anything that incriminates myself.
Well, it doesn't incriminate you to put your income down.
But you said before I could be put in jail for it. The commissioner wants us to believe that although the IRS demands that you fill out the 1040 and you can go to jail for it, that they are not violating your Fifth Amendment rights of self-incrimination. That is absurd. Isn't it true that the word income is not defined anywhere in the Internal Revenue Code?
The law says that the government has a right to tax income from any source derive.
So, but the word income is not defined in the code. It just says income without a definition
That's right.
of what income is.
That's right.
Correct?
Yeah.
But there are many different kinds of taxes. Well, how can an American citizen know what income is if the code doesn't define it? If they're paying an income
Because
tax...
the courts have all defined it.
Do you remember what constitutional attorney Edwin Vieira said?
The definition of income in the Constitution was given in the Eisner versus Macomber case, and it turns on gains or profits that are made from some activity.
So the Supreme Court has ruled income is not wages, it's not labor, it's gain from corporate activity. I believe that a man's labor is his private property.
That's your view, but it's not the law.
The Supreme Court's even said your labor is your private property. When I go to work for somebody, it's a trade. It's an even exchange. I do some work, you give me some money.
In 1916, we had the Bruce-Shaber case and the Stanton case. And the Bruce-Shaber case and the Stanton case said that the 16th Amendment gave the government no new taxing power.
I'm not going to argue the niceties of that with you.
And it came up again in a case called Peck versus Lowe, where the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment did not extend Congress's taxing power to any new or accepted subjects. In other words, if you weren't taxable before the 16th, you weren't taxable after the 16th.
Today I interviewed a juror, okay, who sat on a case, and they found the person not guilty for lack of filing, okay? And I asked her why they found him not guilty. And she said because the IRS couldn't show us the law that made him liable to file a 1040.
All they need to do, if there is a law, is to show us the law, which of course they never did,
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
because there is no law.
Title 26 requires you to file a return.
But doesn't Title 26 have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court decisions?
You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
I can't believe what I just heard. Rewind.
You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
Remember he said earlier the Internal Revenue Code was authorized by the 16th Amendment?
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
Remember, the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment did not give the government any new taxing power. These decisions have never been overturned. Let's listen further. Can the lower courts overrule the Supreme Court?
No.
How are they putting people in jail today for not paying a tax on their labor when the Supreme Court said they don't have to? Doesn't the IRS code have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court? That's my big
Aaron,
question.
this is a waste of time.
Well,
Because whatever I say, you're not going to believe.
He's right. I don't believe him. And neither should you. He wants us to believe we should obey the IRS code, which is being enforced in violation of the many Supreme Court decisions. If the Supreme Court made a decision...
Thank you, Aaron. I think we're finished.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, you're doing that.
Well, I'm sorry that you constantly re-argue the point. You're liable because the law says that you're liable, and the courts say the law says you're liable, and that's why you're liable.
You see, he's talking about the lower courts, who are not in compliance with the Supreme Court, as they have to be. Doesn't the court have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court?
The Supreme Court has so held.
Where?
You caught me unprepared.
I'll come back.
Well, I don't want to do that.
But let me ask you a hypothetical question.
No. You're making silly arguments here.
Why is the Supreme Court decision a silly argument?
Well, because it's inapplicable.
That made my heart stop. He just said Supreme Court decisions do not apply to the IRS. That's the behavior you would expect from a totalitarian country, maybe China or Russia or Cuba. Not from America. They're just making up the law as they go along. Now I knew the tax honesty movement was right. The IRS thrives on intimidation and fear, not by law. It's no different than a criminal protection racket, using force to extract your money from you. Then the former IRS commissioner, now working at a prestigious Washington law firm, threatens me. Watch.
Aaron, you understand Yiddish, Cornish helfen.
For those of you who don't understand Yiddish, that means nothing will help you. Now it all became clear. I understood why the IRS wouldn't go on camera and talk about where the law was. I understood why all the senators I called refused to be interviewed. There is no law. And now you know what our political leaders and the courts have known for decades and have tried to cover up. The United States Constitution strictly forbids a direct, unapportioned tax on the wages and salaries of American citizens. The United States Supreme Court has consistently ruled that the income tax is a tax on profits and gains, not on labor and wages. On behalf of the American people, I challenge the IRS to show me a statute that allows a direct, unapportioned tax on the wages and labor of the American people. And if I'm wrong, I will give my most humble apologies to the IRS. If the IRS is wrong, and there is no law, then every person who's been jailed should be let out of jail immediately, and any assets seized should be returned to their rightful owners. If this is a nation of laws and a free country, then the IRS should show the law to the American people. I felt an overwhelming need to understand why juries were finding innocent people guilty of not filing a tax return when there was no law requiring them to do so. So I went to talk to Marcy Brooks, a juror who used her common sense and did not allow the judge to railroad the jury into a guilty verdict.
He was being tried for 4 counts of not filing his income tax.
Okay.
And our question was, well, what is to decide? Either he did or he didn't. It never occurred to us that he might actually be innocent while at the same time not filing. In the federal government, it is not a felony not to file taxes. Finally, they said, okay, if we're going to get this guy, we're going to have to put it in the state. They called up the IRS agent, Agent Craner.
Craner? Yeah. Robert Craner. Mm-hmm. This is Ken Doherty. He's also an investigator with the Illinois Department of Revenue.
This is a request for a copy of the delegation of authority order.
Right, and I talked to my boss about that, and he said that my badge is that.
Badge is the authority. I thought it had to be in writing.
The last question that the defense asked him was, did you write any of this down? And Agent Craner looked right at him and right at us, and he said, I never wrote anything down. And yet when we saw the video, there he was, writing notes, you know. And so I'm thinking, okay, at this point, the judge is supposed to say, Agent Craner, it is clear that you have committed perjury. It wasn't even noticed. It finally came to the climax. Mr. Harrell looked right at the prosecutor, and he said, I will tell you the same thing I have told over and over again to government officials. You show me the law that requires me to file a tax return, and I'll be glad to do it.
And again, I ask, under what is the requirement that you claim I'm required to do these things? And the requirement under the regulations is what section? My question to you is, what particular act are we discussing here that I am liable to do these things that you claim I'm liable to do?
Your exact question would be again? Okay, what is the section that what? But I guess I'm still not understanding your question, Mr. Harrell.
Well, you must be familiar with what that you have the police powers to enforce.
Yes.
The prosecutor absolutely ignored him. And he started slandering Mr. Harrell. Just started attacking his character.
They're calling us tax cheats, they're calling us fanatics, they're calling us weirdos. I don't care what you call me, but I have one question. Where is the law? Show me the law.
They can't let this turn into a rational debate, because if they do, they lose it. So they have to insult people and say it's frivolous.
We felt like that there was an overall arrogance and that they were railroading Mr. Harrell. and wanting us to participate. Judge Coogan. He looked right at us and he said, I will instruct the jury according to the law. We were sent to deliberation. The judge promised us that he would give us the law. And we looked and we looked and it was not there. We wrote a note to the judge asking for a copy of the law. 10 minutes later, we get a note back. You have everything you need. But there was no law. And he had promised us. At that point, I felt betrayed. I felt like this man promised us the law, and that's what this whole thing is about, the law. We request it, and he still denies us the law.
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
Because there is no law. Remember, we're talking about the Illinois state law here, okay, which is a law in Illinois. So we got out that law, and we read it several times, and I said, okay, wait, you know, because they kept saying, but this is a law in Illinois. And I said, look at the beginning of it. It says, anyone required to file a federal income tax return is required to file an Illinois tax return. I said, if it is true that he's not required to file a federal return, then that nullifies the Illinois law. Two people, they kept saying, but he's going to get by with it. And I said, what is he getting by with but his rights? If there is no law, he's not breaking a law. He's just standing on his rights. Are we going to deny him that? That's when this one juror sat back and kind of rolled his eyes and he said, you mean we don't have to pay taxes? All of a sudden we realized that this trial was much bigger, and the ramifications of this trial were going to be so broad if it actually got out. I mean, it's like we had just discovered this great government secret. And so when we came out for the delivering of the verdict, the judge was, I'm sure, even at this point, I'm sure he still thought we would give a guilty verdict. And the reason I say that is because of the look on his face when the first not guilty was read. His face just turned white. I mean, it's like, I don't believe this. The second time, you could hear people out in the audience, just in the courtroom, you know, just going, wow, you know. And the judge is just getting red in the face. I mean, he was just livid. And the judge got up and left. I sat there and I thought, this truly is a victory for the people. And I have never felt more patriotic. And I knew that we had done the right thing. I looked at that man, Mr. Harrell, and I thought, the system might not work all the time, but this time, for that man, it did.
In November 2004, the government arrested former IRS criminal investigator Joe Bannister. They charged him with fraud for telling the American people the truth about the income tax laws. The jury obviously agreed with Joe.
Well, it just showed Mr. Bannister to be honest and straightforward and working within the law.
Vernice Kuglin, a Federal Express pilot, claimed there was no law requiring Americans to file an income tax. She also won in court. 24 people were criminally charged by the IRS because they claimed there was no law requiring them to file an income tax return.
The fact is, neither the judge, nor the prosecutor, nor the IRS could bring that statute in there because it's not in the books. The jury came back with an acquittal for everyone.
When the matter is put to the test, which means in terms of court and enforcement action, there is a 100% success rate in shooting down these arguments.
The mafia has a code and they follow it, and it's a code of honor. But the IRS has no code of honor.
Meet Judge Dawson, a federal judge presiding over the Irwin Schiff tax case, who denied Irwin the ability to prove to a jury that there was no law requiring Americans to file an income tax return. He denied Irwin the right to prove to a jury there was no law by stating, "I will not allow the law in my courtroom." But the judge made sure the government never had to show the law as written by telling the jury, "You must follow the law as I give it to you."
Nobody can know what the law is, because the law is what the judges say the law is.
The lower courts today will not allow people, especially in tax cases, to bring in Supreme Court decisions as their evidence.
Here we have a federal judge railroading an American citizen by saying Supreme Court decisions are irrelevant. And again, nothing from the press defending our freedoms. So if you ever find yourself as a juror on a tax case, be sure to ask the judge to show you the statute written by Congress that allows the government to tax the wages of the American people. If the judge can't show you the law, then how can you possibly, in good conscience, convict someone and destroy their life? Let's see how the IRS treated one of America's greatest heroes, and someone I cherished as a child.
Joe Louis was an American icon. Victorious in his first 27 fights, the Brown Bomber quickly rose to heavyweight champion of the world. His 1938 knockout of German Max Schmeling, who represented Hitler's Aryan ideal, earned him the admiration of millions of Americans.
Is watching carefully. Louis measures him right to the body, a left hook to the jaw, and Schmeling is down. The count is high.
Right after Pearl Harbor was bombed, Joe had a title fight where he donated his fee to Navy War Relief.
Well, I'm not working for nothing. I'm working for my country, and I think that's about the greatest piece of work that anybody can do.
Well, I certainly agree with you for that, but you're turning over an awful lot of money.
Well, we all turn over a whole lot for this country at this time.
Joe volunteered for the segregated Army and defended his title while in the service, this time donating his normal fee to Army Relief.
I'm only doing what any red-blood American would do.
Since the checks were in Joe's name, the IRS taxed him on their full amount, even though he never saw a penny of it. At the end of the war, Joe was awarded the Legion of Merit. But what most people didn't know was that the IRS was charging him $50,000 a year in interest alone on his debt. When Joe's beloved mother died, leaving him $600, the IRS immediately seized it. They also confiscated all of his children's trust funds. Joe was forced to continue fighting until he was 37 and out of shape, just to pay off his ever-mounting debt to the IRS, which grew to $1 million, $100,000 a year just in interest. At the end of his life, Joe was forced to become a greeter at a Las Vegas hotel just to make ends meet.
It was a shameful thing to see a man like him, great fighter, great human being, being humiliated and destroyed in this manner, because after all, when you owe Internal Revenue money, no matter what you have, they take away from you. And they took a lot away from Joe Louis.
I made a decision to drive to Virginia Beach in Washington because I had heard stories about two law-abiding families who had been brutalized by the IRS. They were falsely accused by their bookkeeper of being drug smugglers and tax cheats. And incredibly to me, without any investigation, the IRS proceeded to raid their place of business and their homes, even though they had done absolutely nothing wrong.
On Saturday morning, 4 different raiding parties proceeded to raid 4 locations on a Saturday, the day before Easter.
I was the manager on duty, and I was up in the deli, and people came through the door.
How many came in the door?
Maybe about 15 or 20 people.
15 to 20
Yeah.
armed agents.
With dogs, with guns. They made me get everybody they went in the kitchen, they went in the deli, they went all over the whole restaurant, told all the customers, took forks out of their hands while they were eating their breakfast, and told them they had to leave.
I got the frantic call from Edie, and she said something wrong. So anyway, I jump out of bed and I immediately run to the shower. I'm in the shower, and the next thing I know, I hear my son yelling, "Dad!"
I went like this, and boom, I'm slammed against the door and I fall down with the gun in my head. And they're like, "Where's Scotty Miller?" And I'm like, "Dad!" That's all I'm doing is yelling. I'm scared, frightened to death.
And then the next thing I hear is Mr. Miller, the shower curtain is jerked back. I've got a gun pointed at my head. Hold it right there. The screams from the little girls who were at a pajama party with my daughter. There was 4 little girls there with my daughter. Of course, mayhem.
There were about 3 men in my bedroom with huge guns. He followed us and wanted to watch us get dressed, and I tried to shut the door, and he puts his foot in the door, like he's going to sit there and watch us change our clothes. And I was like, "Excuse me, no."
My neighbors now are all standing out.
Were you still naked?
Well, they handed me a towel at that point. I had a towel wrapped around me.
Did the towel fit?
No, hardly. Hardly. At this point, they were talking about weapons, and, and I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they're looking everywhere, going through all my drawers. And I reached for my underwear drawer to get some underwear. They said, "Don't touch anything." Boom. They're locking their guns up. They hold it right there. Don't move around. Don't move. I'm going, whoa. I said, "I'd just like to get some underwear on here, I said, I got women standing here.
They keep everything.
How did you conduct your business if the IRS took everything?
We had to do it out of a shoebox so we could keep going because we requested these things, and I'm told that the government's really not, once they do raid and so forth, they're supposed to at least let you, until you're charged with something, continue your business. This wasn't the case. They kept everything.
So you were never even charged?
Absolutely not. Charged with what? And when you speak IRS, the whole world shrivels up. The whole world gets fearful to a point where, let's not talk about it. I testified in front of Congress.
I would like to know why this dark entity known as the IRS has come into my life and refused to leave. I raised my children with a zero tolerance for dishonesty. And now they must hear allegations that I am a major drug dealer and a tax cheat?
A lot of people out there being abused, and a lot of people saying, "Look, I'll pay it. Just go away. Just go away."
When all that happened, we had to file bankruptcy. We've had cars taken away from us, kept my daughter from going to college.
Do they ever think about the lives that they just destroyed? Do they think about the ruination of homes and property? No. In this case, we would have never thought this could happen to us. We've never done anything wrong. How can this happen in America when, in my case, personally, I thought that I was doing everything right? I've served my country. I've been to college. At least I've done something in my life. I got a speeding ticket one time. I paid my taxes for 40, 50 years, whatever it was. I've never been audited. What happened here?
I had this really uncomfortable feeling in the pit of my stomach as I was thinking to myself, how did America transform itself from being a truly free country with a servant government where our individual rights were protected by our Constitution to being a country that talked about being free but really wasn't? The change started when the Federal Reserve came into existence and America adopted one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto by bringing to America this central bank. The very same people that backed the Federal Reserve System also backed the graduated income tax, a second plank from the Communist Manifesto. You know that the Federal Reserve is a private bank and not a government agency?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
It's a private bank? That would scare me quite a bit.
What if you learned that the Federal Reserve makes money off the taxes you pay? How would you feel about that?
Angry. Like I'm feeling right now.
I would feel cheated by my government.
I'd be angry.
It kind of sucks. They're pretty much in control of everything.
I decided to drive back to Washington to see Dr. Ron Paul. He had been a congressman for over 20 years. I had met him previously in 1998 when I was running for governor of Nevada, and I knew him to be an honest and sincere man, and I thought he'd be very helpful in letting me know what the future holds for the American people.
Who owns the Federal Reserve? It's secret, and we can't find out what's happening. But the Congress created it, and it's not authorized in the Constitution.
The government borrows money from a private corporation using the name Federal that prints United States on it, and then it pays back to the Fed, which is owned by private banks. We don't know who all those private banks are. The money that the government is paying back to the private bankers is the money that comes from you and me.
Why in the world would the American government borrow money and pay fees on it when it has the authority to make the money itself interest-free?
The Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. I've never seen a full list of ownership for the Fed. I don't think anybody has.
The government works for a private bank, and the private bank works for its owners, the true masters.
People talk to me about, the issue of Republican versus Democrat, as if they don't get it. And I say, look, here's the way you get it. It's organized crime. All you do is you call the Republicans the Genoveses, and you call the Democrats the Gambinos. The people at the top, they treat it like a crap game, like it's their crap game, like they're making lots of money. Occasionally, somebody at the table shoots each other, but the moment anything threatens their crap game, they all unite to protect it. They're both controlled by the same financial, economic, and corporate interests.
Once the banks get into the picture and they form a partnership with the government gives them the legal power now to create bank-issued money backed by the coercive power of government to require everybody to accept that bank money.
In the course of the last century, they have converted this nation from a nation of independent freeholders to a nation of employees. And they're just one step away from being serfs.
Most people spend the great bulk of their money for taxes, interest, and inflation. And all of that money goes to these two groups that comprise the cartel and their partner, the federal government. It's not a coincidence.
So if Congress used its legal authority to shut down the Federal Reserve System, the American people would be much better off. Government should create, issue, and circulate all the currency. Creating and issuing money is the supreme prerogative of government and its greatest creative opportunity. Adopting these principles will save the taxpayers immense sums of interest, and money will cease to be the master and become the servant of humanity. Abraham Lincoln.
Young people today are conditioned practically from the cradle on up to think that credit is a wonderful thing. You don't want to damage your credit. You want to do what you can so that you can go to the bank and get a good loan.
There are no people who own their own property, who own their own houses, who own their own business, who finance their own business. They're only debtors.
The average young person today has no concept that he's being drawn into a web, a trap. Like he's in the feudalist system, only he's going to like it. He's going to think this is wonderful. I got my new red Corvette and I'm in debt for the rest of my life, but I'm looking good.
A decision was made. Let's get all the debt up, let's move the jobs abroad, and instead of re-engineering your skills, we're going to dumb down America, and so the middle class will disappear.
Really what most of the people in this country have become is food for the debt machine.
When a person borrows money, it puts a noose around their neck and makes them servant to the lender, which is exactly what the Federal Reserve System is designed to do. And now our Congress, so dominated by the banks, is helping them to entrap people even further by passing new bankruptcy laws, making it more difficult for the people to declare bankruptcy and get a fresh start, while at the same time allowing the banks to charge very high rates of interest. This is the way the Democrats and Republicans, working with the banks, legally enslave the nation.
Credit card industry is a huge political contributor. And unfortunately,
Can
a certain
it be
number of...
It just seems so, like I say, just bald. This idea that credit card industry gives a lot of money to the government, so they will protect them even to the just abject disinterest of their own constituents.
That happens kind of a lot.
The board of directors of the Federal Reserve System is chosen by the president from a list prepared by the bankers themselves.
The process of finding a Greenspan replacement is ongoing and is being managed by a small group of people responsible for coming up with a list of nominees.
It's important that whomever I pick is viewed as an independent person from politics.
If the American people ever allow the banks to control the issuance of their currency, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. Thomas Jefferson.
So the Federal Reserve is actually an illegal entity functioning within government.
It's illegal, and what we have given to this so-called agency is the authority to counterfeit money.
Do you have any points of view about the Federal Reserve and how the Federal Reserve operates?
They just enter something on a computer. Oh, you need 20 billion today. Here's 20 billion, but they got that out of thin air. It came out of thin air, it goes to the Treasury then pays their bills.
So it's no different than monopoly money. The cost of living is so high today because the Federal Reserve and the federal government have destroyed the purchasing power of the dollar. The dollar today is actually worth about 4 cents, despite the fact that the government, the Federal Reserve, and the media keep telling us that they're protecting the value of the dollar. This is a lie.
All countries who have ever attempted to create money on thin air, the currency is eventually destroyed.
Why did we give a monopoly of creating money out of thin air to a private corporation? The result is exactly the same as if someone were picking your pocket every year, because that's exactly what they're doing.
Originally, paper was a receipt which is used as evidence that the money exists. Over the years, of course, the government has disconnected the paper from the actual tangible substance, which is money. So now we have a piece of paper which is evidence of nothing.
In the past, people were able to take their receipts, the paper, to the bank and get the real money, the gold, in exchange for the receipt. This limited the amount of money that could be printed, thereby protecting the purchasing power of your savings.
You don't have to worry.
That's good, because I work 3 jobs and I feel like I contribute.
You work 3 jobs.
3 jobs, yes.
Uniquely American, isn't it? I mean, that is fantastic.
In the absence of the gold standard, there is no way to protect savings from confiscation through inflation. There is no safe store of value. Gold stands as a protector of property rights. Alan Greenspan, before he went to work for the Federal Reserve System. Now Alan Greenspan and the other central bankers want you to believe that the receipt, the paper, is the real money. This is nothing more than sleight of hand. It's a magician's trick. Because for them to maintain control over the government and the people, they have to convince you that this paper is really money, because that is the essence of their power and our powerlessness to maintain control over our own government.
What happened to gold in Fort Knox?
Nobody really knows. When I served on the Gold Commission, I asked them to really, do another audit. I remember it was 15-2. They said, we don't need to audit the gold.
It's supposed to be the American people's gold, and so we would like an accounting to tell the American people what is there.
I've been told that the Federal Reserve has taken control of the gold as collateral for the dollars they print.
They list gold on their balance sheet.
How could the Federal Reserve, this private bank, list gold on the balance sheet?
They claim they're holding that for the Treasury.
So that puts private bankers in control of the American gold. They could have taken all of America's wealth.
That's a possibility.
Shouldn't the Congress stand up and say, where is the American people's gold?
They're not audited.
They control the money of America, and it's not audited?
There is no audit.
Wait a second, doesn't the Federal Reserve work underneath the Congress?
Congress ignores their responsibility to do any oversight.
The president really has no control, nor does the Congress have any control over this cartel. It just has the appearance of control.
In the final analysis, the Federal Reserve bankers, with the help of the Democrats and Republicans in Congress, have swindled the American people. They have taken the true wealth of America, the gold, and given us a piece of paper in return. And again, not a word from the press. These frauds are going to continue until Congress is no longer intimidated by the Federal Reserve bankers, and Congress uses their legal authority to shut down the Federal Reserve System and to stop this loss of our freedoms.
Is there a law that requires people to file a 1040?
Not explicitly, but it's certainly implied.
Well, implied by force.
Yeah.
But is there a law?
I can't cite a law, no, I cannot. But, if they think it's the law and they have all the guns, it's an authoritarian approach.
Well, yeah, but that's authoritarianism.
Yeah.
That's not a country run by law. Do you think America is going deeper and deeper into becoming a police state? And if so, in what ways do you see that as a congressman?
Yeah, I think we're moving in that direction because there's not much we can do without permission. The absence of a police state is that people are free, and if you don't commit crimes, you can do what you want. But today, you can't open up a business, you can't develop land, you can hardly do anything. You can't go to the bank, you can't go to the doctor without the government knowing what you're doing. And they talk about medical privacy, that's gone. Financial privacy, that's gone. The right to own property, that's essentially gone. So you have to get permission from the government from almost everything. And if that is the definition of a police state, that you can't do anything unless the government gives you permission, we're well on our way. This is something that people eventually, I hope, will get sick and tired of and say, enough is enough.
I sincerely believe the banking institutions having the issuing power of money are more dangerous to liberty than standing armies. Thomas Jefferson.
You must understand the Federal Reserve is a cartel made up of the major banks in America, and they are the ones that are running the show, not the federal government.
The powers that be behind the system, the financial interests, are able to exercise a disproportionate amount of influence on not only the economic structure of the country, but the political structure.
This would be like the ultimate reaching of government into our personal health lives, which would be unbelievable. And not even our government, some, bureaucratic, diffuse, multinational, secretive government.
assure the American people that, one, I've got the authority to do this. American people expect us to protect them and protect their civil liberties. I'm going to do that. Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
What happens if your own government is using more force and more coercion on its own citizens for the purpose of achieving its political ends? Is that government engaged in terrorism?
Now let's watch the government add insult to injury to the people of New Orleans.
No one will be able to be armed. We will take all weapons.
That happened today in this wealthy neighborhood where homeowners had armed themselves to protect their mansions. Residents were handcuffed on the ground. In the end, police took their weapons but let them stay in their homes.
Wasn't that kind and generous of the government to allow people to stay in their own homes? How thoughtful. Of course, they couldn't defend themselves from looters.
For many of the police and guard troops, it is an uncomfortable job to do this in an American city.
You never expect to do this in your own country.
Walking up and down these streets, you don't want to think about the stuff that you're gonna have to do.
We are losing our right to property. The government is getting more pretexts to seize it, using the power to confiscate it with eminent domain. The asset forfeiture laws have proliferated. It's easier for the prosecutors to come in and make an accusation against you and confiscate your property even though they have no evidence that you've done anything wrong. Guilt or innocence doesn't really matter that much because it's very convenient for the government.
Unfortunately, what is being sold to the American people today as Americanism, if you peel off the label, you find so much similarity to what we were fighting against when we were fighting communism and Nazism and fascism.
The government's now putting a national ID card together and they want checkpoints.
We will be carrying our papers, and they have recommended there'll be checkpoints throughout the country.
Isn't that what Nazi Germany did that everybody in America was against? Papers, please. May I see your papers?
May we see your papers? I don't think I have them on me. In that case, we'll have to ask you to come along. Wait, it's possible that, yes. Here we are.
These papers expired 3 weeks ago. You'll have to come along.
Halt!
In the new legislation, the national ID card is in it. It takes 3 or 4 pages to describe it, and it will be connected with our driver's licenses. The states will be instructed on exactly what they have to do. Social security numbers will be used. Some type of a physical proof, such as fingerprints or retinal prints, have to be on it.
It is time to wake up, America. These ID cards are not about defeating terrorism, but they are all about controlling the American people. I arranged an interview with Catherine Albrecht, a leading authority on the RFID chip. Her book entitled Spy Chips is the definitive book on this subject. I wanted to find out just how dangerous these chips are to our liberties.
RFID is a technology that uses tiny computer chips the size of a grain of sand or even smaller, hooked up to miniature antennas to transmit information about items at a distance. Back in 1999, Procter & Gamble, Gillette, and MIT got together to find a way to commercialize this technology and make it small enough, make it efficient enough, and make it low cost enough to, essentially, their dream is to put one of these tiny computer chips on every physical item manufactured on planet Earth. The latest technology for identifying people at the point of sale, for identifying people when they make purchases, is actually the implantable chip that you can actually embed directly into human flesh. It's a tiny glass capsule about the size of a grain of rice. It contains an RFID computer chip with a coiled antenna, and it can transmit information also at a distance.
Can a microscopic tag be implanted in a person's body to track his every movement? There's actual discussion about that. You will rule on that, mark my words, before your tenure is over.
Homeland Security folks, the Department of Defense and others have expressed an interest in being able to more closely monitor the U.S. populace. And one way to do that, of course, would be being able to determine who buys what and where they take those things. Radio waves can travel through walls, they can travel through wood, they can travel through the things we normally rely on to protect our privacy. For example, your purse, your backpack, your pocket, anything you're wearing or carrying. Kraft Philadelphia cream cheese has been tagged with RFID and sold to consumers, as have Mach 3 razor products and other Gillette razor products, without the knowledge of the consumer. One of the tiny chips could actually even be the dot on the letter I on the back of the fine print on a package that you purchased. They were talking about having reader devices in every airport, on every bus, on every train, on every port, on every dock. One of the most worrisome applications of RFID are proposals to put them into cash, meaning that you would be able to track every banknote, where it had been, who it had been issued to, and create, in essence, an audit trail. That would essentially take away the anonymity of cash that we now enjoy today. The ATM machine itself, as the money came through the roller device, would be reading each number, and they would know who you are because, of course, you identify yourself at the bank before you take money out. And down the road, when you go to pay at a major retailer, it would also be possible for them, as they're putting the money into the cash drawer, to simply feed it through a little reader device. It would go in, it would tag that number and transfer possession from Aaron Russo, say, to Walmart. Once everything you do is tied down to a single number and there is no longer the ability to pay with cash, then all it takes to render you a non-citizen is to simply turn that chip off. You will no longer be able to really participate in any function in society, including buy food.
So through the implementation of the Federal Reserve System, the American citizen has gone from being a private individual who had real money, gold, in his possession that was private, to a citizen who has no privacy because all money is now being digitized. They can deduct whatever amount of money they want out of your digits whenever they want. They can trace you whenever they want. You'll be at their mercy. God forbid we allow this to happen in America.
This is absolutely Orwellian. I mean, it's talking about Big Brother looking over your shoulder at absolutely everything you do, every purchase you make, every place you go, every company you interact with. All of that would be reported back potentially to the government.
Guaranteed hot in 30 minutes or it's free. This is Mary. May I take your order?
Hi, Mary. Yes, I'd like to order.
Is this Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Thank you for calling again, sir. I show your national identification number as 610-204-999-8-45-54610. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I see you live at 736 Montrose Court, but you're calling from your cell phone. Are you at home?
I'm just leaving work, but I'm...
Oh, we can deliver to Bob's Auto Supply. That's at 175 Lincoln Avenue, yes?
No, I'm on my way home. How do you know all this stuff?
We just got wired into the system, sir.
Oh, well, I'd like to order a couple of your double meat special pizzas.
Sure thing. There'll be a new $20 charge for those, sir.
What do you mean?
Sir, the system shows me that your medical records indicate that you have high blood pressure and extremely high cholesterol. Luckily, we have a new agreement with your national health care provider that allows us to sell you double meat pies as long as you agree to waive all future claims of liability.
What?
Do you agree, sir? You can sign the form when we deliver, but there is a charge for processing. The total is $67 even.
$67?
Well, that includes the delivery surcharge of $15 to cover the added risk to our driver of traveling through an orange zone.
I live in an orange zone?
Now you do. Looks like there was another robbery on Montrose yesterday. You could save $48 if you ordered our special Sprout Submarine Combo and picked it up yourself. Comes with tofu sticks. Those are very tasty, sir. Good value, too.
But I want double meat.
Well, I'm sure you can afford the $67 then. You just bought those tickets to Hawaii. They weren't cheap, eh? Oh, but I see you checked out the budget beach bum at the library last week. Up to you, sir.
All right. I'll get the Sprout subs.
Good choice, sir. Gotta watch that waist if you're hitting the beach, eh? 42 inches. Wow. Man, I'd say tofu and sprouts is like required.
That's how much?
Just between you and me, there's a $3 off coupon in this month's Total Men's Fitness magazine. Your wife Betty subscribes to that, right? Anyhow, clip that and it's $19.99 even. Whoa, looks like you maxed out on all your credit cards. Bring cash, okay?
Have we become so controlled and so ignorant about our rights that big institutions and big government can do whatever they want with us, even without our approval? I knew for certain the Founding Fathers would resist to the death what is happening in America today. And I, for one, will not accept a national ID card. And if nobody accepts a national ID card, and nobody can board a plane without one, then let the airlines go bankrupt. And if you can't open a bank account in a big money center bank, then open an account in a small local bank. And if we can't walk into a federal building, I personally would consider that a blessing. Don't allow these institutions to dictate to us how we conduct our lives. This is America, and we have free choice. We the people have all the power, not the government. Government gets its power from us, not the other way around. Think of all the men and women who died in all our wars, fighting for freedom, not Federal Reserve bankers. Do you think they sacrificed their lives so that Americans can be chipped like a dog? So we could all have a homing device inside us? No. This ID card is the last step before they implant us. And that's precisely the reason nobody should accept one. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to call on the propaganda machine, the media, and try and sell this as if it were in everybody's best interest.
We're working on a product that we have called internally a PLD. PLD stands for Personal Locating Device, which is an implantable GPS for which our company owns a patent. The hybrid of the two of these products, being Digital Angel and Verichip, is what we call PLD. PLD should be in prototype form by the end of this year, by December of 2002, and we are already working with the Food and Drug Administration as well as legislative agencies with these products and ultimately with the PLD.
We have a Florida family who are really pioneers in a brave new world. They have volunteered to be the first ever to have microchip identification devices implanted into their body.
After 9/11, I was really concerned with the security of my family.
I wouldn't mind having something planted permanently in my arm that would identify me.
Talk about identification papers. Watch what happens to a woman in Florida whose license was suspended.
Get out of the car or I'm going to tase you.
The next street off the Seacrest.
But on your stomach. Do it now. Put your hands behind your back. Do it now. Do it now or you're going to get tased again. Do it now. Do it now. On your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I can't. Sure you can. Come here.
Oh, got it.
You got blood on your Oh, my God. You tased me and you handcuffed me?
Yep, you're under arrest.
For what reason?
Your license is suspended.
All the power is in the people. And to the extent that government becomes alienated from the people, does things that people don't want, power is transferred until you finally come to a police state, totalitarian state, whatever word you want to give it, where the desires of the people really have no consequence. They go out and they vote. Doesn't make any difference which candidate they elect.
I'm a programmer. I work for NASA, work for ExxonMobil, work for Florida Department of Transportation.
Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the case?
Because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for President Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I work for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that.
And when you say did just that, it would rig an election?
It would flip the vote 51-49 to whoever you wanted it to go to and whichever race you wanted to win.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials that might be on county boards of elections could detect?
They'd never see it.
So how would such a program, a secret program that fixes the election, how could it be detected?
You would have to view it either in the source code, or you'd have to have a receipt and then count the hard paper against the actual vote total. Other than that, you won't see it.
Given the availability of such vote rigging software and the testimony that has been given under oath of substantial statistical anomalies and gross differences between exit polling data and the actual tabulated results, do you have an opinion whether or not the Ohio election, presidential election, was hacked?
Yes, I would say it was.
So in other words, there is absolutely no assurance whatsoever in anything with regard to these machines?
Absolutely none.
Anybody who trusts electronic voting machines should have their head examined.
Now we can see a new world coming into view. A world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order.
The New World Order will be built, an end run on national sovereignty, eroding it piece by piece, will accomplish much more than the old-fashioned frontal assault. Council on Foreign Relations. We shall have world government, whether or not we like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent. Paul Warburg, Council on Foreign Relations and architect of the Federal Reserve System.
There's a group that get together internationally and they sort of play God with our money.
You think that's part of what George Bush said was the one world order?
They can't have a new world order only with a world police, military. Right. I think the financial system ultimately is even more important than the guns.
The central bankers of the world are working together to create a one world government, a global police state as sinister as anything George Orwell ever wrote about, where every person on the planet Earth will have an RFID chip implanted, where the bankers and the governments can monitor every transaction you make.
A chip in everybody would be the universal monetary system par excellence, because there'd be no escape from it, and you'd be totally under the control of those who issue the electronic impulses in that chip.
Their strategies are being accomplished through the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and the Bank for International Settlements, which is the central bank for all the central banks of the world. Most people don't have a clue that these unelected private bankers actually control the governments of the world. They have financed and profited from every war since World War I without concern for humanity. The war in Iraq is an attempt by the Federal Reserve and their partner, the Bank of England, to control the Middle East and to make it a part of the New World Order. To defend the New World Order, U.S. soldiers will have to kill and die. Arthur Schlesinger, Counselor on Foreign Relations. Military men are just dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy. Henry Kissinger, Council on Foreign Relations. Now let's listen to this quote by Robert Reich, a member of President Clinton's cabinet and one of his most trusted advisors. The dirty little secret is that both houses of Congress are irrelevant. America's domestic policy is now being run by Alan Greenspan and the Federal Reserve. America's foreign policy is now being run by the International Monetary Fund. When the president decides to go to war, he no longer needs a declaration of war from Congress. Dr. Carroll Quigley, professor from Georgetown University, who was also President Clinton's mentor, said in his book, Tragedy and Hope, the powers of financial capitalism had a far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. And then President Clinton's Deputy Secretary of State, Strobe Talbot, said, "In the next century, nations as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority." All these supposed free trade agreements, NAFTA, GATT, CAFTA, are truly nothing more than the governments of the world and the central banks working together to create a one-world government. They are not free trade. These treaties are government-managed trade, and they are destroying the American worker. Through these treaties, the bankers are actually beginning to control the laws of the world. The fact is that this relationship between the bankers, the government, and the huge multinational corporations is the very reason why the government no longer enforces its immigration laws. The bankers want a one-world government without borders, and the American government is obeying them. If the government was so worried about terrorism, why are they leaving the borders open, but at the same time telling American citizens they need an ID card with an RFID chip?
The Bush administration's open borders policy and its decision to ignore the enforcement of this country's immigration laws is part of a broader agenda. President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it, and he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States. Bill Tucker reports.
The Security and Prosperity Partnership of North America sounds benign, hardly like a policy that critics call NAFTA on steroids. It's a deal that few have even heard of.
It's being done again by very few people at the very top on behalf of the investment class, but the working class of people, political officials across our country, from communities, from cities and so forth, they don't know anything about this.
Yet it was agreed to by Mexico's President Fox, Canada's Prime Minister Martin, and President Bush in 2005. Administration officials counter their critics by saying everything about SPP is on the White House website. And they say the partnership is not a treaty, but more of an outline of priorities between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Still, some wonder why there haven't been public discussions about the goals being pursued.
You know, I was asked the other day about whether or not I really thought the American people had the stomach to stand up and stop this nonsense, this direction from a group of elites in absolute contravention of our law, of our Constitution, every national value. And I hope, I pray that I'm right when I said yes. But this is beyond belief.
Look what happened in Europe. The people that voted down the European Constitution wanting each country to stay sovereign. Yet the private central bankers are pushing the governments forward to make this Constitution happen, even though the people voted against it and clearly do not want a world government nor one European government. Now pay close attention to this quote by David Rockefeller, and you'll understand what is happening in the world today and where the American people are heading as a nation. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subjected to the lights of publicity during those years. But now, the world is more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government. The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. David Rockefeller, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, actually believes that we would be better off if he and his bank of friends ran the world.
Benito Mussolini had a great quote about fascism. He said that fascism should be called corporatism more properly because it's the perfect merger of power between the corporation and the state. That's how he defined fascism. And that's what we're seeing here.
The media controls the information that a person gets. In various ways, they can make sure that the average American watching the tube or reading the newspaper is going to come out with a certain mindset. He's going to say, this is good, that's bad, and that's all they have to do.
You look at the ownership of corporate media in this country. Who owns CBS? Viacom? Who owns NBC? GE? Who owns ABC? Disney?
Americans have been taught to expect their salvation from government instead of recognizing government as the most dangerous threat they'll face in their lives.
And the United States putting together a constitution now for Iraq. You know, why don't we just give them ours? I mean, think about it. It served us well for over 200 years, and we don't appear to be using it anymore, so what the hell?
I like the old idea where you could do what you thought you could do and what you wanted to do as long as you didn't hurt other people.
I think that the ultimate choice that's being presented to mankind is that it's time to either evolve or perish. Grow up or die. Become adults. Act like adults. Take some responsibility.
Be prepared to take action after watching this interview. Film producer and director Aaron Russo has full intention of turning the way we do business with the IRS and Federal Reserve upside down. Known in Hollywood circles for such hits as Trading Places and The Rose, Aaron has turned his mighty skills into raising consciousness as to the illegality of income tax on your labor in his new film, America, From Freedom to Fascism. Freedom to Fascism. That's a pretty in-your-face title, and from the bits I've seen already of this documentary, you should be making a lot of waves. It's being compared in advance to Fahrenheit 9/11. Just give an overview of what you're trying to do, a summary of what you're trying to do in this movie, and then we can get into some specifics.
Well, I think what I'm trying to do is obviously is wake America up. That's why I use that title, because that to me is the truth. It's the honest title. A lot of people said, don't say fascism because it's going to scare people, you know, but the truth is that it is fascism what's happening in America. Only people don't know what fascism really means. Fascism is actually the synergistic effort of big government and big corporations working together to stifle the people. And that's what we have in America today. I mean, if you asked Mussolini what fascism was, he would say it's really corporatism. You know, I think it was Tolstoy who said fascism is capitalism in decay.
Yeah.
You know?
Corporatocracy, is that another word they use for it? Yes.
Exactly. So what's happened in America is that the corporations have taken over, and the largest corporation of all is the Federal Reserve System. And people don't think of the Federal Reserve System as being a corporation.
I think it's a formal governmental entity.
Exactly. I think it's a government agency, and it's not. You know, it's a cabal. It's a partnership between the government and this private bank. And this private bank is a Delaware corporation who, in 1913, was given the authority, the concession, so to speak, to make money for America, to issue money, issue dollars. Up to that point, it was the government that could do that, and local banks that could do that. And money had a gold and silver backing. And what happened was in 1913, the Fed took that power away from the government, or the government gave it to them.
Did a deal with the banking industry.
Right, they did a deal with the private bankers, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and all those people. And by doing that, the government, when it needed money, now had to borrow it from the Fed and pay interest on the money. And they brought the income tax into being then, so the interest to these bankers could be paid. So essentially, because of this corruption, this fraud, the bankers got the right to make money, and the American people had to be taxed so they could pay the bankers, so the government could pay the bankers the interest. Whereas if the government made the money, there'd be no interest to pay. You see, and if it had the gold backing that it's supposed to have, it would limit the amount of money that could be printed. You see, so in 1913, the change began to evolve in America. And in a way, my movie could be called The Two Frauds of 1913, the IRS, you know, the income tax and the Federal Reserve, yeah.
There are so many roads to go down. One of them you were talking about was it did limit the growth by having an actual gold-backed currency.
Right.
Most people don't understand we do not have a gold-backed currency anymore. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, we can. I mean, I don't know if people find that interesting.
Well,
but
I find it interesting. I mean, everyone thinks we have Fort Knox filled with gold, and that's basically the backing to our currency, that we're stable.
No.
Can you talk about the truth?
Sure. The truth is that, first of all, there probably is no gold in Fort Knox. I say probably, even though I'm sure there isn't. I say probably because I've not been in there to see it for myself. But what's happened is the Treasury, which owns the gold on behalf of the American people, has given the gold to the Federal Reserve, these private bankers, as collateral for the dollars these bankers print out of thin air. So the bankers have basically swindled, with the cooperation of the Congress and the government, the bankers have swindled the American people by taking all our wealth, the gold, and giving us a piece of paper that ultimately has no value. It's just a piece of paper with no backing to it. And, you know, it's just a situation where the people of America don't understand that, because they believe that gold still backs the dollar, or silver still backs the dollar, and it doesn't, not in any way. So what you have is what's called a fiat currency. And this fiat currency, the Federal Reserve can make out of thin air, all they want. And because the Federal...
Paper's cheap, ink is too.
The thing is, you don't even need the ink anymore. Let's say each dollar printed, or each $100 printed, costs 3 cents, okay? But now you don't have to spend the 3 cents, because they just use digits on a computer. So you don't even have paper anymore. You just have these digits. And it's because of this ability of the Federal Reserve to print money out of thin air, or to make digits out of thin air, and they call it money. It gives them the power to control the government, because whoever makes the money makes the rules. That's the name of the game. So they can own everything they want. America has gone from being a nation of people who own their own property, own their own businesses, to a nation in debt, because all money is created by borrowing. And this country's become people who just live by borrowing. What's my credit report? How much can I borrow this week? How much can I pay off this week? People don't own their own houses anymore for this very reason. In the old days, you know, if you borrowed money, you wanted to pay it off as soon as possible. Now what people look to do is to have the lowest monthly payment they can get. They don't think about ever owning their own house.
Right.
You know?
That's right.
And it's all based on a credit system. It's all based on a credit system. Because, excuse me, Mike. It's all based on a credit system because the Federal Reserve System is one that encourages debt. That's why you get credit cards in the mail all the time, borrow money, you know, go to college, borrow money. They bring you into the system at a very early age. And once you get into debt, you never get out, basically, because between taxes, the income tax, the interest on your debt, and inflation, you can't get out from under. It's very difficult for anybody, unless you're very, very wealthy, to ever survive in this country and own anything, because they're always in debt. Think of the 3 I's. Interest payments are very high, income taxes, and inflation. Inflation is the silent tax that people don't recognize, the loss of their purchasing power. If you look at the dollar bill, from the time the Federal Reserve came into being till today, the dollar is now worth about 4 cents from a dollar.
Right.
I mean, houses today...
Even in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, houses today cost $1 million. It's like nothing.
That's right.
And my father bought his house in 1954.
$4,000?
No, it was $27,000. Okay, in Long Island, in a very wealthy neighborhood.
Oh, you were wealthy.
Well, I wasn't. We were middle class. We were middle class. But he had a home for $27,000 in a nice suburb of New York. You know, it was $27,000 in 1954, 55. And the house just resold again, not from him, but I was out there visiting it, and the guy who bought the house just paid over $1.1 million for it. Right. Same house, no different. So the value of the dollar value of that house has gone up, what, 50 times in 50 years?
Right.
That's because they print so much money. Inflation, the higher prices of things come because they print so much money.
And we all buy into it.
Well, you have to buy into it. You have no choice anymore. That's why I made this movie. You really don't have a choice, as long as you have a Federal Reserve System.
That's true. In a lot of ways, we don't have a choice. In other ways, we have our own decisions to make as consumers, and we choose to go beyond our means also.
Yes.
In addition to that, we're exacerbating the problem, but this is all by design.
But you're taught that, and it is by design.
Right.
You're taught that because it is by design.
And let's talk about the by design part of it. This isn't an accident that we found ourselves in this condition.
It's slavery. It's serfdom. I mean, just take a look. You know, the Democrats and Republicans in Congress, right, have allowed this Federal Reserve System to come into being, and now they're letting the banks charge these usurious rates of interest, over 20, sometimes 30% on the money you borrow, and yet they change the bankruptcy laws so that's much more difficult to get out of debt. So they're making you debtors for life. Everything is always on behalf of the banks. It's always on behalf of the Federal Reserve. You have these high rates of interest, and at the same time, right, you can't declare bankruptcy anymore. They're making it very difficult.
You're in the little mill.
You're on the spin. You're the hamster on the wheel.
Yeah, for life.
Yeah.
Let's talk about why and the entities that have really helped set this up long term to have people in the little hamster mill of life.
Well, it's set up. I mean, it came about because the bankers. This has been a fight throughout history. I mean, Andrew Jackson fought the fight. Thomas Jefferson fought the fight. You know, the bankers have always wanted to control the country because they're very clever and very smart people. And they knew that if they could ever get the government to give them the right to issue the money, they would control the government. They would control the laws of the nation. That's why even today, you look at the immigration laws. You look what's happening with immigration in America. Why is it happening? On one hand, people say we've had this 9/11 attack, and we have to get ID cards for people, RFID chips. Everybody has to be identified. They have to go to the airport. They have to be searched. Right. Everything is, we got security's foremost in everybody's mind, right? But on the other hand, I know if I were the president and 9/11 came, the first thing I would do was shut off the borders so nobody come in there. So on one hand, they're telling Americans they have to be controlled with ID cards and RFID chips and wanting to chip people. And on the other hand, they're letting everybody come into the border. Terrorists, whoever wants to come in, can just walk over the border and come into the country. So you know it's a lie. It's not about terrorism. It's about the banks controlling the country and the world, working together. This is about the bankers wanting a one-world government without borders. That's why everybody's able to come through the borders. It's not about security at all. And so the situation we're facing today is we have a government that's controlled by the Federal Reserve System,
And the Federal Reserve System has this appearance of credibility, and Alan Greenspan's the greatest guy in the world, and now Bernanke, you know, and all these guys, oh, the Federal Reserve, you got to have the Federal Reserve. But in reality, the Federal Reserve is part of the Communist Manifesto. They talk about America having, being a capitalistic society, you know, but yet you have a central bank that makes all the decisions. That's not capitalism.
No,
it's a fraud. It's a lie. They deceive the people. And they put out all this spin, all this press. You know, the Federal Reserve is the greatest thing in the world, and they're going to protect us, and they're going to make sure there's no more depressions in this country. What they've done is destroy the currency of this country, and they've taken all our gold while destroying the currency. And at some point, they're going to probably pull the plug and create the Greater Depression. You know.
And we're talking about the silent hand behind the powers that we see on the news.
Yes, totally. There's no question that the bankers control, whether it's George Bush or Hillary Clinton or whoever it is, doesn't matter Democrat or Republican. It's irrelevant. You know, that's why, like Michael Moore's movie, even though I enjoyed his movie and I respected what he did as a filmmaker, I thought he did a very good job with that movie, even though I didn't agree with everything he said. You know, I thought just as a filmmaker, a pure filmmaker, he did a good job. He got his points across. But on the other hand, what he did do was play into what the powers that be want him to play into.
How so?
He played into it because it was Democrat versus Republican.
Keeping it more local than it really is, smaller.
No. Keeping it polarized.
Polarized, right.
Not smaller, not bigger, keeping it polarized. Red state versus blue state. Liberal versus conservative. Democrat versus Republican.
Yes.
Michael Moore played into the system and what the people want to happen. They want people looking at Democrats and Republicans and fighting over that, red states and blue states, but not looking at the Federal Reserve as the real answer. So they hide behind that. It's like the Wizard of Oz, the guy behind the curtain. The guy behind the curtain. And the guy behind the curtain is the Federal Reserve. Well, it's not even the Federal Reserve so much as the people behind the Federal Reserve. They use the Federal Reserve as a tool so they can control things. So what Michael Moore did was, you know, he increased the tension in America. You know, he kept the polarization alive, which is what the people behind the curtain want. And I don't think he did that because intentionally. I think he did it because that's his point of view.
Right.
And he doesn't know about the people behind the curtain. You know, and my picture is more about where the real power lies, that it's not Democrats and Republicans, they're just puppets.
Right.
And my movie goes after the system and how the system is functioning and operating today. And what's really going down, why people are so dissatisfied and unhappy in America and around the world. And we try to address those issues and how to stop it from happening, you know? And so what's happening is, and it's not only in America now,
right.
I mean, we have the Federal Reserve System here, but there are central banks all over the world, and they all work together.
Doesn't matter if it's China.
Well,
it doesn't matter if it's Britain.
Well, I can't speak for China, but I can tell you, Britain, you're right, it doesn't matter. And most of the industrialized West, it doesn't matter. It's all central banks controlling the governments. And the central banks make secret agreements with each other. Like, you know, our Congress, you know, like the central bank in America the other day said there's this thing called M3. I don't want to get too technical here, but M3 is basically a measure of the money supply. The bigger the growth of the money supply, the less the dollar is worth. It loses value. The more you print, the more you have of something, the less it's worth, right? And so now they've decided they're not going to publish the figures of M3 anymore. They don't want people to know how much money they're printing.
And they don't
now that's something we have every right to know.
Yes, we do, and we have large concerns.
Yeah.
They hit that magic number. Was it last month, the $8.3 trillion?
That's just part of the debt, yeah. But
that's part of it. But that's a big point to hit, isn't it?
There's unfunded. We have unfunded liabilities in this country of over $70 trillion. The 8.3 is just a portion of that.
Yeah.
You know, so the real question is, there's so much debt in this country. They've got to keep things afloat. So they have to keep printing tons and trillions and trillions of dollars. And it's getting so massive, they don't want to let us know how much they're printing.
Right.
And we have no way to measure how fast we're going to lose the purchasing power of our money. And then on the other hand, if they choose to stop printing money, they can cause the biggest depression that ever happened in this country, in the world. And it's all in these guys' power. I don't want to give them that power.
Right.
And it's unconstitutional. It's wrong. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, the founders of this country, fought against having a central bank.
Right.
It was one of the main objects that they fought against. And so we have this central bank controlling us and controlling the laws of the nation. And now you see the government talking about these RFID chips going and everything that can track you wherever you go. It's going to be on your license, your driver's license by May 2008. They're telling the states you have to put these chips in the driver's licenses.
It's supposed to be in credit cards. It's supposed to be in everything,
Everything.
in the future.
And they're going to chip people with it. They're going to put it into your bodies.
Right, and it not only in our bodies, in our wallets. You walk
No, no,
through
no,
a
no.
turn, but you walk through a turnstile and you have a barcode on something. The transaction's done.
Of course, but I'm saying to you that
And then
it goes in stages first. So you can have it on your driver's license, you can have it on your card, but eventually it's going to end up in your hand.
Yes.
Right? It's going to end up in your hand.
So
So
I
you're going to have a homing device built into you.
Right.
They can track you wherever they want to track
Some
you,
people
wherever you
argue
want
if you have a cell phone or if you have a GPS system in your car, they can do that anyway.
They
but
can.
it's just making it a lot easier.
Well, I mean, you chip now, you're going to be chipped like a dog.
Right.
You know, if I don't want to be chipped, I'm not going to be chipped. But the fact is that you know, you're not going to be able to start your computer, or you're not going to be able to have a bank account. And if you're chipped, and all money now becomes digitized, they can take the chips out of you whenever they want to. I mean, they can take your money from you whenever they want to. You have no say.
And this
you
isn't
you owe us
sci-fi.
this much money. You owe us this much money, and they just take it out of your digits.
Right.
You know, so instead, so you have no privacy left. You know, I mean, if I don't want to have a cell phone, I can throw it away. If I don't want GPS in my car, I can get rid of it.
Right.
Once they want to implant you in it, and there's no more money, there's no more cash, and you're in a cashless society, you have to have that chip. And if you want to buy food, right? So, and if you protest like I do, if you fight what they're doing, they can just turn off my chip. I can't even buy food. I can't pay my bills. Right? It's total control. It's slavery.
It's slavery.
It's slavery. And these central bankers are doing that. And I'm not prepared to allow them to do it. That's why I made this movie. I want people to wake up and know what's really happening in this country and the world. That's what happened in Europe recently. They voted down the European Constitution, right? But they're not stopping. They're going forward anyway. Because first they want to put the world into blocks: the Europeans, the Asians, the Americas, into three, and then they want to bring it all together. I mean, it's a one world government where even voting has no more. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, think about your government. You want to live in a government where you have a say. That's why they say local government is the best government, because you have a voice. Right. And now in America today, in the federal government, you know you have no voice. You have nothing to say. Imagine a world government. What are you going to be able to say? Nothing. Nobody's going to listen to you. You're just a tool for these people. You're a tool. You're a hamster. And they're going to suck you dry and spit you out. They don't care about you.
And you're a revenue source, and I wouldn't mind getting into that because you
Well,
come
that's-
out with both guns firing about the IRS and the legality of the IRS.
Yeah.
This is huge. I've been reading about it for years, but I kept thinking, okay, I see what they're saying. However, they can still throw you in jail.
Yes.
Can you talk about the whole fraud of the IRS?
Yeah, I will in a second, but you said something about being a revenue source, which reminded me of something, okay? I was friendly with one of the Rockefellers, okay? And he said to me one day, which just blew my mind. He said, Aaron, remember that whole thing with Women's Lib when it was the biggest thing I saw in all the magazines and television? Women's Lib, women have a right to work just like they had a right to vote, and you make sure that you have a right to work, and they fight for women's lib, women's right to work. He says, we were promoting that whole thing, you know, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Federal Reserve, because we want to get the women in the workforce. We want to be able to tax them. That's why you saw it in all the newspapers all the time. And the added plus was, then they had to put their kids in childcare, into schools earlier so we can control their minds at a young age. That's what that was all about. You called it women's lib, you know, but it was about giving us control. And nobody realized that.
And now we got it. Now women are as exhausted as men in
Exactly.
the little treadmill.
It's we're dealing with very diabolical people, very devious, diabolical people who are incredibly intelligent, who control the money supply, they control the army, they control the government, and it's very hard to stop them. And the way to stop them, in my view, and it could be done, even though we're very close to it, to losing this game.
Yeah, the point of no return.
Yeah, we're very close to that. But the way to do it is to shut down the Federal Reserve System, to have all Americans, while we still have a chance. You see, Congress has the legal authority to shut down the Federal Reserve, right?
But if they don't have the courage to do it,
Well, because
how do we?
Well, because if we massively protest it and tell every politician, You know, that you have to listen to the will of the people, not the will of the Federal Reserve bankers, and we're going to vote you out of office unless you sign an affidavit saying you're going to shut down the Federal Reserve System. And that will be the litmus test on who to vote for, not whether they're Democrats, not whether they're Republicans, but will you sign an affidavit saying, I will be part of shutting down the Federal Reserve System. I will vote to shut it down. And drop all the other issues, whether it's gun control or environment or whatever, because nothing's going to matter if you don't get rid of the Federal Reserve. Right. So if we can get everybody just focused on the Federal Reserve System like a laser beam and drop all the other stuff temporarily and just shut them down, you'll have a chance of saving the country. You know, that's what it's going to take. And we can still do it because Congress has the authority to do it. And Congress needs you and me to vote for them to get back into office.
But for this to happen, we have to, it's up to also you and me and many others to begin educating the public as to what we're really up against.
Which is why I made the movie.
Exactly, which is, I just totally applaud you on that.
Thanks.
Let's go, can we go into the IRS
Yeah,
now?
sure,
Let's talk about it, that's
Sure.
huge.
Well, the IRS is huge, but don't forget the IRS is just part of the Federal Reserve
Yes.
System problem. And in actuality, there is no law. I've researched this very thoroughly because I kept hearing for years there's no law that you have to pay, and I sort of poo-pooed it.
Yeah, I did too.
And they make you think anybody that says that's a wacko and a kook, you know. But there is no law. Let me just tell you straight out. There is no law that requires you to file a 1040. I researched this, and I'll tell you why there's no law. First of all, the Constitution says, okay, that there's two kinds of taxation: direct taxes and indirect taxes. A direct tax must be apportioned and done by census, which means that a direct tax, which is what a tax on your labor would be a direct tax, you can't get away from it, right? A direct tax on your labor would have to be apportioned, meaning divided amongst all the people equally, right? Mm-hmm. And an indirect tax is like an excise tax. It's like a tax that you don't have to pay if you don't use the service.
Luxury car or something.
Well, not even a luxury car, can't believe, but like gasoline.
Right.
If you don't want to drive a car, if you want to take a bicycle, you don't buy gas, you don't pay the tax.
Right.
So that's called an indirect tax. But that indirect tax has to be the same in every state. Mm-hmm. It has to be uniform, okay? So there's two kinds of taxes, direct and indirect, in the Constitution. In 1894, they tried to pass an income tax on your labor. The Supreme Court said you can't do that. It's unconstitutional. They stopped. In 1913, to get around that Pollock decision of 1894, right, they passed the 16th Amendment, which said we can tax any income from any place forever, okay? And once they passed that tax, then people started paying an income tax on the labor. It became a third form of taxation. Mm-hmm. You had direct apportioned tax, you had the indirect tax, and now you had a direct tax that was unapportioned, mm-hmm. okay? So you had three forms of taxation mm-hmm. now. But, two things. The amendment was never ratified properly. It was a fraud, okay? And that's been proven. But the second point is this: even if it wasn't a fraud and had been ratified properly, even if it had been, okay, the Supreme Court in 8 different decisions that I have researched said the 16th Amendment gave the government